anything but the thing.
What is the thing?
The thing with the place?
The thing with the paste?
Ooh.
Send me
No, Snake, I'm currently sleep playing.
What?
Oh, Snake just asked if I'm still playing. I said, no, I'm sleep playing. I'm fully unlocked, Snake. I got everything unlocked a while ago. In fact, it's been like over a week since I unlocked everything. It's been a while.
sorry.
Stream Elements said,
Large bag.
S.W.Frost 1
Oh my
is
God,
now
you
live.
slept, played
Streaming
Diablo?
Hunt,
That sounds
Showdown, Vacation Day 12 Old Man.
awesome. Aw, you guys are gonna become besties?
Hmm?
Always.
He's like, what's up, Shibs? I
What's up,
did.
Snake?
I fully unlocked everything on Sunday, August 28th. So I've been fully unlocked on everything now for 2 weeks. Holy shit. No,
Lovely.
I know I pissed away a bunch of money when I first started unlocking stuff. I was like buying all the expensive shit.
Oh yeah, levering and fanning. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, brother.
No, when you're young, you always hope, if you're optimistic, you hope something good happens. When you're old, you hope if something bad happens, at least it's funny. Because it's still my weekend, Snake, and I can do what I want. I'm a big boy, okay? I wear Depends, not Huggies.
Where do you live, Snake? It's morning.
If I remember correctly, he lives in Siberia.
I don't think that's a real place.
Central Europe.
Fair enough.
He's you don't think his country's real? It's a hoax.
It's fake news.
That's why he gets like 249 ping over here. He's one short of being kicked off the server. Serbia.
Siberia, Serbia.
I was close. I'm sorry.
Potato, tomato.
Had one of the places. So, whoopsie. So I have fanning and levering.
Nice. I like it.
Regardless of what. Oh, it's here.
Very nice.
Smoke snacks. The most smoke stacks are so broken, dude.
I love it.
Okay.
I couldn't even fucking talk. I was like having a stroke there for a minute.
Oh, turn your gamma back down.
Oh. Apparently you can't talk, and apparently I think I can open this door.
Smoke stack. Oh my god, desync, dude. What the fuck?
I told you, don't be calling me desync, dude. Hurts my feelings. So if you shoot a boss without going to the lair, it's the same as exploring the lair.
Yep.
If you do that.
Yep.
I wonder. I wonder. You got a sticky ocean.
I do.
Get out of here then before he screams at me. Don't notice me, senpai.
Notice me, senpai. He's stuck. What the hell? That was so delayed. No.
Speaking of Scream, I think Ash and I are gonna do a ghost-based photo shoot for our wedding.
Aw. When you guys getting married? And where's my invite?
October 23rd, 2022.
Well, I
Aw.
didn't say we want either. I'll let you know.
Nobody's invited.
Not even Ashley.
Just me.
It's like divorce papers. You just have someone just come bring them over and sign them. It's like sign there and there. All right, and then it ships over to the next person. I sign there and there.
Oh.
Retro up here.
Nick says the server's a wonky. A wonky.
Cash register, boys. Cash register. Grab it. I didn't take it.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh.
Chips, do you have any matchmaking screens or anything?
Nope.
Step register, what are you doing to me? It's over here. He didn't take it at all.
Oh, pal pack. My hand is stuck in the cash register.
Oh. Hold on.
He's not just held back.
Oh,
he's
you're
just
not
held
stuck.
back.
You're over here. You're nowhere near it.
Oh, hold on.
I had. Oh. Look at that, look at that ass.
Oh, stop, please.
Damn, girl, you kiss your mom with that ass?
Mmm.
Yes.
You know about this spot here, right? Where people watch the stairs from right here.
Mm-hmm.
Such a dirty little spot. You can actually get around to this hay bale, but it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I've watched it from there. We gotta be careful though, because if someone's out in the fucking distance there, they'll clap your cheeks.
Well, unless you go around like, oops, shit, I just missed it. Unless you go around and get on the hay bale in the back.
Chickens?
Oh, team's here.
Yep.
I think someone's here, boss.
Oh my god. Someone's here, boys?
I feel like I should have said something too, but I didn't know what to say.
My wife just messaged me saying, food me. Food me.
Guys, I think I hear someone creeping around.
I don't know. Is there someone out there? Hello? Hello?
Hey, boys.
Wow, you. Oh, what the hell, Ace?
Is that
What
Ace?
in the hell? Yes, I'm just going out there. What the fuck is this? What's up, dog? Oh, yeah. Oh my, one shot? What the hell? Who's this random? Turn them cheeks around right now. Turn them cheeks around right there.
Oh,
Alright.
Ace, what are you doing to me? Notice me,
go.
senpai.
What's going on, boys?
Are they friendly?
Wait, you hopped in my chat? Oh shit.
Oh no, they're dying!
damn.
Ace, get in here! Ace, get in here! You must live!
Wait, is another team here? Hey. Oh, bitch. Shit. Where's Ace dead at? Going out. You killed him on the roof, Mr. Big? Oh, okay. Oh, one shot, you just stay in here. We can get you. Let us fight.
Hey, no, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die! No! Oh, okay, he survived.
Alright, we'll take a clue. You guys take one. Sure. Is that us?
They're
Is
up
that
on
you
the
guys
bridge.
back?
They're out on the bridge, guys.
Okay, they're like 15, 20.
Oh, that really
Okay,
fucking hurt.
I'm gonna rotate out. I see one right down here below.
Never changes.
Right here.
One's over there by the bush. Northeast.
It's like not the one eyed. What's the other one?
One dead.
Okay. Back it up, Terry.
Oh shit, I'm fucking hurt.
Man. Dude, it's out of a can. It's out of the fucking can, dude.
Northeast 45.
One hit on him.
I don't see him. Oh, across the river running.
Hit,
Dead.
dead.
We all have vulture. Where's Ace? Get him back up.
Yeah, we have vulture. Go ahead and loot, guys. We got vulture for this. Yeah, they're all dead. The other team's all dead.
Oh, snap. Carry me higher.
Oh yeah, boys. What's up?
When I saw that CC, I said, oh.
Oh.
Wynexug said, "Bro, it's 9 a.m. It's already bear time."
I know. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
No,
always
we
time
rated
for
you
bed.
guys in game. Yeah, Ace died first.
There's a dude to loot right here. Right here.
Right here, first guy to loot.
It's always time for
We all
bed.
have vulture.
So we
And
all six
it's
can
the-
loot. All six of us can loot. Let's go.
And it's the last day of my
I like your skin one shot. It's like, okay, I know who one shot is. I'm gonna stay close to him. That way he'll know which one's the good one if there's other DD.
it's the last day of my weekend, so
Alright,
yeah.
I'll show you.
Go. Hello, Massif.
Prodigal daughter
I'm
over
the
here.
chief captain of this ship.
Massif.
Oh shit, let's see.
I make port runs around the Twin Seas and occasionally out to Kingsport in Westmarch. I haven't sailed anywhere lately, though. Jaren has ordered me to stay docked.
Yeah, stay docked. Go, Power Rangers! Oh, posture check. Go. No. Dead end.
Wynexug said, "I legit just woke up."
Yeah, same. I woke up like 10 minutes ago, made a coffee, changed the stream name, and that's it. That's why I went to bed relatively early, so I can wake up early. Around midnight. I could have opted, to go to
Everyone
bed
get together. Everyone get
late,
together so we can scan and
but no.
make sure they're all gone.
Oh my god.
Hey, hold on. Hey, are we clear? Okay, cool. Everyone loot. We have vulture. Loot the fuck up.
Go, Bear, go. Well,
Sorry, buddy.
Oh my god.
Sorry about that, Mr. Big. I stepped, ripped the corner and saw you there. I shot you in the ass with a carbine. Oh shit, that's my buddy.
Hey, hold on. Over here's the first one to loot. Over here.
Wynexug said, "I'ma go make food and do stuff. Have fun with
Yeah,
Bear
we have
Bro."
vulture. Get your loots in. We all
Okay,
have loot.
take care, man.
All three of us
Thank
have
you.
vulture. Hey, the second one to loot's over here. Right here. Second one is over here on me. There's there's 6 bodies to loot. We got plenty of time. Yeah, I'm gonna start looting.
wow, amazing.
last one dead at over here? Ah, right here. Last one's on me right here, guys. Over here. Ah! I flash everyone! Okay, we got 2 more bodies to look at. Oh shit, there we go. What's going on?
Lower
Oh,
tab.
dang. Oof. Oof. Hey, yeah, loot him. Loot him. Get money off him. Get money off him. What's that? He says, don't forget the most important thing. Oh, yeah, that's so hot. Oh. You have the nut of 5 guys on you.
Ooh, 5 guys, burgers, and fries.
Oh yeah. Melee duel? I guess I can go here.
Alright, hell pack.
Oh,
Rui,
I mean,
he's got a med kit out.
ah! I burned a bar, you bastard! I burned a bar!
That's cheating. Refs are having to step in.
Oh, get the loot! Get the loot!
If I loot, I'm gonna steal the bounty.
Oh, hey, just loot them real quick, and hey, they get the other bounty. I mean, actually, no, gotta kill Alex and make it even, one of each. Alright. That was an accident, a complete accident.
Alright,
Hey.
someone's gonna have to kill someone. Busted with this player.
Alright, hold on, was oh, I'll show you, hold on.
Killing for the loot. So much complication and works.
Yeah, their face exploded.
I bet you he never put butter on a Pop-Tart. Good job, good job.
Hey, hold on. You guys gotta get my bounty. I'm dying. No. No. I'm so blinded. Oh, yeah. Hey, medkit duel. Yeah, Snake, we should definitely do a medkit duel with someone. That would be so fair.
No, there's not. People.
Yeah, we got all 6 bodies. That's less Oh, flash me, Poppy. Oh, I see an enemy. We need one more bounty. I'll get some bounty when he does that. Get some extra money.
I wanted to team up with the last dude too, because he was like, why can't we?
Yeah, that'd been fucking awesome.
Get bigger right here. Like,
Everyone has these birds. I'm gonna run this bird theory real quick to see if I can do anything with it. This is my least favorite bolt action. I think I like the first one less than Batterly.
Yeah, the Berthier is actually pretty shit, dude. It's got terrible velocity rate along the other. It's basically a sparks.
No, it's got 590.
Yeah, it's terrible. You get 630 for the. What's up?
The round rate 36, 34. I don't know the way everything works on just wrong though.
Get some clues here. Get some money going for us. Oh no, the clue's red.
Resing you. Say that after near eights. Like, resing you twice like that.
All right.
He has a clip of doing that. He said he grabbed some dude's crown and king and slugs.
Oh, what's bad stats? Sorry, keep going. He says resing you.
No, he took someone, they killed his buddy, and then killed a dude with crown and king and slugs, and then ran over, grabbed it, walked over to his buddy's body, and he was just holding the corner. He's like, resing you, and open mic'd it, and then the dude like peeks his head around the corner. He's like, huh? And then he's just blam right to the face of the crown king and slugs. It was beautiful. The dude's like, oh, he's resing. I'm gonna rush him.
Snake says he wants to see a Krag Jorgensen rifle in Hunt. It was U.S. military rifle at one point.
I don't know what that means. I'm not much of a, don't know that much about antique rifles. Not a lot, just a little bit. Were you playing Hunt at all today, Beauty? Sure. I ran into Foggy earlier.
Oh, you've got to be shitting me. That's hilarious. I almost had that clue when he punched me with the damn. Oh man, we're Centennial Bros! Yay! Centennial's fucking awesome, dude. You got poison on that?
No, I've never tried.
The poison ammo is the exact same velocity and everything. The only difference is that they can't heal.
Oh yeah. We can't hold
Yeah,
it.
it's fucking broken, dude. It shoots just as fast as regular ammo.
Yeah, you'd be surprised at situations that can get you in
Oh yeah,
You're
that's what we need is bleed ammo on these rifles. That's what we need. Oh my god, that would be I mean, yeah, that would be fucking disgusting. That'd be awesome. Turns you into a zombie. You become the, what the hell, the sculptor. That's what it is.
he took my snakes.
It says the Krag Jorgensen appeared in Red Dead Redemption 2 as a bolt action.
It's, you know, it's definitely
Oh
hard
my
to,
god.
like, make a game where
That'd
you
be
have this
broken.
many rifles to be able to feel different and everything like that. So like, you know, props to them for as different as they do feel with the different rifles.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Bloodline. They said a trait to control a live environment vicinity would be pretty cool. Like, you can sit there and,
Like
like,
dark sight and run it around.
Oh yeah, dude. Extend it out to an enemy. Hey, oh my god! Oh shit! Okay, I'll loot. I'm not gonna turn down free money. What? Hey, go loot them! Free money! Free money! All the money you can farm! Oh, yeah, who has a bounty? I can't get your bounty.
This guy has the bounty.
I can't pick it up. He's not burned out. No. Loot him up. Loot him. Loot him for money. Oh, he took your Mosin. Not gonna loot him. Just gonna take his gun. That's kind of dirty. That's fucking dirty. You took his fucking gun.
Or you took Ace's Mosin.
No, he took, okay, give it back to you. You took your Mosin for a second. What killed you, dude? My wife is asking that I food her.
Your wife knows they
Yes. Oh, dude, that'd be pretty cool if you could set up like a flock of crows to scout an area. Yes, good games. Good games. Oh yeah, I can suicide. I don't care. Wait a minute, you just... I'm gonna loot though.
Delazim
Here, hold on.
said, "Oh Elijah,
Što ima Nenad?
Wait a minute, I have a big... He has that bounty. I have this
Ah.
bounty. Okay, Alex has both bounties now, okay? So I'll dive with the big bounty. Outback over here.
Šta se radi? Otkud ti pričaš sam sa sobom? A, to je Milan tu. Alije, pune behara. Šaljem ti ovo. Znači pošaljem prijatelju, medved je bolji. Jednom iz sela.
Gdje onda si?
Nemam pojma. Uvređeni. Kao Milan? Takav ten, brzo izgubi interesovanje. Moraš da se fokusiraš na njega, inače... Zašto te slabo čujem? Možda da restartujem Discord.
Ne, mikrofon je udaljen.
Mislim da te pojačavam pa posle uši da mi probijaš, neće. Vlada ima tih epizoda. Kad priča umorno i onda ga ja nabustujem i sljedeći put kad dođe gdje ste ljudi, šta ima? Onda ja skačem sa stolice. Bolje da mu odmah kažem nego da se poslije ljutim jedan na drugog.
Ja sam pana jučer pogubio kad sam jeo sa njim.
S kim? Sa Vladom?
Vlada
znam.
mi je kan.
Znam se, zajebam se. A što igraš s njim, Hunt? Ako gubiš par.
Više neću.
Šta očekuješ svaki put drugačiji rezultat?
Mislim, on očekuje, sad da raša i očekuje da ću ja sa Mosekom da rašam za njim.
Napred, plaćeniče moj, verni.
What you need?
Kako ne?
I'll put that to good use.
Thank you.
Nije malo rano za Hunt, samo ono pitam, znaš,
Igrao sam cijelu noć da se povratim.
da se povratiš sa novcem s čim.
Da.
Noć dođi i ode. Vjeruj mi. Znam da igram sa dosta agresivnim ljudima, znaš. Milan iz njih 0. Milan je samo štekar. To je ono... Još kažeš ti ima ljudi koji nemaju vremena za stealth. Znači samo mu piči. I ne tražim ja od nekoga da se šunja okolo. Ali... Ako možda biraš da ne napadneš te vrane, da ih ne zapneš nogom, nemoj. Ako može.
A nađeš i kad kažu ubio sam čovjeka, mislim, a ne gubim.
Kao Milan kad kaže?
tu me najviše...
To je klasična laž njegova. To se ne vika. Mislim da sam ubio ja njega i on mene.
Ja ga specam, mi kaže mi ona nisi gubio. Jesam, nisi i nije gubio.
Pa naravno da nije. To samo u njegovoj glavi djeluje kao da je on napravio kill. Ili bi on voleo da je napravio trade, ali to tako ne radi.
Return to dust.
They say that the taste of vengeance is bittersweet, but I find it to my liking. In addition to my undying gratitude, I have spoken on your behalf with the rest of the townspeople. The merchants have agreed to show... Good day.
You may not pass.
I have heard of your many deeds of skill and bravery. I feel I can trust you with something I have been hesitant to speak of. Drognin and I have concluded that the Dark Wanderer who passed through here recently was Diablo himself. Drognin believes that Diablo is searching the desert for the secret tomb where the great Horadric mage Tal Rasha keeps Baal imprisoned. You must find Diablo and put an end to the terrible evil that has fallen upon our city. Drognin is...
Neću. Moram pogledati tim parem Milanović, izgubio sam mnogo para sa parom juče. Sa 14.000 sam ponao 4. Pa da bi mogo da igram kao čovjek. A sad nisam izgubio ni jednu. Bitno je. Jako je bitno. Yeah, I heard dogs. Igre se besplatno. Baci se Milane. Pa igrajte duos, bože moj. Ova sat je sigurno. Još nismo ni bossa našli. A dvoje ih je. Bossa. Old Walden. -1. sam došao ti pomognem. Mani za čovjek.
Snake igra Diablo 2. Nekad je on igra Diablo 2. Diablo 2.
Spartans 83 said. Rika je Borista ima dona sarana oko 11, ada treba da ide posaska pa cd donat kartiku al neznatok no kad.
Jest. Budeš li gledat tvoje igre, ja odmah izlazim. Ako padneš, ima da ćutiš. Ima da ćutiš i da ne pustiš. Ja bi ga. Ja ću da ćutim. Da. Deset. Što bi bilo? Ko ne voli? Ma gdje ne idemo se seću, šta lupaš? Šta lupaš? Ne lupe gluposti. No.
I na najgore mesto spawnovanja. Ne, tu niko. No moguće li? Jes evo. Brane.
Bio ne, dobro.
Kas. 150.
Bio. I se zatvorimo, samo prvo da se izminiram. Pa? Nema. Šta je? Bacio sam. Ujac. Ja se ščekam da ne potrošim metki i tako. Opali ga. Zbog sve vojne muzike. Da, ovo će da budeš ti. Koji problem imaš? Ovo šta hoćeš? Ovo traži da se zatvori sve, poslije ne otvaraš. došli? Su došli ljudi?
Nisu.
Zato što si me smanjio. Ikarus. Ovo su Grci. Cijelu noć igram protiv njih. Nisu nešto. Pa ovaj što je uz ove bounty je Grk. Nigdje niko. Čisto. A šta kemijete ovo? Jede picu sa ananasom, šta? Pitam Ilija, ali Ilija nije tu.
Oj, Nenad, gdje si?
Kažem, ovo kemijt jede picu sa ananasom, a?
Ne, nije. Tako oni prave picu, da, s ananasom, ali poenta je, ti ne znaš, to je stara šala jedno 2-3 godine, koliko ja znam unazad da Hermit streamuje i on streamuje više. Pizza s ketchupom.
Idemo.
To je šala. On smatra kao da je to ono bogohuljenje pice, znaš. Opet kažem, šala.
Idemo na njih.
Oh, ječi papi.
Idemo na njih.
Oh my god.
Man, I don't speak that time.
Ovo ako te ubije, ti treba da se samo ubiješ.
My god.
Kasi konvene da prerežeš ako ti ubije ovaj Ikarus.
Pa ima pištolj, u svakom slučaju ima veće šanse 100% nego Milan.
Hello friends, this is Odds, history will prove me right, and today we're going to talk about camping. And we're not talking about camping a little bit to make sure someone hits stage 2 on the hook, and we're not talking about camping at the end of the game when there's nothing else you can do. We're talking about hardcore committing to someone dying on the hook, typically by playing a killer that is very difficult to rescue against, like Cannibal, right? Can you do this? Is it an effective tactic for a killer? Historically, I would say yes, this was very, very effective. Survivors take about 2 minutes to die on the hook, give or take. And if you compare that to the time the other 3 survivors need to do the gens, there's a big discrepancy. If 3 survivors sit on gens pretty optimally and do them as fast as they can, it's gonna take about 3 minutes for them to do 5 gens, plus about 20 seconds to open the gates. So right here, if we put these side by side, you can see that the killer has a lot of time to secure 1 kill, and still have plenty of time left to maybe get another or 2 or maybe all 3 of the remaining survivors. For very little effort, you can do far, far better as a killer by camping than by playing normally, which is a bit sad. Yes, survivors can bring some perks to slow this down. Yes, killer can bring some perks to make this even worse, but it doesn't change the fact that even against really, really good survivors, if you have a hook early enough, you basically have a guaranteed 1 kill, probably a guaranteed 2 kill, and perhaps maybe a guaranteed win. I did this against a squad of really good survivors that knew exactly what I was doing, and I still managed to get 2 kills. In controlled environment where they knew exactly what they were doing, I still managed to get 2 kills for doing basically nothing. So imagine what it's like when you play against solo players and normal pub matches where people aren't ready for this. Well, actually, you don't have to imagine it because we did that too. I did a little experiment when I played 8 games playing like this, and I won all of them. Some of them survivors just gave up. Some of them they tried to do jumps, but they weren't efficient enough. And some of them, maybe a couple of them, they played really, really well. But time was still on my side, and I still managed to get 3 or 4 kills. It was a bit discouraging, and I stopped at 8 because I think I proved my point. However, the next update. Now survivors have a tool against camping. It's a perk from Rebecca called Reassurance. As long as survivor is not too deep into the basement, Reassurance allows a survivor to go to a hook and pause it for 30 seconds. And this changes everything. The fact that this can happen, plus a few other factors, makes camping a lot less time efficient now. So I did another experiment, exact same conditions. I tried to play the same, and this time, instead of winning 100% of my games, I actually won only 50% of them. And the rest, I only got 2 kills or less. So that's very reassuring. That's actually really good news. I do think that I played a bit poorly. I think I could have played a bit better. I also think that some of the survivors we played against knew what I was doing, at least some of the matches. So maybe I could have played better. Maybe I could have done a little bit better than 50% win rate, so maybe that's on me. But still, from 100% to 50% playing roughly the same strategy, that is really, really good. And I do think that camping, when it comes to time efficiency against good teams, is in some ways dead. That's awesome news. The not so awesome news is the fact that you still rely on these perks, you still rely on teammates being effective, and sometimes camping can still be very, very effective compared to just playing normally. Not to mention that there's also a big discrepancy between some of the killers and their ability to camp. I don't love this. I don't think it's still ideal. Not to mention that the fact that a killer camps you, now being less time efficient for them, doesn't mean that you're going to live. If a cannibal wants to camp you to death, even if it takes you 5 years to die on the hook, you're still going to die on the hook. And that feels just inherently unfair. Other killers just cannot do this. If other killers camp you, a couple survivors can come up, do a rescue, and get you out of there 100%. So what would I do to address this problem? Is this a problem in the first place? I think so. I don't think a killer doing the bare minimum of just catching a survivor somewhat early and then just sitting there should guarantee him 1 or 2 kills. I don't think that's fair compared to other killers that are actually playing the game fairly and doing a lot more. So these are my proposed changes, and you guys tell me what you think. First of all, and this one I get a lot of criticism for, but I really do believe it's a step that's necessary to make the game healthier. Number 1. No killer in the game can grab survivors during unhooks if they are healthy. That's it. It's very simple. Unhooks right now are like gates. If a survivor is doing an unhook in front of you, you can, as any killer, you can just grab them if they're healthy. This forces killers and survivors to play this really stupid game where the killer has to try to grab them and the survivor wants to not do that, so they fake it and they go back and forth and they go back and forth and they go back and forth until something happens, and it's completely up to luck, connection, and the whims of the game. I think these healthy grabs are stupid. The killer should interrupt you with 1 attack, then you unhook. Even with S.W.Frost, you can still unhook, and then you go down afterwards. Survivors should be allowed to do trades, and killers should be allowed to get trades, but they shouldn't be allowed to just sit there and get a grab on a healthy survivor. I just don't think that's healthy for the game. I think it's better if there's not this weird standoff that depends on lag. And then we still have a couple killers that are problematic and are capable of camping kind of well, and there's not a lot you can do about that. The first one, Cannibal. No need to explain why. My suggestion, as long as the Cannibal is within 8 meters of a hook, his charges do not replenish. That means that if he uses his chainsaw once around a hook, that's it. He doesn't get them back until he steps out. After being in the vicinity of 8 meters of a hook for 10 seconds, his charges begin to deplete. They go away. That means that if a cannibal is camping for, say, let's say 30 seconds, he runs out of chainsaw charges. At that point, he only can M1. And if you unhook, he needs at least, what is it, like 4 seconds before he can use his chainsaw. If he stays there a long time. If he's there just a few seconds, that's completely fine. He wouldn't really be different. It's just if he stays on the hook for a long time, this would change it. For the hillbilly, very simple. If you use your chainsaw and your chainsaw hits a survivor who is currently unhooking, your chainsaw automatically goes on overheat and goes on cooldown. Super, super simple. If a survivor beats you to the hook and they unhook, you can get them with your chainsaw, no problem. If they are there, but you were already camping, and then you hit them with your chainsaw, now your chainsaw is disabled for the next 20-ish seconds, so someone else can come and get a rescue. Very simple stuff. It wouldn't really stop the hillbilly from playing around hooks. It would just punish you if you sit there and try to prevent an unhook. And I think that would be fair. You would still get the down, you just wouldn't get the down and then be able to immediately get another insta-down or another healthy survivor. I also think that Clown's pinky fingers should not work within 8 meters. Very simple stuff. If you have the add-on to insta-down, it just doesn't work next to an active hook. There are also other killers that have the ability to insta-down you around hooks with perks and so on, but almost all of these can be prevented if survivors just wait out the power or try to, you know, play around it, around time and so on. So I don't have a problem with anything else, just these changes to make camping a little bit less favorable for killers. Now, immediately after this, you're gonna wonder, oh, odds, but what's gonna happen in endgame? How are we ever gonna get kills if survivors can get unhooked super safely? I don't think endgame is the worst part of the game for killers. At that point, if you have Save the Best for Last, you can guarantee trades, and if you had 1 kill, you're gonna get 1 kill still. You can bring perks like Agitation to bring survivors very far away from the gate. You can bring perks like Terminus to make it very difficult for people to heal and get rescues at the endgame. Not to mention Noid and so on. I think endgame is fine. But then you might ask, odds, but what about in bigger maps? What about at the start of the match? How am I going to generate pressure if I can't defend the gens and they play very aggressively around on hooks and I can do nothing because I'm playing Wraith? That is a bit of a problem, and I think it's more to do with a problem of some maps being absolutely gargantually enormous, and they should be shrunk. You, as a killer, cannot defend 5 gens that are all in different provinces of a country. So map should be shrunk, the bigger map should be shrunk, and this would help with your pressure. And another thing that I think should be somewhat base kit, you should be encouraged to hook multiple survivors. Right now, honestly, killers have no reason to hook multiple survivors. If you can hook the same survivor 3 times, there is absolutely no reason not to do that. There are perks like Green Embrace that do encourage you to hook different survivors, but these are very weak, very niche, they're barely worth it. Some kind of base kit bonus for killer for hooking each survivor individually should be considered. What exactly that is, I leave it up to you to discuss, but yeah. That's my thoughts on camping. It is definitely, as a summary, it is definitely a much less...
Šta isto?
Ma u Kenštanu je loso se I pastem.
Frankenstein, a?
Nije to
safe strategy in this patch, which is good because it means that if it's not 100% safe, people will not want to do it as a plan A. But it still depends largely on killer and perks that you bring, which doesn't feel great, hence the changes that I suggested. But let me know what you think, and thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
This video is sponsored by Raycon.
There was a period of my life where I basically had a complete mental map of every single arcade machine in a 2-mile radius from my house. A vast network of pizza places, comic book stores, and laundromats. And when one of these machines changed, it was a big deal. And it was the summer of 1992 when the word started to spread about a weird new Street Fighter 2 arcade machine that had popped up at a laundromat by my house. A Street Fighter 2 machine where you could shoot Hadoukens midair and change your character right in the middle of the match. And of course, this sounded completely ridiculous, like one of those my uncle works at Nintendo type stories. At this point, we were already living in a post-Shenlong world, and I definitely wasn't believing this without seeing it with my own eyes. So I went out to that laundromat to look for the Street Fighter 2 arcade machine, and sure enough, it was actually real. Between the release of Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition and Street Fighter 2 Turbo, there was a really strange version of the game that could be found. You could shoot projectiles in the air or spam them all over the place. There was basically no cooldown, so you could fill up an entire screen with Sonic Booms or Hadoukens. You could switch characters mid-match just by pressing the start button. And it was also substantially faster than a standard Street Fighter 2 machine. If you ever encountered one of these Street Fighter 2 machines in the wild, it probably blew your mind just as much as it did mine. And considering how much the arcade scene was fraught with hoaxes and lies and misinformation, you probably didn't believe it until you saw it with your own eyes either. It sounded like something that was too good to be true, and yet there it was. I only got to play it a handful of times because for some reason the old lady who ran that laundromat didn't like people coming in if they weren't there to do laundry. Actually, now that I think about it, that still pisses me off. Like, they always had the newest stuff at that laundromat, like NBA Jam, Mortal Kombat, I think they were the first place around here to have Tekken. But like, why would you get all the newest, best games if you don't want people to come and play games just to do laundry? Makes no sense. But anyway, the point is that despite the fact that I only played it once or twice, it stuck with me for years because there's just something about the spectacle of it. Like, obviously it was completely broken, objectively not that great of a game, something you would never find at a tournament. But it leaves an impression on you, especially when you're a kid. But that machine was basically gone as fast as it showed up, and anybody else who hadn't seen it with their own eyes that I would tell about it, they would either think I was full of shit, or that I was talking about Street Fighter 2 Turbo. But it wasn't Turbo, and I knew what I saw, but eventually years passed, and I kind of just forgot all about it. It wasn't until years later when I was looking for MAME ROMs that I happened to come across something titled Street Fighter 2 Rainbow Edition. As soon as I saw that name, the memories of that machine came back to me, and I knew that that had to be the game I played, and sure enough, it was. And after I knew the name, I looked it up and found out that this, of course, wasn't some obscure Queens, New York exclusive. Tons of people around the world played this exact same version of Street Fighter. But what exactly was this game, and where did it come from? If you look at the title screen of Street Fighter 2 Rainbow Edition, you see the logo that has rainbow colors, which is where it gets its name from. But it still just says that it's made by Capcom, and there's no physical branding from another company on the machines or any of the hardware. But if you look inside the code of Street Fighter 2 Rainbow Edition, you'll find a hidden line that says, distributed by Hongxi Enterprises in Taiwan. But with that in mind, I think it's safe to say that the old lady at the laundromat who didn't want gamers in there wasn't going to Taiwan in search of the finest Street Fighter 2 secret versions. So how does a game like that wind up there? As it turns out, Street Fighter 2 Rainbow Edition wasn't its own standalone machine. Rather, it was a simple modification to the already existing Champion Edition hardware. Essentially, this was the very first ROM hack that a lot of us ever encountered, and amazingly, didn't make the characters naked or wearing clan robes. And changing a standard Champion Edition machine to a Rainbow Edition machine was a very simple process. Because the chips containing the game is fully socketed, all a person needed to do was pop out the old Champion Edition ones and pop in the new Rainbow Edition. Don't even need to solder anything. And in addition to how easy it was to convert a vanilla Champion Edition board to a Rainbow Edition board, counterfeiting was also rampant. Because Street Fighter 2 was such a runaway success, Capcom just couldn't keep up with the demand for more machines. And it's believed that at some point there were several times more fake Street Fighter 2 machines out there than legitimate ones. And this became such an issue that Capcom started placing ads about it in trade magazines. The success of Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition has sent counterfeiters scurrying to make an easy profit using Capcom's proprietary, copyrighted, and trademarked material by manufacturing, selling, or operating counterfeit versions of our game. Counterfeit in this case means any Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition PC boards, parts of PC boards, chips, graphics, or other items containing our proprietary material that did not originate from Capcom. Counterfeits are illegal to make, illegal to sell, illegal to operate. Counterfeiting hurts our entire industry. It stifles the research and development necessary to produce top quality products. If someone offers you a deal too good to be true on the Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition, it probably is. It's very likely that Rainbow Edition machines weren't found in obscure places because the owners were looking for the ROM hack. Instead, it's likely that they were simply offered Rainbow Edition machines at a cheaper deal than a legitimate Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition machine. Eventually, Capcom would work internationally to crack down on these counterfeits and hacks with some degrees of success. Although Hung Shi was never named specifically by Capcom, it's likely that they were one of the operations shut down by the Taiwanese police. But that's not where the story of Street Fighter Rainbow Edition ends. In fact, the existence of Street Fighter 2 Rainbow Edition likely changed the entire trajectory of fighting game history. Meet James Goddard. James Goddard was a hardcore Street Fighter 2 fan who became so involved in the community that popped up around the game that he wound up running the first officially sanctioned tournament. And running this tournament was the beginning of a working relationship with Capcom. This relationship would eventually bring James to the development side of the games industry, and he was the one who pitched the idea for Champion Edition. Considering the overwhelming success of Champion Edition, and I believe to this day it's still the most successful Street Fighter game, if James had something to say to Capcom, they would listen. And this put him in a unique position when the hacks of his game started to circulate. He visited an arcade in San Jose, California to give this game a shot. He hated it. Rainbow Edition came out, the Taiwanese ROM upgrade with all the crazy fireballs in the air and the helicopter kicks working in the air, just everything broken. Super fast, super broken. We started hearing how these things are getting installed and operators are earning money off of them, but we're not getting any of the action. So I go down to, I don't know, Galaxy Arcade, I think it was in San Jose. I go and I take a look at this Rainbow Edition, I spend a good 4 hours playing it, looking at it and going, man, this is just garbage. On one hand, it's kind of like, woo, look at these crazy ass fireballs in the air. And on the other hand, it's just like, but it's so unbalanced. It wasn't until he went and played the original Champion Edition again that he revised his stance. I sit down to play against my coworker Joel Pambit, and the weirdest thing happens. He picks Guile, I pick Zangief, I go to play, and oh my god, the game felt like it was underwater. I had just spent the last 4 to 6 hours playing Rainbow Edition at 25% speed increase, so Champion Edition felt like shit. It was so slow. For the next 2 hours, I could not shake that, and it threw my timing off. It was just kind of this oh my god moment where I went, the real threat of Rainbow Edition is not all the fireballs in the air and the craziness. The threat is the speed is addicting, and it changes everything. James wrote a report about these games that he sent to Capcom and eventually pitched the idea that would turn into Street Fighter 2 Turbo. And at first he was met with tons of resistance. Capcom just did not want to make this game. The Japanese developers felt that speeding up the gameplay would completely ruin the timing and the balance. They felt that it would change Street Fighter from a game of reacting to your opponent's choices to trying to predict what they're going to do ahead of time. Furthermore, since James was a Zangief fan, they thought that he was just biased and wanted to speed the game up to make his slow character overpowered. But after some arguing, Capcom decided to just give James's idea a shot. So they ran a playtest with a modified sped up version of Champion Edition. Capcom Japan was really mortified when Turbo in Japan was super popular. There was a playtest where we showed up and there were kids freaking out, and that was kind of the end of the controversy. They just let me do what I wanted to do after that because it worked out. Despite their initial misgivings, the Japanese developers simply could not deny the success of James's suggestions, and thus Street Fighter 2 Turbo was born. And even though it was little more than a slightly upgraded Champion Edition, that was the game that introduced fighting game fans to the kind of fast-paced action that we've come to expect, especially from the Street Fighter series. As great and as classic as the original Street Fighter 2 games were, if you go back and play them today, they really do feel like James described, like you're underwater. And there's a chance that nothing would have changed were it not for a group of opportunistic Taiwanese hackers.
When Harvest Moon came out, I never would have expected that it would become one of my favorite games of the 16-bit era. I think I picked it up because it bore a superficial resemblance to the 16-bit J.
Ko je to Milan? A što si ga napušio? A igrat ću ja s vama. Hoćete li?
Tu je.
A neće.
Kaže
Čemu?
očajno.
Pa očajno igraš, Nenad.
Ma ne, nego Milan.
Pa-
Očeži.
A nema vremena da se healuje. Kad svi nose Sparks pištolj ili uppercut, on nema vremena da se heala. Ne treba ti ni shotgun da ubiješ neko. Jesu Domine, dolore se tije.
RPGs that were my favorite thing at the time. But unlike those games, it was completely unconcerned with saving the world. You just live your life as a humble farmer, plant some turnips, meet a nice girl from the village and marry her. It stood out from the pack by being a fun, engrossing, and downright addictive experience that you didn't fight or kill anything in. But what if you said, forget about all this wholesomeness, and you said, yeah, you know what, let's throw in a little bit of killing. But according to an old internet rumor that's resurfaced somewhat recently, such a game does exist. But we can't seem to find it, and a lot of you have been messaging me about this game, so for today's episode of Gaming Mysteries, let's take a look at the evil farming game. Never in the history of this channel have I received so many messages and emails to cover a single topic. Except, you know, maybe Chris Chan, but I'm never gonna make a Chris Chan video. These messages spoke of a farming game like Harvest Moon, but with a twist. You have to kill your wife and hide her body from the police. And now, this is a story that's evolved a lot in the time since I started working on the video about it. In that time, my friend Nexpo made a video including this story, and it greatly signal boosted search. This led to a lot of new leads, and I imagine that by the time I'm done editing this video, there's going to be even more information about it, but I want to get out what we know so far. The earliest instance that I've seen of someone talking about this online is on r/TiffMyJoystick in April of 2013. Sparta 213. This game was kind of like Harvest Moon. I know almost nothing about this game. All I can remember is that it's kind of like Harvest Moon, but with a dark twist. The game starts out with you and your wife. One night, you get into a fight and you end up stabbing her to death. Now the game revolves around you farming to stay alive while trying to keep the town from finding out about the incident that happened. Every now and again, the cops come to search your house and you have to hire a corpse. Now, reading this, my gut instinct is that this was a Flash game, you know, something that you would find on Newgrounds. And a few other people in the thread had this thought, but Sparta 213 added an edit. I have no recollection of what console this game was for or when it came out. I know that it was released after 2000. I know this is so vague, but it's really hard to remember something you forgot. Also, it had to be before mid to early 2015. Graphics were not 3D. I'm 100% sure it wasn't a browser game. Now, I've never played this game, but it sounds cool as fuck, and it sounds like something I would really want to play. And others felt the same, as it was a very highly upvoted post, and a mod stickied it to the top of the subreddit, and people began to get some more leads from Sparta 213. Oh my god, that's pretty intense. What was it for? PC? PlayStation? And was it modern or from a long time ago? After the year 2000, I believe, but definitely before 2016. Do you at least remember if you were ever in high school or college when you played this game? That might help round down the timeline. When you said it definitely wasn't a browser game and it was made after 2000, what made you jump to those conclusions? Well, I can remember that it wasn't as browser game, it was too high quality for that, and it was made after 2000 because I don't think that society would have been okay with something like that. I also just have this sort of gut feeling that it was after 2000. Are you sure farming was the focus of the game? Yeah, I am. Why did you have
Što na drugi kraj mape?
Nothing in particular, just keeping the possibilities open.
I sad vi trebate čitati kao idioti preko čitave mape.
Might have been was called Wild Season was a 2015 farming game that was presented a bit like a more mature Harvest Moon. However, it contained no such murder plot. There was also the suggestion of speed plot.
Više ćeš para dobiti za to nego za bounty. Bounty je smešan.
Other users suggested that it might have been an RPG Maker game, which definitely seems like something that might be possible. Granted, no RPG Maker game could ever top Tamers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Sonic-styled RPG.
This is the prophecy of rotten darkness. Let's get down to business.
Another user suggested that perhaps it was all just a dream. At this point, the most likely origin of this game is your dreams. It's the exact sort of thing the average dream will create. Something you enjoy / think about in real life, Harvest Moon, crossed with a terrible incident you have to suffer through in guilt while nobody around you actively notices and are just generally probably suspicious of you. Everyone has the guilt feeling. This looks like yours. You probably mix it up with real life, as everyone does sometimes. With how odd it is and how much actual gameplay and art they'd have to create to get it off the ground, I highly doubt anyone actually made this. And while I do agree that this is an awful lot of work for something that would presumably have been a free project by an indie dev, the dream explanation doesn't really pan out for me. I've definitely had dreams that put me in an unlikely situation in a video game world that I was familiar with, but nothing that was ever so believable or realistic, or even that much felt like a video game that I would bring it out with me into the real world and think it was real. I always feel like my dreams personally are a lot less coherent than people describe their dreams as being, though, so maybe that's just me. Either way, the dream explanation would seem a bit more unlikely. As a couple of years later, AMA would come looking for a very similar game. There was this game I used to have downloaded in about 2006, before I upgraded my computer and lost it. It was a farming Stardew Valley style of game, where you murder your wife, and then you try and pretend you never killed her. And that was the whole game. Keep farming and make sure no one finds out you killed her. There was a fishing minigame, and I specifically remember fishing up evidence of your wife's murder, and then you pass out. Another user was quick to point out the thread from all those years back. This is one of the top posts of all time on the sub, and it remains unanswered. So it probably wasn't a dream then. Maybe OP can provide us with more details than the old post. Oh wow, I thought I was the only one. Not mentioned in that post was the pixel art gameplay and weird cutscenes in a different art style. It was downloaded off some shoddy indie dev's website that also had a ton of graphic live leak style videos to download. The name was so out there that I can't think of what it was. It might have started with Ash and then kept going, but that might have been another site. And while it's possible that David Spade AMA simply went back to the tip of my joystick archive and decided to start a wild goose chase, it seems a little unlikely to me. It's just such an obscure thing to try and be back and turn into a whole internet thing. He also addressed the RPG Maker question. What graphical and era details can you add? Also, do you know if it was an RPG Maker game? Was it a standalone game? Did you download off the web? It was not an RPG Maker game, and I do think it was freeware, downloaded off the web and not a physical disc. It was its own game, downloaded off what I think was the developer's website, and there was a ton of messed up stuff on the website, like r/watch people die type stuff. It had a weird art style. I remember the game Y2K is what made me think of it. It was pixel art during gameplay, but had cutscenes too, which I don't remember if they were voiced. The question of the game Escape Land was brought up once again, and while David Spade said this wasn't the game, he did say that the cutscenes might have resembled the graphical style. A lot of people at this point wound up comparing this story to the Candle Code creepypasta. To put it briefly, the Candle Code creepypasta played itself out over the course of a forum thread. In the thread, various users recalled details about a creepy TV show named Candle Code. The fact that it was a creepy children's show and people couldn't seem to find it was central to this story. Personally, I can't help but think that if that were the case with this story, there would have been more specific details by now. But really all we had at this point was a vague overview of the plot and the game mechanics. David Spade AMA denied this claim and said it was definitely not something that was either for children or pretending to be for children. Another game was suggested in this thread as well, a game called Reap and Sow by Snow. David Spade AMA didn't respond to this suggestion, but let's take a look at the game Reap and Sow. Reap and Sow is an RPG Maker game that does combine farming gameplay with other elements. However, these elements do not include the murder of your wife or hiding the body from the police. Instead, the game involves you going into a creepy dream world at night where the crops that you farmed can help your gameplay. It seems like a really cool game, but it's not this game. The search for this game would heat up once again later that month in December of 2018, when someone posted, and longtime viewers of my channel are gonna groan when I say this, so get ready. A Redditor claimed that he had this game on his old laptop, but the laptop wouldn't boot up. You see, the hard drive on the laptop was messed up and needed to be recovered. Avoiding the police after killing your wife, living a normal life. Hi all, first time hosting. Today I found my old laptop, but sadly it won't boot up. But it brought back some great memories, particularly a game I'm about to describe. So at the start of the game, you killed your wife, but after that, you just lived as a normal managing your farm. However, it had a twist. The police could come at any time and find the body, so you had to constantly be wary and move the body. The laptop was built in 2001, and I bought a new one in 2003, so it would have been between that time. It wasn't a browser game, and I think I may have gotten it from uTorrent, but cannot remember TBH. Hope this is enough info, and many thanks. Commenters gave suggestions on how to recover the data, how to fix the hard drive, blah 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 blah. You know how the story goes. But let's just see where it went. Edit. Many thanks to all those offering to recover my hard drive. I'm actually in the UK and a lot of the offers seem to be from the US. My local computer store opens Wednesday, 2nd January, so I'm going to take it in to see if they can get it to boot up. Many thanks again. It's very kind of you all. Edit. Laptop checked in earlier today. Quite busy, but should have an update Friday. Final edit. Sad news. The laptop is bugging. The dampness / moisture of the storage I placed it in is knackered at all. Any final suggestions? Edit. I am retrieving quotes from professional data recovery firms. Update. The platter of the hard drive was damp and it's been deemed unrecoverable. I'm really sorry to have built hopes up. I'm sure you are. In this thread came a number of new suggestions. So at the time this was posted, if you Googled "far game where you kill your wife," you'd get a game called Moirai. If you do that search now, you get Stardew Valley, which is really funny to me, but the game is definitely not Stardew Valley. So Moirai is a defunct mystery game which does take place in a farm village. You're searching for a missing person in a cave and you find them dying, and when you encounter them, you can choose to either let them live or to put them out of their misery. Although it is a farm game that potentially involves murder, you don't kill your wife, you don't hide the body, and the police don't look for you. Also, it was made in 2016, it was 3D, and looks nothing like Harvest Moon or Stardew Valley. So that's the end of that lead. And now, this right here is probably where I would have ended the video had Nexpo not put his out. Thanks to the video that Nexpo put out, there's a lot more eyes on this search now, and there's a lot of new leads. All of the evidence that's known so far has been collected on a new subreddit, r/thatevilfarming group. One of these new leads involves a Redditor named Westy3. It was back in April that Westy3 had made a post on r/tipofmyjoystick looking for this same game. It also had a few more details about how your wife is killed. So I vaguely remember a game located in a farm, I think so. You had a wife, but in like the first 10 minutes of the game you had to either stab her, kill her, or drown her. Maybe there was also an electrocuting outcome, but I'm not sure. Stabbing was also straightforward. You stabbed your wife, hit the body. All the other, however, the police came to investigate and you had to tell them lies to get them away. After that, you would go on with your normal life, do work, etc. However, at any given time, the police could investigate again for the body. I think there was a big story/action scene afterwards, but I can't remember after a certain amount of time. Since I probably stopped playing since I was a kid back in the day, I hope this is enough to go by. One interesting detail about this post now is that he mentioned a drowning scenario, and remember, one of the other posters mentioned a cutscene where you find evidence in the lake. But this still didn't get as much further in the search, and most of the comments were just kind of like, oh, this again? But after the release of Nexpo's video, some Redditors decided to try and contact some of the original OPs who made these posts. And a Redditor named Zoran Va managed to get in contact with Westy3. Hey, I wanted to ask a quick question about the mysterious farming game about killing your wife. Sure. Do you remember if it was a downloadable game or maybe a ROM hack for another game for an emulator? Many of us are still trying to find this game. Downloadable 100%. Okay, thank you very much. By the way, I'm going to my uncle next week to get the game. Holy shit, really? Yes. Was it on a disc, or perhaps a USB flash drive? Hard drive on his laptop, I believe. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got yet another hard drive in play. There's no talk yet of this one being buggered, but as of the recording of this video, he hasn't gotten back with the laptop. Another Redditor named IvyLeaf33 collected some of the more informative comments on Expo's video. There's a bunch that you can see on r/thatevil farming game, but I want to focus on the ones that have what I think are the most promising leads. One of the leads pertains to the word Ash in the edgy website that was mentioned in the older Reddit post. Okay, it might be a stretch, but in 2008 to 2011, there was a shock site that was popular in my region, Balkans, that had a URL like Ashen Remains or Ashen Remains. It hosted metal songs, if I recall, and had shock videos of murders with metal music in the background. It was hosted with a Swedish or Russian domain, I think, and it wasn't a .com domain. It also had an abundance of ads. But lining up with the Reddit posts, it did have downloadable games which were indie developments. I remember playing a really cool monster truck game and a Mortal Kombat fan game. Hope this helps. Edit. A friend of mine told me that it's most likely Ash and Bones. The name Ash and Bones to me seems to trigger some kind of vague memory, but I don't really recall it clearly, and nobody on Reddit has been able to find either this website or an archive of it. A few other commenters pointed to it potentially being on a disc that was included with a gaming magazine. This was a really common practice at the time, and I used to love getting those discs in the mail. One commenter suggested that they played this game on a disc they got from PC Gamer. Another commenter suggested that they were from Austria and played this game from a German magazine. As a result, a number of Redditors are currently pouring through German game magazines and PC magazines of the time. There was even a user, Aaron2005X, who had a gigantic archive of German demo discs. Another Redditor named Zeri discovered a complete online archive of a German computer magazine, Computer Brain. People are currently looking through these archives, but as of now, no one has found the game in them. Finally, literally as I was about to go record this video, there was another new post by a Redditor named S.Reject. He had a different account of this game that raises a few questions. Full disclosure, Nexpo's video brought me here. Make of it what you will. I have been searching for a game since at least 2010 that aligns here perfectly with the details given in previous posts. The consistency. The game was created no later than 2004. I had it on a laptop prior to getting my first tower in Christmas of 2004. The game came from an Shady Free Game website. Sorry, I don't remember the site. Ash doesn't strike a nerve. The game is isometric 2D top-down, Zelda A Link to the Past style player view. There's a cutscene upon starting a new game in which you murder everyone. There's a cutscene at the start of each day that progressively explains the backstory. I don't remember much about it other than a sour relationship. You spend the gameplay moving the corpse between field plots while avoiding police coming into contact with it. Details that have not been mentioned in relation to the game I'm searching for. The game had reap in the title. Reaped, the reaping, reap what you sow, something along those lines. Images are low quality pixel art, something you might see created in MS Paint. Cutscenes are single spread textless comic/storyboard style images. The layout is a farmhouse/barn on the left, 2x2 of square garden plots in the center, and a road on the right. The screen doesn't scroll. Farming is not the mechanic on display within the game. You use the corpse to fertilize crops in an attempt to decompose the body. If you under or over fertilize a plot, the plants will die and the plot becomes useless. Cops will come at random times to search the field. You must shoo them away from the field with the corpse. Likewise, you must not be holding the body if the cops stop and talking. As days progress, the win condition is to fully decompose the body. Details that conflict with other testimonies. There is no official outside of the start screen and cutscenes. The only other screen was the layout explained above. The focus was not on managing crops. It was a story device towards decomposing the body. There was planting and harvesting
Pazi.
that you didn't gain directly from it. The game had little to no text outside of the start screen that I
Tu je,
recall,
gori.
so it would be hard to use.
Digni me, digni me.
And there's few things we have to consider here. For starters, he said reap, which immediately makes you think back to that game Reap and Sow. But once again, that conflicts with the game he's describing, and when people showed him Reap and Sow, he said, no, that's not the game. That being said, if this game does exist, I'd be willing to bet money that the title does in fact include the word reap. It's the perfect word to describe a game that combines farming and murder. A farmer reaps crops, but the personification of death is the Grim Reaper. It's incredible wordplay. You'd be stupid not to have the word in your title. And the contradicting elements of the story that he pointed out also make me think back to a theory that a few other posters have. Perhaps there's either two versions of the game, or people are conflating two different games. Although the original post claimed that this was definitely not a browser game, a number of people said they swear they played this on either Newgrounds or Conquer game. It wouldn't be completely unheard of for a Flash game to be made and then a more fleshed out, fully developed version to come out. But as of now, this is all the information we have about this game, and as the story develops, I'll keep you updated.
This video is sponsored by Raycon. I've had my Raycon earbuds for a few years now, and I still use them all the time. Listen to music or podcasts while traveling or working out. Amazing quality whether you want to pump up or wind down. With the holiday season approaching, they'd be great for anyone on your list, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. The Raycons are available in 5 stylish colors, so you can pick the perfect color for everyone you're shopping for. And with free shipping and returns, gifting is easier than ever. Just click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/win and use code HOLIDAY for 50% off your order. The evil farming has been found.
Jebem mater, jebem u igri serveru i sve mu jebem mu ja u pisu. Jebem mu kasu mater, bre, idi musra.
Long answer. Kind of, but not really. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I recommend
Jebote, ne možemo dobiti jednu jebenu partiju.
But in short, there was an old video game similar to Harvest Moon.
Bre, ovo je
This
više
one involves
smešno.
killing your wife and hiding her body from the police while you go about your day farming. So for today's episode of Tales from the Internet, let's take a look at the game that people
Ubiju
thought
nas igrači koji su tek počeli da igraju igru. Jebote život, znači smešno, majke. Znači, baš treba da pravimo debelu pauzu, godišnju pauzu
The
treba da
thing that I've
napravimo.
noticed sometimes about these lost media surges is that what happens a lot is
ja ne znam
they'll
šta
run out of
igram
steam
ovo
and then
godine,
all of a
ko
sudden
debil.
someone will come to the
Ma,
community brand new
ovo
and
je
they'll just
nov
inject the
account.
community full momentum once again. In the case of the evil
Still
farming
account.
game, it was a Redditor named Simone Broom, username Plumpdev, who just knew that she played this game before and had to get involved in the search. It begins with a post she made on May 1st to our
Ja rekao 30% ljudi su čiteri koji igraju
I
Hunt.
played this game sometime between 2015
Ne moraš mi vjerovati.
and 2016. So, I've played this game, and it frustrates me to no avail that I can't find the site I downloaded it from. Around 2015, I only had a shitty little laptop that, at best, could play Binding of Isaac Evo. So I would download games from game sites. This is where I downloaded it. The site was not hidden or obscure in any way. It would be the top results of either freeware games, free PC games, or amended ones. These were the 3 search terms I used to find games. One of the sites I am 80% sure I used is freepcgames.com. A site I might have used is this, freegamesdl.com. The site I actually downloaded the game from looked more similar to the latest site, but it was much more simple. Mostly white with no banners or the like. Every category would be listed on the left side, and the content would be listed as separate blogs listed on the right. The site was not a piracy site. It was a site offering legally free games. It is not Moirai. Moirai was released after I had played that game by quite a lot of time. I was trying to become an indie game dev at the time. On Twitter. I remember when Moirai came out and all the buzz it created among game journalists who reported on indie games. For the game itself, I remember very little. I remember that the game had barely any instructions and that I didn't really get it. It was not an advanced game. I know people compare it to Harvest Moon, but that is giving the game way too much credit.
It was a very
Za nekromanstra treba 69. level, 70.
invert in color and make staticky sounds.
Toliko o
The
tome.
one thing I remember quite clearly is that the
Ovo je
fishing
naš,
portion
ovo je
was
naš i preveliki MMR.
like
Ovo,
side-scroll view,
da može na
one
ovome
view
čovjek da
as a
stane
very
i tra
close
preko
side
ove.
view.
Niko od
I
nas
don't have
nije
anything to
preko
add to the
ovoga.
gameplay that has not already been said. However, what I remember
Niko,
vividly
ovo
is
je
the site I
previše,
downloaded,
ovo je preveliki MMR
which is
za
what
našu
I wanted to
vrstu.
share. For 6 hours, I've been searching for the site I used, and even searching through sites that look similar enough, but to my frustration, I have not found it. She would go on to create mock-ups of what she remembered. She made one of the fishing side game, and she made one of the sites she found the game on,
To je
noting that
razlog
it was a
ovakvog
simple
igranja,
blog
što me smara
format with
više
direct
ovakve
downloads to the games. And she
Igram,
also
brate,
posted a
nešto
pixel art of
drugo
a
i
farmer that was
čimam,
similar to what she
Rekao si da se sviđa
She also
Destiny 2.
mentioned that at some point you pulled up a crappy pixelated foot that belonged to the dead.
Nije da mi se sviđa, ali dobra igra.
Nisi toliko napred kao kad ovo...
Simone would spend 14 hours the next day trying to figure out what site she got it from. This included not just regular Google searches and things like that, but also checking sites like sitelike.org, which would give you sites that aren't normally listed on Google. She would then take these sites and go to the Internet Archive and see how these sites would have looked around the time she found the game. But she couldn't find the site, so she decided to take on a more brute force approach, entailing simply going through tons and tons of different online games. One by one, she went through games on sites like darkhorrorgames.com, every single horror game that was on GameJolt up to 2017, as well as doing similar searches on itch.io and Newgrounds. She recalled that in my original video, someone in the comments section had mentioned a game called Ashes to Ashes. And although there was a game on Moby Games with that title, it was a shooter that would definitely not be it. There was a game that turned up called And You Will Be Fit for More Than Ashes that caught her attention, but that didn't seem to be it either. Since a lot of people claimed that they'd seen Markiplier play this game at some point, she went through his whole back catalog to no avail, as well as John Wolf, who mainly plays horror games. She had already put in an absurd amount of hours into the search, noting that she had no day job and nothing but free time to look for this game. And on that note, a couple days later, she would make another similar posts with more websites and more games, including which did come up in the initial search. And she noted that this particular game is similar enough to some people's description of it that it's very likely that a lot of different people are remembering different games and kind of combining them into this one blob. And the more the search goes on, the more I think that this is probably true. At this point, she had also gone back to Markiplier and John Wolf's catalogs, looking from their very first videos up to videos 3 years ago, and then going to do the same with Jacksepticeye. The only game that didn't briefly gave her pause, though, was one game that Jacksepticeye played in 2013, a game entitled My Only. It's a pixel art game where you kill your wife, but that's pretty much where it's going to end. She also took notice of the thumbnail of the game called Don't Escape. Although this is not the game, she said that the thumbnail reminded her of the thumbnail from this game. Although she knows that her memory of this might not be perfect, so don't think she will farm games thumbnail look exactly like this, but rather just kind of triggered a memory and so she put it there in case it does in someone else. At this point, I can only imagine the sheer mass of indie games throughout the years that she was exposed to in this search. And she commented on that at the end of the second research post. As a final note, during my search, I found many games that are lost to time. Games that only have a mention and a screenshot to it, with the dev long moved on and no current social media. But personally, I find the journey fascinating. I get to see games I've not seen in 15 years, games I've never seen before, and that might be gone in a few years. Even if I don't find the game I am looking for, I appreciate the experience. But it was her next post that would be the most consequential. The post that would bring a flood of messages to my inbox saying that the mystery had been solved. May 10th, 2021. I found it. It's called The Red Sun Sets Over the Fields of Grain. It's an app game. It was removed from the App Store at one point for violating their respective terms of service. That is why it was so hard to find and why so few have played it. For over a week, I've spent 14 hours every day searching for it, but I finally found it. I am a very tired one, but a happy one. So let's take a look at this game.
bre,
A pričaš i posle,
ne znate, stiki, nijedan put u životu nisam bossa promašio, Bot je život, bre.
s tobom to je mašin. Kad gorike s tobom to je mašin.
As the developers described this game, it
Je
was
to neko suever, je šta? Sljedeći put se uvati za testi se kad bacaš.
life on the farm. It's not as simple.
Ja boće prišao bossa, ne mi bacim stiki noga.
Life appears to carry on as normal.
Jebam se samo krenuo na njega i potiču nije.
Gdje na mene? Na koga mene? Ja nisam ušao u boss versi, luti!
Ali bio si ispred vraći si bio.
Evo ti ljudi, šta?
O, ljudi.
Šta? Zakaj će igra na mene, šta?
Aj, Nenade, zabagovan, šta ti nije jasno?
The red sun sets,
Okrenuo se
pushes
samo na
its
njega i
users to
otiču na
carry
njega.
the burden of the main character,
Ajde bre, dve
establishing a
stikice.
strong link between the player
Ja
and
ovo,
the
ja
character
ne,
that the player
ja po
controls.
sve neću igram.
Made
Ovo je
36
smešno
hours
šta
at
radi.
Carl Hex 2015,
Jebote,
Carleton
ko
College.
debili ginemo ovdje bre. Stikica se ne zna u boss.
Could not actually be
Bot je život,
at least not from the App Store for violating a litany of Apple
Bra,
rules.
pucam sad u njega da dođu ljudi i da nas izjeb. To je to, bre.
Unfortunately, this app violates several of Apple's app approval guidelines, such as, and these are direct quotes, if your app is plain creepy, it may not be accepted. If your app was cobbled together in a few days, it likely will not be accepted. We will reject apps for any content or behavior that we believe is over the line. What line, you ask? Well, as a Supreme Court justice once said, I'll know it when I see it. And we think that you will also know it when you cross it. Apps portraying realistic images of people or animals being killed or maimed, shot, stabbed, tortured, or injured will be rejected. Apps that present excessively objectionable or crude content will be rejected. Apps that are primarily designed to upset or disgust users will be rejected. Thus, the app will never make it onto the App Store in its current state. And this is something worth noting here because although it might seem at first that the app was taken down from the store so only a small amount of people played it, it's more likely that this app was never on the App Store to begin with. Meaning that the only people who would have ever played it are people close to the developer or somehow involved in this school. And if you want to play it, the developer uploaded the files and the instructions on how to recompile it and play it on your iPhone. Honestly though, it's a bit above my head and I couldn't do it. And a few people in the comments tried to as well, but couldn't seem to do it. And one user, Showtoony, noted that the code was so old that they would have had to download another program to transfer it over and then be able to play it, and that process just didn't seem to be working out. However, another user, Stardews, pulled the game's image assets and uploaded them to an imager gallery. And these images reveal the story of the game. Apparently, it begins when you walk in and find your wife cheating on you. The guy sits up on bed and looks at you and you kill him. Nothing crazy, but pretty graphic for this kind of picture. Also in the art files, for some reason, a spaceship. And also a painting of a guy who kind of looks like him. That being said, there's also a few things that don't quite match up to me. Gameplay-wise, it doesn't seem to resemble Harvest Moon at all, outside of it being a farming game. The menus and whatnot remind me a bit more of like a lemonade stand type thing. It appears to me that you allocate your resources a certain way and then you just let them do what they're gonna do. And once again, as I said before, it's very unlikely that this game was ever actually in the App Store or played by anybody outside of the developer circle. But that being said, it is kind of strange how strikingly similar this game is to what was described. Some people thought maybe even that the developer made this game as a response to the search for the game, but it was actually made before Sparta 213 ever made his first post. Sparta 213, of course, being the first person to post that he was looking for this game, and who would a day later come to this thread to respond. It breaks my heart to say that this isn't what I remember, and I've never owned an iPhone. That being said, this is the absolute closest thing that anyone has found, and there is a very real chance that this could be it, and that I have false or unintentionally fabricated memories. I am shocked at how similar the two really are. Very, very good investigative skills. You found something that, to my knowledge, nobody else has after years of searching, and that in and of itself is a feat that I was beginning to think was impossible. Many kudos to you. And after Sparta responded, Simone updated her post saying that she might have jumped the gun. Edit, I think there are multiple games that people confuse for the EFG. I'm not done searching. Edit. I got too excited yesterday and declared this game as the game too soon. I had just taken my sleeping aid and was about to fall asleep while doing some last-minute research on my phone before bed when I found the game. Got a bit too excited, didn't think about the title too much, I apologize. I should have clarified that through my research, I've come to the conclusion that we're not looking for one single game, but multiple. People's descriptions vary sometimes drastically and contradict one another. For example, in Sparta's data qualifications that I made, he states that the game he played was focused primarily on farming and was very story-heavy and had a village and villagers. Basically, it was a long-play RPG farming game. But the game I remember, and many others remember, was a vaporware-style arcade game where you try to hide the body and avoid the police in a more Looney Tunes-style gameplay, with little to no text or additional characters. Basically, a short play arcade game. These things cannot be true at once. Or at least, not within reasonable doubt. I don't think the search is over, but we have found a corner piece to the puzzle, and can now start mapping out a frame of EFG games. And I think the multiple evil farming games theory is most likely true. There's probably one very specific game that Sparta is remembering, and that some of the people who also remember it are remembering, but it's very possible that a lot of people who think they remember Sparta's game are remembering a different game, or one of many other games. Because you have to think, when the original Harvest Moon came out for SNES, it was notable for the fact that it was an RPG with no violence. I mean, in any other game that resembled it at the time, basically the object was, you know, you hit things until they die, and you do that until you get stronger so you can make things die better. Surely there were a lot of indie devs that had that thought in the project. So it's basically a certainty that there were many evil Harvest Moon type games that existed. In any case, we're going to continue this search over the next few days. Searching things like developer forums, school projects, abandonware sites, ROM hack sites, fan sites, obscure game reviews, and listing games of note you come across such as Dear Red, Wishbone, and Harvest Moon parody Cold Blooded. Ultimately though, at this point Simone had been putting several 14-hour days into this search. And although she kept on finding more and more interesting little things, she wasn't finding the thing. And at this point, she was gearing up for university to start, so the search had to come to a close. But there's still one more lead left for her to look into. And I wish I could see the look on her face when I say this. There's a hard drive. There's always a hard drive. The hard drive on her shitty old laptop that she had mentioned at the very beginning. She still has it, however, it needs one part to work once again. A replacement USB SATA bridge. As of me making this video, she has found the part that she needs and has ordered it from eBay. However, as she's noted, because she lives in Sweden and has ordered it from the US, it may take as long as 2 months for it to actually get to her. And when it does get to her, there's no guarantee that this was the only thing wrong with the drive. But if it does work, and that game is still on the hard drive, this mystery could very well be solved. And if that game is on there, it'll be really interesting to see whether or not it matches up with the original game Sparta 213 remembered, or for that matter, any of the other people who came around in time since and thought they remembered this game. I think it's extremely likely that if she does have this game on the hard drive, some people are going to be like, yeah, that is the game, and some people are still going to be looking for a different game. And when this does happen, I will keep you updated. But that's all for now. Thank you to Simone for putting such a ridiculous amount of time and work into the search. The evil farming game has been found. No, for real this time, no fake out. But there is a catch. You see, as it turns out, the evil farming game wasn't actually a game after all. Rather, this was a very specific piece of content that Sparta 213, the original poster, was remembering. And after this piece of content was found, he did confirm that this is it. I can already hear the rattling of the torches and the pitchforks. As always though, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I recommend you watch my first videos on this topic. But to summarize, people remember there being a game like Harvest Moon, except instead of merely tending to your crops, you killed your wife and hide her body from the police, all the while still maintaining your farm. The search has been going on for several years, and that brings us to today. It's only been 2 days since the release of my last update video on the evil farming game. It's been about 1.5 years since I made my first video on the topic, and since then the channel has grown significantly, bringing a lot more eyes to the search this time. And sure enough, this lost media winning streak we've been on this channel continues. This time, it was a viewer named Aqueous Snake. After having watched this last video, Aqueous Snake remembered something. On June 6, 2015, Vinesauce Joel, Varg Skeletor, streamed a game called Global Defense Force. At some point during the stream, Joel was talking about games his friends used to rent, one of which being the Nintendo 64 game Body Harvest. He remarked that the game was great, but the name was weird. He says it makes him think of Body Harvest Moon, like if there was a Harvest Moon game with corpses. So he starts to riff on this idea of Body Harvest Moon.
Harvest Moon, it's just regular Harvest Moon with your wife, and midway in the game you have an argument with your wife, and you accidentally kill her with like a I don't know, like a saw blade. No, fuck it. You kill her with like a barbecue kebab rack. You impale her accidentally, and you're like, oh shit, I didn't do that. And at the same time, as you gotta rescue, you gotta manage your farm, raise your chickens and milk the cows. You also gotta hide the body from the cops sometimes, from health security checks, and yeah.
This bit from the stream would then get clipped by a YouTuber named Kuskol, who would create an animation over Joel's narration, dramatizing what the game might look like. This stream occurred 1 year before the original post made by Sparta213 looking for the farming game. Aqueous Snake would then post this animation to the farming game Discord. With Joel's clip being so similar to what was being looked for, it quickly made an impact. Simone Brun, who you'll remember from the last video, made a post to the subreddit about the animation, saying that she's sure she's heard this clip before. She realized that she had come across it around the time that Sparta made his first post in 2016. Someone else who was looking for the game had posted it to Twitter. And whatever game it was that Simone has on that broken hard drive, she believes she found around the time she was looking for the game back then. At the time, she had mostly stuck to small circles on Twitter and was kind of disconnected from the Reddit search. She believed that people were looking for a Vinesauce fan game based on this concept. Based on the Vinesauce fan game theory, user PM Me Your Ears made a post in the Vinesauce subreddit checking if there's any knowledge of such a thing in their community. The only response came from a user named Crush3000 who suggested that perhaps people had heard this clip and it implanted the memory of the game in people. After all, memory could be funny like that. And this was a theory that PM Me Your Ears had already been considering, having made a post in the Evil Farming Game subreddit about it. And this was a theory that was further evidenced when user Kyle O'Reilly was looking through the AMA that Sparta had done last year. In the thread, he was talking to someone about sleep issues he's been having. Sparta213. I didn't really have dreams on the medication, so I don't know. It could have been a standout. The insomnia is gone now that I stopped taking the medication. Kinda nutty if you ask me. Flame the Hedgehog. Well, glad to hear that you're getting better now. This has all been such a strange event, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was one outlier half-dream while watching Vinesauce. Who knows? It could have been a terminal 7 dream cancer. Sparta. Nothing can be ruled out. Additionally, PM Me Your Ears had dug up another old message in the farming game Discord, posted by user Zella, all the way back in March of 2020. Zella had sent Sparta a message and received the response, "Thanks for reaching out, man. Sorry for the late response. I honestly have no more information than that already presented. I've just chalked it up to being dreamed up by me in a half-awake, half-asleep state while watching a live stream." The stream in particular would have been a Vinesauce stream, if you really want the scour, but that's hours upon hours of footage. And Zella had posted that interaction with the caption, "Time to start searching for Vinesauce streams from early 2016, which I guess would have been just a little bit too late. Deprochan, the mod of the Discord, immediately sent a message to Sparta to see if any of this information jogs anything, but Sparta wasn't responding. So at this point, the members of the Discord server are searching through any Vinesauce they can possibly get their hands on, looking for anything that might possibly resemble the game, not ruling out the theory that maybe someone did make a Vinesauce fan game based on this riff. So they're looking through old streams, old fan art, talking to people on the Vinesauce Discord channel, but it doesn't seem to be turning up much of anything. And then finally, in the afternoon of June 14th, a few hours before I'm recording this video, Sparta responds. So guys, I just got around to looking at the Vinesauce animated video that someone found, and as anticlimactic as it may be, I believe that this is likely the source of the game. It fits everything exactly. And I used to fall asleep all the time watching Vinesauce videos. I can't help but think back all the way to that original thread that Sparta made, and that one person in the comment section, Mikori, who had suggested that perhaps it was all just a dream. I mean, granted, they also thought that this dream might have been tied to some deep-seated guilt that Sparta had in his life, and you know, not just falling asleep watching Vinesauce. But still, that was one of the first people that was on the right track. So now, with the original farming game mystery solved, Sparta's original game that he was looking for turning out to not be a game at all, but a Vinesauce stream, where does that leave us? There still are some other games that this reminded people of. Simone has something on her hard drive. And something that really stands out to me, thinking about all the memories that this story triggered in other people, something that came up a lot was the fishing mini. A lot of people seem to remember a fishing minigame in this, yet Joel's stream had no mention of fishing anything. So even though the fishing thing had nothing to do with what Sparta was thinking of, some people remembered a game like this that had fishing. As I said in the previous video, there probably are a lot of different things that people are remembering because of this. And additionally, there is a fan-made game in the works. The evil farming game Replanted, made by Jeremy of Whistleblower Studios. It's currently slated for an October 2021 release. Anyway, thanks to everyone who was involved in this search and helped bring it to an end. Although it's really anticlimactic for this to have turned out to not be an actual game and to have just been something that Joel Vinesauce said as an offhand joke, it feels good to have some kind of resolution to one of the channel's long-standing mysteries. We're really on a winning streak with these lost media stories, and I feel like a big part of that is just how big the channel has grown. Since the first time I covered the farming game, the channel has almost doubled in subscribers. And ultimately, the big break in the case wound up just being to bring it up one more time and have the one guy, Aqueous Steak, think, hey, wait a second, I remember this.
1993 was a big year for Charles Barkley. It was during this year that his record-breaking performance as a member of the Phoenix Suns earned him the NBA's MVP award. He had quickly become one of the sport's biggest stars, a household name, frequently in the media and appearing in countless commercials. It was later on in 1993, at the peak of his fame, that the game developer Accolade would release a game bearing his name, Barkley, Shut Up and Jam. The game focused on 2-on-2 games of no-holds-barred anything-goes street basketball, and it featured Charles Barkley along with a cast of fictional characters. However, Barkley's fame would not be enough to carry the game. It received mostly lukewarm reviews, and ultimately the game would more or less be forgotten about, completely overshadowed by NBA Jam, which by basically every measure was a superior game. A sequel to Shut Up and Jam would come out in 1995, and ultimately it would receive a similar reception. But that's not where the Barkley Shut Up and Jam story ends. In fact, it's barely where the story begins. It was 15 years later, in 2008, that the game would receive an unlikely resurrection. Not as a basketball game, but as a fan-made JRPG-styled adventure. Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. A game that thrusts the player into the world of post-cyberpocalyptic Neo-New York City. A world in which basketball is illegal. This game would go on to completely eclipse the original Barkley Shut Up and Jam games and become one of the most popular fan-made games. This is the story of that game and its ill-fated sequel.
Previše si bio strog prema Milanu i Nenadu.
Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden is one of the most absurd games to have ever existed in both concept and execution, yet it somehow managed to be an incredibly enjoyable experience. How is it that such a game can even come to exist? To answer this question, we should take a trip back to 2006. It's the story of a small indie development company called Tales of Games, with a deliberately awkward apostrophe S possessive games. Like the tail belongs to the game. The company was formed by 4 users of the game development centered Salt World forums: Bort, Jeezy, Drool, and Chef Boyardee. Also known as C Boyardee, and yeah, I'm talking about that C Boyardee, but we'll get back to that later. The birth of Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden begins with a seemingly innocuous passage on Michael Jordan's Wikipedia entry. At the time, the section in his article about Space Jam mentions that there's debate among fans whether or not the movie is canon. But the way the passage was worded, it made it seem as if it could be referring to the canon not of Looney Tunes, but of Michael Jordan's actual life.
Ja otišao da spava, a Milan ti je...
That would plant the seeds of Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. And this is a thought that's referenced at the very beginning of the game when it says, "The game you are about to play is canon." And on January 21st of 2007, a trailer of the early game build made in RPG Maker was posted online and began to gain some attention. If only just for the absurdity of there being a JRPG based on a dystopian future where basketball is illegal. Over the course of the next year, the game would be moved from RPG Maker to Game Maker, which the developers found just had a lot more flexibility to it. A flexibility that they would take full advantage of. And was on January 1st of 2008, a full year after the original trailer was posted, that Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden was released. The Great B-Ball Purge of 2041, a day so painful to some that is referred to only as the B-Ball Night. Thousands upon thousands of the world's greatest balls were massacred in a swath of violence and sports bigotry as the game was outlawed worldwide. The reason? The Chaos Dunk. A jam so powerful its mere existence threatens the balance of chaos and order. Among the few ballers and fans that survived the basketball genocide was Charles Barkley, the man capable of performing the verboten. Flash forward 12 years to the post-cyber apocalypse.
Ja ga nisam čuo jučer čitav dan, možda vi jeste, ja nisam.
Chaos Dunk rocks the island of Manhattan, killing 15 million. When the fingers put on the aging Charles Barkley, he must evade the capture of the B-Ball removal department, led by former friend and bowler Michael Jordan, and disappear into the dangerous underground of the post-cyber-apocalypse to clear his name and find out the mysterious truth behind the Chaos Dunk. Joined by allies along the way, including his son Hoops, Barkley must face the dangers of a life he thought he gave up a long time ago, and discover the secrets behind the terrorist organization Blood Moses. A tale of zobbers, b-balls, and atonement. Grave dangers unheard of. Face spectacular challenges that even the greatest bowlers could not overcome, and maybe, just maybe, redeem basketball once and for all in Tales of Game Studios presents Chef Boyardee's Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, Chapter 1 of the Hoops Barkley saga. Many people expressed disbelief that this game was actually completed, and that's a very reasonable reaction. The idea of a futuristic cyberpunk JRPG based on a forgettable Charles Barkley video game from 1993 seems like one of those, hey, wouldn't this be funny ideas that comes up at the bar and everybody has a good chuckle and then they move on with their life and forget about it. Rarely do these kinds of ideas ever come to fruition, but sure enough, there it was. And it turned out to be so much more than just a funny idea turned into reality. Real care was put into making this an actual good video game. I personally went into the game with the expectation that maybe there'd be an hour or so worth of actual content before the developers get tired of the idea and the whole thing falls apart, which is so often the case with RPG Maker games. But Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden wound up being a pretty substantial, fully fleshed out experience with a story that, despite its absolute ridiculousness, managed to get me invested in what would actually happen.
It managed to walk this tricky line of telling a compelling story while at the same time mocking a number of genre tropes. And the combat system itself was a breath of fresh air. Every single playable character in the game has their own unique combat system that keeps the game from getting repetitive as turn-based RPGs tend to do. So despite the fact that every single thing that made this game what it was could have worked against it, it was actually a very high quality game and people took notice of that. Over the next few years, the game would consistently receive praise from both fans and the gaming media alike. And during this period of time, Chef Boyardee, one of the key writers behind the game, would become somewhat of an internet legend in his own right. After the release of the game, he created a YouTube channel where he would post satirical rants and wacky animations, the most famous of which being his 3-part Dilbert series, which bore a striking resemblance to Famicon's Bart the General series. In a way, Chef's Dilbert series was very similar to Barkley in that he took these well-established pop cultural figures and put them in a surreal narrative that's completely incongruous with their established canon, yet at the same time still manages to tell a compelling story that worms its way into your subconscious. It was clearly a type of storytelling that this man had a particular talent for, and in November of 2012, it appeared that these talents would be put to use once again when Barkley 2 was announced. Warning: the announcement you are about to read is canon. Tales of Games Studios is excited to announce the magical realms of Tir na Nog, Escape from Necron 7, Revenge of Kukulайн, the official game of the movie Chapter 2 of the Hoops Barkley saga. The sequel to the 2008 edutainment tour de force, Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. Barkley 2 is an action RPG that continues the story of the previous game and features an open, non-linear world for the players to explore and discover. Barkley 2 pits the player as X11-4 Jam 9, an amnesiac bowler with no recollection of his past and no concept of his incredible b-ball destiny. Only the arcane wisdom of the otherworldly slam scholar Cyberdwarf can reclaim his lost memories and lost b-ball powers. But first, X11-4 Jam 9 must evade the sinister grasp of the malevolent AI Kukulайн, his would-be captor and the ancient nemesis of all ballers, hoopsters, slammers, and jammers. The ball is in your court. The fate of the galaxy, the post-cyberpocalypse, and all of b-balldom is in your hands. Do you have the courage, vigor, and sagacity to slam with the best? Or are you just going to jam with the rest? Stay tuned because we'll be running a Barkley 2 Kickstarter campaign later this month. In the meantime, check out our Twitter account of @TalesOfGames for updates or contact us for further information at contact@talesofgames.com. But be careful, the post-cyberpocalypse is coming. Semper Games. And a little while after that Kickstarter would launch.
Mystical greetings. I'm Eric C. Boyardee Shoemaker, one of the lead guys behind Tales of Games Studios, the indie game development company working on Barkley 2. Barkley 2 is the second chapter of the Hoops Barkley saga, and it's a direct continuation of the story from Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, the previous game. It tells the story of X11-4 Jam 9, a wayward amnesiac baller searching the post-cyberpocalyptic wasteland in search of the Cyberdwarf, the only one who can reveal to him the mysterious truth about his past and his glorious b-ball destiny.
And it might seem a little strange that a weird indie fan game like this would even need a Kickstarter, but they had a much bigger vision for this title.
We're doing a lot of really new and interesting things with the mechanics. Barkley 2, as you can see from the video, is an action RPG. And we have a lot of really, really cool and crazy ideas for this game that we really want to explore. This is a game that focuses on exploration, discovering secrets, getting lost in a giant world, and it's a game that we want to make as fun to play as it is funny.
Things change over time. People, places, and quests change over time. The things you experience might be completely different from what your friends experienced because you did them at different times. The official big idea behind Barkley 2 is that everyone will have a different game. Things changing over time is the backbone of this idea. Large open world. The Necron 7 is a large open environment with dozens of areas to explore. There are things to find in every corner and secrets everywhere. This is a game all about exploration, edutainment, fast-paced action RPG combat. Barkley 2 has mouse-aimed shooting gameplay that takes inspiration from action games like Crimson Land and Soldat, but also RPGs like Dark Souls and Gothic. Stats, classes, and an incredibly deep character creation system give you complete control over your character. We want to make Barkley 2 a game that is not only funny, but fun to play. Randomized gun system. Guns are randomized through a complex system similar to Diablo's or Borderlands, offering millions of possibilities. Shotguns that shoot ooze, machine gun rocket launchers, and gravity rifles are just the tip of the iceberg of our gun system. Even more than this, you can fuse guns together in a system similar to demon fusing from the Shin Megami Tensei and Persona series. The weapon combinations are nearly unlimited. Dwarfnet. Connect with fellow dwarfs and dwarf enthusiasts on the in-game Dwarfnet message board. Jack your cranial USB into the data matrix and search for clues or chat with tech-savvy dwarfs about vidcons, layups, and the latest jock news through the amazing power of bio-cybernetic technology. Clearly, they wanted to expand the scope of this game by a massive margin compared to the original, and there were some really interesting rewards to help them get to their funding goals, like a cyber dwarf body pillow, or a custom animated GIF in the style of Chef Boyardee's Dilbert series, or a chance to impersonate the developers during an interview. And they actually managed to reach their goal very, very quickly. In fact, not only did they reach their goal, they completely smashed it. All in all, the campaign raised $120,355. This was destined to be one hell of a game, and it was slated for a 2013 release. And throughout 2013, after their smashing Kickstarter success, they would provide frequent updates on the game's progress. Their updates would often tell what specifically was being worked on in the game, provide screenshots, and that August they provided some gameplay footage. Only a few months had passed, and it seemed like the game was already very far along in development. But a few more updates went by and a few more months began to pass, and as the end of 2013 was nearing, it was clear that this game was not coming out quite yet. And finally, in December of 2013, Tales of Games provided a new update. We're pushing the game's release date by a healthy margin. I know, shocker. When it all boils down though, I think we should blame all of you, the backers. Yeah, that's right, I said it. The reason is we are about where we would have been development-wise if we had made the $35,000 game. But instead, we've spent a little more money and have only about one half of a $100,000 game. Meaning, since our Kickstarter had such great success, we've expanded Barkley 2 in considerably huge ways. I would say the game has tripled in size overall from our original idea, and we are loving how this bad boy is going to turn out. We think the direction that we've locked in on is going to blow some pants off. Not our pants though, we honor our stretch goals. This, however, has brought us to the current concern we are facing in development. Keeping the game this size. We've seen too many times projects pursue grand schemes regarding its scope and depth, only to fall short or even completely. We are being very careful to avoid this. By moving methodically, we're making sure what we work on for the game is definitely on the road to what we want to be in the game. It's a tale we've heard so many times, and clearly a tale that the Barkley 2 developers were also aware of. A Kickstarter game that's already ambitious at its outset becomes weighed down by more and more ideas and an urge to make everything bigger and better and more massive. More features, a bigger world, more options, more endings, more everything. But Tales of Games were sure that they wouldn't be the ones to fall into this trap. But of course, it wasn't long after this update that they began to fall into a very familiar cycle. The updates would become more and more sparse, the Kickstarter backers would get restless, and then the developers would show up to assure them that the game was still going to happen. So every few months, Tales of Games would return with an update full of screenshots, talk of new features, and a little bit of self-deprecation. Years would pass, and that original 2013 release date would become a distant memory.
More and more people were ready to put Barkley on the list of Kickstarter games that never were, but the developers continued to insist that the game was not dead. But finally, after several years of stringing along the backers, in October of 2017, Tales of Games would provide their last update, ironically entitled Barkley 2, Another Fantastic Week. But don't get me wrong, this wasn't a post indicating that the game was over with or anything like that. It was actually just more of the same. Updates with new features, some new footage, and the announcement that they've added fishing. And after this post, radio silence. And as more and more time passed, people began to demand refunds. The Tales of Games finally throw their hands up in the air and say, fuck it. And what happened to all that footage that had been shown over the years? Clearly something of this game existed. The cycle of giving some kind of update every few months had ended, and nobody had heard a damn thing about the game until June 2nd of 2019. It was on this date that word began to emerge from parties inside of Tales of Games that the game was officially dead. This came about when GZ, one of the developers of the original Barkley, took to the Something Awful forums. Chef vanished from the project 2.5 years ago. I've tried contacting him multiple times and haven't received a response. Bort left around the same time to be a family man. The Kickstarter was not necessary, especially in hindsight. The majority of work on the game was unpaid. Myself, Bort, and Chef are the original Barkley 1 creators. I did not join the Kickstarter with them because I was aware of the many problems that could and did arise. I was asked to join the project 3 years after the Kickstarter when the project had little money and was in shambles. I was committed to trying to finish the game, but was consistently set back by horrible management, and I ended up quitting. The person who owns the project and was running it now had nothing to do with Barkley 1 and has zero game dev experience. He is the TOG PR guy. When I quit, Laz will also quit. We were the only two remaining who understood the technical and workings of this game. Laz worked on this project nearly from the start, pro bono. I was tired of the nonsense as well. There is no incentive for TOG or anyone attached to the Kickstarter to talk about this debacle. What were the management problems? An entire book could be written on the problems this game had. To name a choice few, there was a revolving door of workers on the game. Many were lured in with percentages. You can only promise so many points. One of the reasons I quit is because I could not see this circle being squared. Divide and conquer. The team was split, and there were 50 back channels where everyone had their own way of understanding the game. Goldfish attention span. A large amount of work was only done at most halfway, then abandoned to work on some other cool thing. Unwillingness to cut or simplify anything despite not having the manpower and the game dragging on for years on end. Management dictating how work should be done despite not understanding how it actually works, leading to needlessly complicated systems, obsolete systems, and totally broken systems. The development of Barkley 2 is extremely complicated and unnecessarily dramatic, so it's very difficult to explain things without walls of text. I'll do my best to keep things short and sweet. Where did the money go then if everyone worked for free? People were paid. The point that I was trying to make in the original post is that the majority of work on this project was done for percentage/good faith. This could have been done without a Kickstarter. I didn't have direct access to financial info, but from what I gathered in my time on the project, about 2/3 of the money went towards wages and the other 1/3 went to other expenses, conventions, etc. I'm assuming the person who is running Tales of Games now is bailed too. Nope. Despite him admitting to me directly the game will die without me working on it, when I finally got tired and said I'll quit unless changes happen, he accepted my resignation and, as far as I know, is trying to keep the project alive by finding new hires. And it should be noted that when Chef left this project, he went on to work on another game called Katana Zero. This game actually was completed and was released in April of 2019. After word spread of the collapse of Barkley 2, what remained of Tales of Games was coaxed from hiding. Greetings from established TOG villain BH Room. Besides Barkley 2 dev being 100% dead,
Everything else you may have seen about the great TOG schism is pretty accurate. I owe everyone a long write-up of the B2 saga. In the meantime, how should I address queues? BH Room would spend some time on Twitter answering people's questions before posting a long write-up to the Kickstarter page. Hello to all justifiably restless backers. I think for this first post, I want to cover what has happened recently and specifically why I haven't updated in so long. First, it's my fault. I consciously avoided updating, even at the requests of other people who worked on the game. The reason more than anything was cowardice, but I framed it under a strategic reasoning that once we could start giving good news, then the delay would be much easier to swallow to backers. The good news came few and far between, and I would continue to move the goalposts in response. This was stupid and wrong. I should have been much more transparent with how the game was going, and the trials we were encountering keeping the work going. I am sorry. You all are the reason we started working on this game with such concerted interest in the first place, and cutting you out hoping for a massive turnaround that would wash all the silence under the bridge was foolish to say the least. My hope is that, while this is always going to be too little and too late, I can at least explain what the problems were. Second, this is Liam, BH Room, and I started as the producer and was the one who wrote most of the updates. I am Bort's brother. Bort worked on the first Barkley along with GZ and Chef. Most of you know this. I'm going to avoid a massive chronology for the time being, since I just want to get this out, but I'm committed to answering any questions you all may have. As the game continued to age, people left the project for lots of reasons, mostly due to taking jobs or losing interest. Everyone still working picked up slack as the game went on, but this game always needed confident and constant development in order to come out under the lofty pretenses we had established. This was my first game, and lots of problems at the beginning were due to my inexperience. I did not think this game was doomed. I do think we needed a big rebuild about midway through though. Until earlier this year, the game languished as we didn't really have a full-time person working on the things that really matter in the game. Combat, main quest events, bosses. GZ was on the project last year and would work when he could. In those times, we would make progress, but always, in my foolish mind, just short of being enough to update. As I mentioned, this was entirely wrong of me. I would write it off as under the hood work. That wasn't the pop we needed for our big, hey, we aren't dead boast. GZ is now gone, and he is the most upset about the state of the game and how we left. I never wanted that to happen, and had always wished that there would be some working solution. That is not the case. I think his points are perfectly valid and his frustration with the game is well warranted. I want to confront those realities moving forward to, and make sure that if there is a solution where the game is fully completed and realized, I don't repeat mistakes and I jeopardize relationships I've already damaged or destroyed. Finally, and before this becoming too long for a first post back, I am slowly pushing the game forward with the help of a part-time coder named Paperjack. We are both hoping that we can get the game in a better state in the coming months. I will update more about that soon and get feedback on more constructive things on how the game actually is and plays. I'm assuming there will be another few posts for me addressing your questions and concerns and giving more information about what all has happened to get the game in the predicament that it is. I am going to attempt to answer all questions on Twitter and directly to me in KO. Based on those questions, I'll formulate the next update, which I guess will be no more than 3 days from now. How much B2 is too much B2 in your feeds? Once again, I'm going to work hard to make this right and make this game. So technically, Barkley 2 isn't dead, but after 7 years, I kinda have my doubts that we'll ever see it completed, and even if we do, what is the game without the original team behind it? Can Barkley 2 become great without the assistance of the original people who took such an absurd concept and made it legendary? But as of now, it seems like BA has kept good on his promise of providing more frequent updates, so I guess we'll see. As a kid, I didn't really go to the movies that often. Most of the movies I watched were on VHS or TV, but every once in a while I would make a trip to the Ridgewood Theater, its lumpy, sticky floor and a bicycle in front of the screen to see movies like The Lion King or Mortal Kombat. And of course, who could forget? Street Fighter, the movie. The movie sucked, but I liked it. And then that summer, a laundromat by me, the very same laundromat that I played Street Fighter Rainbow Edition, got Street Fighter the movie, the game. That game sucked, and I didn't like it. But one thing that stood out to me at the time was a character named Sawada. It seemed like he was important for some reason, and I even remember an issue of was either GamePro or EGM said something about how Capcom was really excited about this character. Yet for some reason, I didn't remember him in the movie. Well, as it turns out, there's actually a pretty interesting story behind that character. So for this episode of Gaming Mysteries, let's take a look at Captain Sawada, a forgotten Street Fighter character. Street Fighter the movie, the game, came out in June of 1995, developed by Incredible Technologies, the same people who brought us Time Killers. Originally, this game was planned to be Street Fighter 3. It was going to include a few characters from the original Street Fighter game that didn't make it to Street Fighter 2, as well as Gunlock from Saturday Night Slam Masters and Mega Man. All of this fell to the wayside, and Capcom informed Incredible Technologies that they would now be working on Street Fighter when they reviewed the game. With its digitized graphics, this game drew obvious comparisons to Mortal Kombat. And now, Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat are two game series that they both have their own strengths and weaknesses. To me, this title felt like they took those strengths of both games, threw them in the garbage, and put together everything that was left. But despite this game being what it is, it gives us some clues as to things that were going on behind the scenes at Capcom at the time. The key to everything, of course, is the character Sawada. As I mentioned in the intro, when I first saw Sawada and read about it in magazines, I saw this guy with no shirt and camel pants, and I was like, I don't remember this guy at all. So I watched it again to look for him, and it turns out that he is there, but barely. He just pops in for a few scenes to say a line or two with a heavy accent with lines that seem dubbed.
Colonel. Yes? A single boat against everything he's got? The pilot would have to be out of his mind.
And the more you think about this, the stranger it is. Why cast someone in such a small, generic role like that if they're struggling to deliver a few simple lines? There's so many hungry actors out there, surely someone else could have done that role. Well, actually, no. Nobody else could have filled this role because it was specifically made for this man. In fact, the character was even named after him, his real name being Kenya Sawada. So here's what happened. When they were doing the auditions for Ryu, the director, Steven D'Souza, decided that Byron Mann was perfect for the role. But then Capcom comes along and they're like, hey, we got this guy, and we really want you to make him Ryu. That guy was Kenya Sawada. Kenya Sawada had actually been working with Capcom and even portrayed Ryu in some of the Japanese commercials. Capcom was hoping to take this actor, Kenya Sawada, and build him up as their own in-house action hero. They wanted to use Street Fighter to launch this man's career, so it was really important that he plays the role of Ryu. There was a problem. You see, a lot of this movie was written around the playful banter between Ryu and Ken. Banter that was contingent on Ryu being able to speak good English. This was not something Sawada could do, so they're able to come up with a compromise. The role of Sawada was created so Capcom could get their guy in the movie, and Byron Mann could stay on as Ryu. Byron Mann would later comment in interviews there was a bit of tension between them on set because of this. And as good of a job as Byron Mann did as Ryu, I can't help but think how many magical scenes we would have had if we had gotten Kenya Sawada's English interpretation. There's probably another universe somewhere where there's thousands of YTMNDs made based on Sawada's Ryu. And all that being said, there's another component to this story that ties it all back into the games, and that component is Fei Long. You'll notice that in the movie, every Super Street Fighter 2 character is included except for Fei Long. And it had long been rumored that Sawada was originally supposed to be Fei Long, but then they changed it for some reason. One rumor is that they thought the character was too generic. Another was that they thought people would mix him up with Ryu, and I get it. I mean, you got too many Asian guys walking around and people get confused. But those theories don't really make that much sense to me. I mean, considering that they had E. Honda and Balrog just be Chun-Li's camera crew, that clearly they're not married to any specific details from the games. What I think is that Capcom, being so invested in this actor, Kenya Sawada, just wanted the name out there, give him a little bit more recognition. I have absolutely no evidence for this, but I wouldn't be surprised if Capcom specifically asked for him to be named that, replacing Fei Long in the process. And when you look at the game, the Fei Long Sawada connection goes even deeper. You see, Fei Long, once again, isn't playable in the game. However, his theme music is present, and that theme music in the game belongs to Sawada. Wonder why that is. And then in the game, there's a stage called the Dungeon. A stage that bears a really strong resemblance to the pit from Mortal Kombat, and it features in the background 2 out of 4 possible characters being detained. E Honda, Cammy, Chun-Li, or Fei Long, who is portrayed by Kenya Sawada. As it's commonly told, Fei Long was supposed to be playable in this game. And he had his moves performed by Sawada, but they just simply couldn't get the character ready in time for release. As was the case with Blanca, although he did make it to the PlayStation version. But ultimately, we never got to see what there actually was of Fei Long in Street Fighter the movie, and all we got was Sawada with his attacks that a lot of people think are a sword, but actually it's just a graphical glitch that looks like a sword. Well, you may not be surprised to hear that Kenya Sawada didn't wind up being Capcom's own personal action hero like they had hoped. But he did go on to work pretty consistently since then, appearing in a variety of martial arts movies up to as recently as 2018. Immediately following Street Fighter the movie, he was in Thunderbolt with Jackie Chan, who he had become good friends with and worked with again in the Shinjuku incident. And you might be surprised to hear that this actually wasn't the last appearance of the Sawada character. He did show up in a few episodes of the American Street Fighter cartoon as an antagonist to Guile. And in some of these appearances, he has a sword, meaning that the animators of this show, like many of the players, also thought that graphic glitch was supposed to be a sword. He would also appear a few years later in a 3-issue story arc of the Brazilian Street Fighter comic. And much more recently, Kenya Sawada would reprise his role in the Japan-only PS3 game Mainichi Isho, in which he gives the character some self-defense lessons. And believe it or not, although he hasn't made any more appearances in any Street Fighter games, the character still is officially recognized by Capcom. He made an appearance on the Shadaloo Combat Research Institute website that Capcom maintained for Street Fighter V. So albeit unlikely, it still is in the realm of possibility that he could show up in another Street Fighter game.
If you ask me, a single greatest character in the entire Resident Evil video game series, one, what? The only... What is it? Barry Burton. Whoa. Not this weird clean-shaven imposter. That's Dave Coulier or some shit. No, I'm talking about the real Barry Burton with the red beard and whatnot. And for years and years and years, hardcore Resident Evil fans were trying to figure out who this actor is, the guy who played the original Barry, and nobody could find him. You beat the game and it just says his name, no last name or anything like that. How are we supposed to figure out who this actor is because of that crazy killing spree rate? But people kept on trying to find this guy for over 20 years, and it seems like we would never find him. But guess what? Gregory has been found, and I've got all the information in this video. Resident Evil is one of, if not my #1 favorite game of all time, and one of the factors that I think made it so memorable is the acting.
I've been thinking something is wrong with this house.
Oh my god, it's a monster! That game is famous for its terrible, awkward, yet super charming and adorable voice acting. If you've played this game as much as I have, it probably almost feels like these actors are a part of your life, and yet most of us have no idea who they are. And Capcom really didn't give us much to work with in that regard. The game tells you everybody's first name, that we don't even know for sure their real name. In the case of Barry, they only gave us the name Gregory to figure out who he is. And you know, of course, because Resident Evil had issues for a while, there were, these people down the streets, they friends of the developers, are they porn
porn actors? Who knows? We don't know. People had all kinds of theories about these actors over the course of so many years. Did all kinds of research back in the day on their 56K modems, but never really seemed to amount to much. It wasn't until more perceptive gamers started to notice that Barry's voice actor was actually in a bunch of other games. As it turns out, this particular actor has loaned his voice to a lot of characters throughout the late 90s and 2000s. And thankfully, some of these games did a much better job of actually crediting him. So as it turned out, Barry Burton in the original Resident Evil game was voiced by a Norwegian translator and actor named Barry... God, if I have any fucking Norwegian followers on this, they're gonna murder me for how I try to pronounce this guy's name. Barry, one of those has to be close. But yeah, this actor, who's really named Barry, has loaned his voice to a lot of games, including Mega Man X7.
How long has this madness been going on?
Elebits.
Let me tell you a story.
And he's also done a bunch of commercials.
Motorcycle riding is fun.
And look at him, that's Barry, right? That's Barry. It's like a little bit older, but that's Barry, right? We found our guy, that's it. End of the story, mystery solid, right? Not quite. You see, in an interview that Barry did with Resident Evil Database, he said that he was actually not the guy in the live action scenes. I have never ever been called Gregory, nor have I ever used that name. Possibly Gregory is that live actor's name, or is it just a fabrication? I don't know. I was, and I still am, very surprised to see people writing on internet blogs as if they were experts on myself or other voice actors. There were just so many errors and inaccuracies. You would be shocked. So there you go. The voice actor Barry is not Barry in the live action scenes. Barry actually had two different actors, and thus the 2 decades-long search for Gregory continues. And that search would continue for a long time until September of 2017, when an internet user going by the name Dr. Raichi discovered the actual Gregory. And after being discovered, Gregory, whose full name
Spartans
is Gregory
83.
Smith, went on to do an interview with Resident Evil
Tutses Rico Sam T I Stomi Boris Gardner Reese
from the production of these live sequences. Gregory, who was and still is an Australian school teacher and principal, was actually discovered in the streets by Capcom developers. He so closely resembled the drawings they had made of Barry that they saw him and just knew that they had their guy. Gregory actually did record some dialogue for the game, however the producers didn't like his Australian accent. Can you imagine that? Like, Barry could have been Australian. Hey, nay, you were almost a Jill sandwich, mate. And as it turns out, when they were filming these live-action sequences, they didn't actually tell the actors what they were working on. Gregory had no idea what Resident Evil even was until kids in his town recognized him from the game. He also put to bed the rumor that the people in his picture were his actual family. According to Gregory, they were also actors. So there you have it, a 21-year-old gaming mystery finally solved. Jill Valentine, also known as
the Master of Unlocking,
is one of, if not the most popular character from the entire Resident Evil series. Ever since fans got that first glimpse of her in her Monica Lewinsky hat and those shoulder pads that would make Rue McClanahan tremble with jealousy, they've wanted to know more about the actress behind Jill Valentine, who is only credited as Inez. Well, it's been more than 20 years, and she still hasn't been found, but I am gonna tell you what we do know. Ever since my video about the actor behind Barry Burton came out, people have been asking me about the other actors from Resident Evil. And by far the character that I get asked about the most is Jill Valentine. And it figures that this character, out of all of them, the one that people want to know about the most, has the most confusion around her. The first bit of confusion around who played Jill Valentine revolves around an actress named Una Kavanaugh. The idea that Una Kavanaugh played Jill Valentine in Resident Evil 1 is a factoid that spreads so far around the internet that it fills up every comment section that talks about her. Even my Barry video was full of people saying that Una was the one who played Jill. In fact, a lot of people claim that Una Kavanaugh did both the voiceovers and the live action scenes, and if you put the pictures side to side, you can kinda see a resemblance. Kind of. I don't know if it's 100%. And even if you thought it was 100%, there's still a problem. In 2011, Resident Evil Database contacted Una Kavanaugh to find out if she played Jill Valentine. Hello, Una. There are many rumors about you playing the role of a character called Jill Valentine at the intro of the first Resident Evil game. It is called Biohazard in Japan. Please make it clear for all of us Resident Evil fans. Did you or didn't you play the role of Jill Valentine? Please answer me. A simple yes or no would be enough for me. The doubt has been killing me for years. From Monique. Una responds, no. Doesn't sound very happy that people think it's her that played the part. And because of Una's denial, there's now an idea going around that she was actually voiced by another actress named Una Kavanaugh. Even though there is a little bit of evidence that supports this, I don't think it's true. And I think this idea came from how IMDb works. So you see, you have the actress Una Kavanaugh, who people were crediting Resident Evil to. She has it removed from her IMDb page, but the credit still exists. This causes IMDb to split the page off into another Una Kavanaugh, or in this case it's actually been done where there's 3 of them. Then people see that, oh, there's another Una Kavanaugh because of this quirk of how IMDb works, and people run away with the idea. The only piece of evidence that I could find supporting the idea of 2 Una Kavanaughs is a correspondence with Ward Sexton, who did the game's narration. The owner of Games and Movies blog, Alessandro Conte, contacted Ward Sexton to ask him about a list of possible cast members. Hello, Ward. I am a big fan of Resident Evil games and movies. I have a question about the Resident Evil 1996 game. I know that you were a narrator in the game. Unfortunately, the actors and actresses who played in the live-action scenes were credited under pseudonyms. On the internet, I found this information that these actors played the characters and also did the voiceover roles. And he gives him the list of actors that he has. Is this list correct, or were the characters played by other people? I want to know the truth, and if you know something about it, please tell me. And Ward Sexton responded, yes, the list is correct. My good friend Scott, however, passed away on September 27th, 2000. Scott referring to the voice actor for Chris Redfield, Scott McCulloch. And although now this is a highly credible source, the narrator for the actual game, it's still possible that he wasn't as close to the Jill actress as he was to the other actors. If that's the case, the name might have escaped him, but then he saw that the other actors' names were correct, so he said, yeah, it's correct. And this theory becomes more likely to me when we see what Barry Yerd, I probably pronounced his name wrong again, what the voice actor for Barry Burton had to say about the actress for Jill. On another topic, I remember the actress playing Jill is from Northern Alberta, Canada, and she was asking another Canadian actor if he had attended NAIT, the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, which is in Edmonton and where she had studied. I do not remember her name, but it was not her first time voice acting. I thought she played her part quite well. So if Barry didn't remember her name, it's also possible that Ward didn't remember her name. There's just a lot of things that don't really quite add up for me here, like how all the other voice actors who've been identified seem to have very prolific careers, yet Jill, who shares an uncommon name with another actress, supposedly, appears to have no other credits, despite Barry saying that this wasn't her first gig. And there are a few other possibilities that people have brought up. Some people believe that she was portrayed by an actress named Liesl Wilkerson. I am butchering everybody's name today. Sorry if you're watching this. And when she was asked about whether or not she played Jill Valentine, she said that she didn't remember. And I know that sounds totally ridiculous, because to us it's like, yo, this is Resident Evil, how could you not remember Resident Evil? But you have to understand, it's a business where you could be working on so many different projects that it all just kind of becomes a blur and you forgot what you did. So since she doesn't remember, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to play a clip of Jill versus her voice, and you can decide for yourself.
Kenneth was killed too. Maybe by this creature.
Here in Hong Kong, you can easily get run over. Watch out! Watch out!
I'll put a poll here for you guys to judge, but honestly, I think the only real credible lead we have here was Barry saying where she went to school. Things get even more convoluted when we look specifically at who might have been in as the live-action Jill Valentine. Obviously, we've already ruled out Una Kavanaugh as the live-action actress because the picture people were saying looked like Jill is the actress who said she wasn't Jill, so it's not her. I think we'd safely say that's not her. Some people think it was an actress named Michelle Yerger, who is also in Miss Congeniality and The Princess Diaries. Here's her mugshot. I don't know, I don't really see it. I don't think she's in it. There are also people who think that she was portrayed by an actress named Ashley Bashum. Once again, I hope that's the correct pronunciation. Now this one is definitely false, because this actress was born in 1983, meaning that when Resident Evil was shot, she would have been 12 or 13. And another factor that muddies any conversation about Jill Valentine's live actress is Julia Voth. A lot of you probably already know about this, and it's a pretty easy connection to explain, but Julia Voth is an actress slash model who Jill Valentine's design was based off of in the Resident Evil remake. Jill's kept this appearance all the way up until the present day, and Julia Voth has even went so far as to cosplay Jill in real life a few times. So when people ask, oh, who's the real Jill Valentine, they'll say Julia Voth, and they're correct. But Julia Voth is definitely not Inez, as her connections to the game only began on the GameCube. So with all that out of the way, what are the concrete facts that we know about Inez? We got a little bit of information from an interview series creator Shinji Mikami did with Biohaze.com. The actress for Jill was only a high school girl at the time, and she had to run around outside in the middle of the night and got mosquito bites. So she made that face. I want to go home. The cheap shot was totally my mistake. I didn't have enough time and money. Also, I should have picked the actors judging on performances, but it's too late now, of course. Yeah, that face that's going on right there, that's not like some deep method acting. That's a legitimate I don't want to be here face. So from this interview, we can gather that although she clearly wasn't 12, she was very young and in high school in Japan. I'm also 99% sure that the girl credited as Inez is really named Inez. The reason I say that is that all of the other live actors that have been found had their real first names credited. Barry, who was credited as Gregory, is Gregory Smith. Wesker, who was credited as Eric, is Eric Pirius. Chris, who is credited as Charlie, is Charlie Kraslavsky. And it's from the mouth of Charlie Kraslavsky that we get something that might actually be another lead. In an interview that Charlie did with Raccoon Stars, he had this to say: "At the time, I was represented by IMO, Inagawa Motoko office in Tokyo. I am pretty sure that all the actors on that shoot were hired from IMO. I actually also worked for IMO as a casting agent. This agency hired bilingual foreigners to work in the office doing castings, taking talent to auditions and film and TV shoots to act as their manager and translator, as well as being talent ourselves. This is a company that still exists to this day and is one of the leading agencies in Japan for foreigners to come do acting work. It's quite possible that somebody who worked for the company at that time might know. That's not necessarily 100% the case, because if you remember from my Barry video, they just found him walking up the street and he looked like the drawing. So what's the deal? Is Inez ever going to be found? I mean, now people have been searching for more than 20 years. And if I'm being totally honest, maybe she doesn't want to be found. Doesn't need to be reminded of sweaty, miserable nights getting eaten alive by mosquitoes in the middle of the woods. Or, you know, approached by random weird dudes who've been in love with her for 20 years. Don't need that. Or maybe not. Maybe she's just walking around out there with no idea at all that she's Jill Valentine. Pokemon can kill you. Don't take my word for it, just listen to this guy.
That's Pokemon. Son, I found out that Pokemon means pocket monster. But why should they carry these monsters in their pocket? Pokemon world is a world of the demonic. There was even a couple of reports where children had been stabbed by other children over Pokemon cards. Our kids are going out in gangs on the streets, and they're so used to killing each other in their fantasy games and on their video screens and blowing each other away and blowing each other up, that when they walk down the streets and they pull out their .45 and they pump some friend full of bullets, they kind of think in the back of their mind, well, they're just gonna, we'll turn off the machine and they'll get up and they'll be there tomorrow and I'll shoot them again.
And now, as crazy as this guy might sound, there actually has been a history of the connection between Pokemon and death. A lot of it is just rooted in creepypastas, but there actually have been some times where Pokemon actually killed people. And now, to help explain the connection between Pokemon and death, I brought in my pal Izzy Nobre. Take it away, Izzy.
Have you guys ever heard of the Lavender Town syndrome? This is how the story goes. Basically, back in the 90s, something like 100 kids committed suicide because of Pokemon, the original Pokemon game, or rather games. There were two of them, Pokemon Blue and Red. The story goes that after the kids got to Lavender Town, the music that played in the background of the song drove them to commit suicide. And then people came up with all these explanations about binaural beats or whatever else.
Now, if you're not sure what Izzy means by binaural beats, there's this idea of a kind of a digital drug. There's a theory that certain combinations of sounds will cause your body to react in a way that's very similar to getting high from drugs. This concept is very closely connected to ASMR, and some people say they can feel it while others say that they can't.
It could explain the idea of sounds triggering such an intense physical response in someone that it would cause them to kill themselves, let alone kids. I remember reading about this story some 10 years ago or even more, and the internet being a different place back then, and of course we were all, I guess, a little bit more naive when you're young. I actually thought that this was a real thing. And probably the reason why I thought this is because it wasn't the first time I heard about Pokemon harming kids. Deno Shenji Porygon, the 38th episode of the first season of the TV show, was infamous because upon its airing, a bunch of kids had seizures right in front of the television sets. The show had a bunch of, that episode specifically, had a bunch of flashing lights and special effects that just triggered seizures in a bunch of kids who were prone to that, who I assume at least a good handful of them had no idea they even had that condition until the show, well, I guess now you know, kid. And that wasn't even the only instance when the Pokemon franchise was connected to kids getting messed up. Back in the late 1990s, Pokemon and Burger King had this partnership where, to celebrate the release of the first movie in 1999, whatever the Happy Meal equivalent at Burger King is, they were giving out Pokemon toys. There were 57 of them, if I'm not mistaken. I actually happened to be in the United States back in that year, and I collected a good chunk of them. Well, the little containers, the little Pokeball containers they came in, were later deemed a choking hazard, and in fact, at least 2 kids suffocated to death because of this little Pokeball. So they had to conduct a recall of all those toys, the most expensive by some accounts recall in history. So even though we now know that the Lavender Town syndrome, it really didn't happen, it's kind of easy to see why in a lot of our collective consciousness it was like, oh, Pokemon is killing kids? Yeah, I can see that happen. They've done that a couple of times. It says something about how effective the psychological horror of Lavender Town was. We're talking about the original Game Boy. It was an 8-bit monochromatic video game console, and still that music was so unnerving. And not just the music, but the whole idea. Like, up until Lavender Town, Pokemon is this cheery adventure. You're a little kid and you're off to see the world, battling with these little monsters, and you're collecting them, you're trading them, you're bumping into other trainers. There's a bit of humor in the series as well. Then all of a sudden the tone changes completely as you enter a haunted town where this is playing in the background. So it's unsettling, right? I remember actually being scared having to battle my way through Pokemon Tower. That song really does a number on you. And not only that, but in universe, right? Up until that point, when Pokemon are hurt, they just pass out. They faint. You take them to the Poke Center. They are, well, woken up. I can say revived, right? Because technically they're still alive. They're just sleeping. They fainted. But then suddenly you find out that yes, Pokemon death exists in this universe. It makes you think, what happened for these Pokemon to die? I've been fighting with these things for hours up until this point, and nothing happened. So is there something more sinister that goes on in this world? There's something else, some other kind of Pokemon battles that are going on that are killing Pokemon, some kind of satanic ritual going on up in this piece? What? Why are they dying all of a sudden? I guess to quote Pokemon itself, that atmosphere was super effective. And that's why to this day, the Lavender Town Syndrome creepypasta is one of my all-time favorites.
Interestingly, and I have no idea whether or not this has any connection to the Lavender Town Syndrome myth or not, but in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, the Lavender Town theme song had been changed to be way more happier and upbeat. Check it out. Hey, you want to see something really hot? Look at all that juicy pixel thigh meat.
Did I just score?
Alright, it was different times, and you had to make do with whatever you could get. And you couldn't get a peek at that delicious Samus cake, unless you were pretty good at Metroid. You gotta beat the game in under 3 hours if you want to get a peek at the thigh meat, and if you manage to beat the game in under 1 hour, you get a little tummy action.
And of course, if you can get either of those endings, you get to play as Samus your next playthrough without her suit. But what if you're absolute garbage at Metroid, and no matter what you do, you'll never be able to beat the game in under 3 hours? Well, I strongly believe in inclusivity, and a world in which even the trashiest of gamers can get a peek at that 8-bit Samus booty. And that's where the Justin Bailey code comes in. Next to the Konami code and the Mortal Kombat Blood code, the Justin Bailey code is probably one of the most famous codes in video game history. All you have to do is go to the Metroid password screen and enter Justin Bailey in all caps and then nothing but dashes. And then you spawn as suitless Samus. But who is this Justin Bailey that the code is named after? There's a few theories, and most of them are definitely wrong. One of the most popular things that people assumed about the code was that it was just named after someone who worked on the game. That's actually the explanation that I thought was true for most of my life, and it turned out that there's no such person who exists. A second popular theory about Justin Bailey was that it was some kind of slang word that came from England. People would say that a Bailey is a British word for swimsuit, and then she's just in her Bailey, so it's Justin Bailey. And if you're watching this and you're British, you already know that that's not a thing. That's just something somebody made up. A Bailey is not a swimsuit or anything resembling that. In fact, the Justin Bailey code probably didn't originally represent anything because it definitely wasn't put there on purpose. Rather, the Justin Bailey code is just a quirk of how Metroid's password system works. Here's an explanation from the Metroid database. The Justin Bailey password is a total fluke. If you play around with Metroid's password system, something you can do with the Metroid password generator program found in fan apps, you can come up with other names and words that work as passwords. The Justin Bailey code is one which was found early on and happened to work pretty well, so it became widely reported. And if we play around with one of these password generators, we can see that the Justin Bailey code is a code that can be created normally with how the password system works. It's super unlikely that a code that was put there deliberately by the programmers would also happen to check out as valid in the password system. And if you play around with it enough, you can find a lot of codes that'll do these kinds of things, such as the Dragon Ball Z code, or my new favorite, the Justin Wang code. You see, the Justin Wang code essentially dooms you to an immediate death by Metroids, but I guess life is just like that sometimes. There's only one password in this game that was put in deliberately by programmers and does not check out with the normal password system. Narpus Sword, or Nar Password. I'm not really sure what it means and there's a lot of debate over it. But essentially, this password is a god mode for Metroid that was probably put in there for testing purposes. If you test this code on a Metroid password generator, it doesn't check out as a valid code, yet it still works in the game. If the Justin Bailey code were put in there deliberately, it's very likely that the same thing would happen. So now that we know that the Justin Bailey code is a code that can hypothetically be generated organically by Metroid's password system, does that mean that it was? Did someone just happen to get the Justin Bailey code through a normal playthrough of Metroid? Definitely not, because even though it's hypothetically possible for the password system to generate this password, there's no way to play a game that would give you this password through normal means. And there's a few pieces of evidence for that. First of all, it's the missiles. If you use the Justin Bailey code, you start off with 255 missiles, which means that you would have all of the missiles in the game. But if you play the game with the Justin Bailey code, there are still missiles around to be picked up. In a normal playthrough, there would be absolutely no way to have that many missiles and still have missiles lying around to be collected. Oh yeah, and the code also makes the game think that you've logged nearly 600 years of playtime. Unless Justin Bailey was a time traveler who really liked Metroid, it just didn't happen that way. So what that means is that there's probably just some guy, probably named Justin Bailey, who tried his name as a code and it just happened to work. Not only did it work, it was an amazing code that was useful for a lot of people. But still, this is before the internet. It's not like Justin Bailey could have just went online and shared its code, so how do so many people know about it? The answer to this question probably lies at Nintendo Power. The earliest known published appearance of the Justin Bailey code was in the October 1991 issue of Nintendo Power. In this issue, there was a section promoting Metroid 2 that also included some tricks for Metroid 1. One of those tricks being the Justin Bailey code. This section, according to an interview on mentalfloss.com, was most likely written by a guy named George Sinfeld, who at the time was Nintendo Power's senior editor. Here's what George Sinfeld had to say about the code. The fact that Justin Bailey works as a password at all, let alone one that features a powered-up Samus, is pure coincidence and was not put into the game intentionally. Justin Bailey, Sinfeld says, is just one of the many working codes that happen to make sense to a human. And due to how Nintendo Power's editorial process worked, it's very likely that the trick actually was sent in by the Justin Bailey himself. If the password wasn't put in intentionally, that means someone happened to cross it by accident. And since no one is prone to typing in random proper names, it's possible that an actual Justin Bailey decided to try out his own name as a lark. The latter theory holds up. In order to compose the strategy guide, Sinfeld would have referred to in-house information as well as tips sent in by readers. And if you ask me, this is pretty much the only explanation for the Justin Bailey code that makes any kind of sense. But it's really strange to me that for all these years, no one seems to have come forward as the original Justin Bailey, not even really as a hoax. It's such a famous code, and you would have to figure that it would be a really mind-blowing, memorable moment for the person who discovered it. It's such a 1,000,000-to-1 thing that you would think that the original person, the original Justin Bailey, would want to claim some kind of responsibility for it. I don't know, maybe he died or something. R.I.P. Justin Bailey. Glass Joe is tied with Gabby J for the most prolific career in the entire Punch-Out series, sharing a record of 99 losses and 1 win. A few weeks ago, a viewer asked me if I could make a video about Glass Joe's 1 win. I'm sorry I didn't save the comment and now it's lost in the mishmash of all the other comments on my other videos, but you remember who you are. And this was something that I had never really thought about. In Punch-Out, the records were always something that I always just kind of glossed over. But if you really think about it, there has never been a bigger bum in the history of boxing than Glass Joe. You know, he's the guy they put in Punch-Out so that an absolute beginner can get used to playing the game. You have to really, really try to lose to Glass Joe. Or, you know, be one of these kids.
He's gassed.
Dodge the right way.
Or Mike Tyson himself.
I couldn't even be Glass. I couldn't be Glass Joe.
Although, granted, Mike Tyson did get his win back. The point is, for Glass Joe to even have a single victory, there have to be some really exceptional circumstances. It's clear that Nintendo put that win in there for a reason, but who is it against? What seems like the obvious answer at first would be the win is probably against Gabby J.
Okay. Slučaj da se Milan predomislio.
I mean, or do we want to move up towards Scupper because it got banished first, right? And see if Scupper without their bounty heads towards Reynard. And then we just grab theirs and dip.
What's up, Snake? Thanks for the follow.
Not very many people are Giga Chads.
Yeah, I'll pack with the bed. Good looks, Race. Thank you, thank you. I need it out here in the bayou. Oh yeah. It is rare in the bayou.
Just bought this skin too, and it's already dirty. Sorry.
You should have took a dirt nap.
You did too, alright?
Nah, bro, I was trolling.
You trolled. You should not have died to that guy.
He was just helping me get another kill.
Yeah, I'm trying to help.
I walked up
Shadow.
literally right behind him, just put my lament to the back of his head and pulled the shotgun.
See that I got to help Shadow, and I got to help that other dude.
Alvaro, please clip that with grace, please.
Oh, dude, I will delete that clip. Because
Not if I download it.
I mean, if you download it, I don't care.
And then I'll post it on Reddit and it'll go viral.
Did you yell? Were you at what's this place called? Catfish?
Okay, yeah, just come in and steal my kill, why don't ya?
Bruh. Dude, that didn't kill you? That didn't kill you?
You know, I really hope that since you TK'd me, I really, really hope you don't have enough points to get your bars back.
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine. Mustache TV. Oh my. I want to break free. I want to break free from your life and break free. God knows I want to break free. I'm falling in love for the first time. God knows. Oh, they extracted with the bounty. Okay.
Some moments ago there was a devlog update, and as you can see, it will be a very short one, but let's read through it and see what it contains as well as what this might mean for the future. Hi everyone, just one more minor patch to sort out the roadmap before we can start talking about version 1.0. The ETA will be on the 15th of September, so I expect the beta goes live at the 13th, maybe. The content will be one new achievement. I have a 75-90% confirmation that this weapon will be an upgraded version to the weapon box that we have right now. You know, the one that Trouser uses, the one that you can get from the chests. And this box will then include all the evolved weapons that are in the game. So not just the base forms, but also the evolutions, which is great. For the Arcana, we know that it's on Poe, right? I didn't get this wrong. I honestly have no idea what it would be. If I remember it right, it should be somewhere here on the screen. It's called Bloody Tears or so. And I have no idea. We obviously have a weapon called Bloody Tear in the game, and it has to do with healing. Poe, technically speaking, also has to do with healing, with the Soul Eater, you know, recovering HP whenever you kill enemies with a chance. experience, but I think so, give it 4 or 7. So I'm really curious to see what this last Arcana does, if it's something wild, and then everything in the game with you. Also had to use spells. So go, okay, amazing, great, and then it was suddenly, okay, that's just a normal, so just make another video about it. And we check out the differences on Limit Break Gorgeous Moon. Oh, I just remembered how hard that was. It's okay. Updated a few sprites, I like that. There are still a few that are really old, and it's great to see them updated. Honestly, all the new sprites, except for Clover, which I still don't like, are amazing. So I'm glad to see that. Now, he did say, before we can start talking about version 1.0, and this can mean multiple things. It can't just be a lazy statement like, okay, and then we talk about it or stuff like this. But there's actually no real reason to word it that way. Like, he could just say there's some things that we have to sort out in general before we have the final release of 1.
Okay. Da se nalaziš tima? Agonija. Ti bilo loše nešto ili?
Nije bilo loše, nego trajalo bre taj proces nešto da se završi za pola sata, to se radilo. Evo, od 3. do danas, znači trajalo je 8 dana.
Si sređivo računar?
Ne, nego sam hteo da rasformiram box 4 paket i da pređem kod drugog.
A menja se internet paket, to je travo. Zvuči vrlo bolno.
Pa jeste bolno. Kažem, može da dobijete samo pola meseca besplatno, ove drugi im godinu dana dali. I posle me zovu kao je kao, pa da ćemo mi 7 mjeseci da sam potpisao već sa njima da bih htio da me puste.
I?
Posle pustila ima druga i nije uporan kao ja i danas.
Pa s kim si potpisao ugovor sa Orionom?
Ne, prešao sam u ovaj Jeto mod.
To je Telendar.
Pa to su isto, nisam radio kao NTS.
Da, ali to je preko onih... to je preko mobilne mreže interneta. Preko optike. Čudno. No. Vrlo skladno. Toliko su i meni dali, ali nemam mi puno opcija za, bar ja, jedinu opciju koju sam imao bilo je da uzmem onaj Oriona, to mu dođe isti kurac. sa novom kompanijom, šta?
Da. I baš me brine. Majke njihove. Tako da ću da taj ne da srednji
Zanimljivo. Koliko ja šta?
Koji ti imaš mikrofon?
Šta je ovo? Jebat majku. Razer Siren. Tako se zove. Razer Siren X. Razer ti je ona kao marka onih miševa. Samo što proizvode i slušalice i mikrofone. Ja sam uzeo konkretno njih. Uzeo sam prvo bio mikrofon, pa sam onda posle nekih godinu dana našao i dobru ponudu za...
Koliko si otprilike dao pare za njih?
50 za 100 evra. Bliže 100 evra nego 50. Što? Je li loš zvuk dobar? Nije loš, može bolje. Tebi se nasumično pojačava i smanjuje, moraš stalno da prelaziš da bi te čuo jer ne pričaš ti koliko tiho, ti ne pričaš ništa ni tiše ni glasnije od mene. A pola te ne čujem, pola se izgubi negdje u etru. Verovatno kad se odmakneš dalje od pola metra više te ni ne čujem. Ajme se.
Ay, qué bueno. Yo creo que eso es lo que más, cuando, ¿cómo se llama? Cuando prestigias, yo creo que eso es lo que más, te hace falta.
Claro. Hugh juega en Europa, no juega en nada.
Ah, juega en Europa el Huge. Ah, con razón
Sí.
entra en lobbies con harta gente.
Kako se zove onaj nemački sajt?
You play in Europe. You play.
Koji?
Pa onaj kao što je kod nas recimo gdje imaš kad ukucaš proizvod pa ti vidiš ono listing stanje kao sve šta ima.
To ti je e-ponuda. Je to?
Pa da, kod nas jeste ali za nemačku pitanje.
Ne znam. Nikad nisam uzimao tako. Jer sam uzimao preko Alibabe gluposti, zato što mi je tako, tamo mi je ponudio neki ventilator kad sam uzimao, ali...
Welcome. Ay, ¿quién me siguió?
¿Quién?
Perdón. Me habló un tipo aquí en el chat y no lo estaba viendo.
Es Nick.
Sí, Snake. Thank
¿Qué
you, man.
dice? Anyway, have fun, gentlemen.
Dice, fue a Nitro Express, dice que encontró una Nitro y que mató unos meatheads, esos gorditos. Era el tipo que estaba haciendo, estaba con nosotros en la partida.
Wow. ¿Pero habla español? ¿Puso adiós después o no? Caballero.
No, no creo que hable español, no, a lo mejor es la única palabra que sabe.
A lo mejor. A lo
Hey,
mejor.
thank you, Snake.
7:38.
Should fight. Well, you were solo.
Ne znam koja je razlika između ovog V2 Pro i V2X.
Have fun. Thank you, man. You too.
Osim u ceni.
Cena.
Nisam čuo?
Cena je uvijek problem!
Pa dobro, ali ja sam osim cene jer ima nešto...
Ne! Samo se osjećaš bolje kad kupiš skuplje. Ne znam je li istina ili laž, ali tako kažu, znaš.
Zato što jedan košta 105, a ovaj drugi košta 72 evra.
Boje u pitanju, verovatno. Je li jedan crn?
Pa, svi su crni, poslao sam ti link.
Da, opet tajni linkovi. Mila može tamo gole pičke i žene sa napućenim guzicama i botoksom da stavlja. Vlada ne može staviti jedan mikrofon pišljiv. Dobro, nije problem.
Ja ti poslao na PM, bre.
Ma, znam, ne znam zašto to radiš. Ljudi stavljaju gadosti ovdje u kanal.
Pa ja da budem kulturan onda...
A nemoj da budeš kulturan, nećeš ti spas sigurno. Aha. Pa vidi... Koliko ja vidim oba i taj verzija 1 i verzija 2 i X, svi su ocenjeni od strane usera ili ti korisnika sa po 4,5-5 zvezdica, tako da neš pogrešiš šta god da uzmeš. Znaš. Što se toga tiče. I oba su taj kondenzer mic, znaš.
I ovaj X i verzija 2X.
Da. Da.
I verzija 2 Pro je osim oblika je dalje da li su stavljali iste stvari, mikrofoni i tako te
sve isto.
Stvari. Sve isto, pa to onda ću da kupim ovo isto kao što imaš ti za 65 evra.
Kod njih je sigurno jeftinije nego što sam ja platio zato što dok dođe u Srbiju oni ga oporezuju još 50 evra.
Jeste.
Dok čovjek donese izgleda. Dok plate čovjeka da donese peške iz Nemačke. Definitivno je to u pitanju, ne znam šta drugo može biti.
Dobro, imamo... Ovaj dečko radi to tako što skida i PDV i naplaćuje nešto malo za uslugu da mu se isplati recimo cena karte kad dođe tako za par proizvodi tako.
Nešto ukusno za cijelu porodicu. Probajte novi San Petit.
Evo, sveti se ok mode. Što da ne? Se izvinjam. Doručak. I u procesu. Wow. Noć. Ne. Nope. Nope. Sve može, samo noć ne može.
Idem po čašu vode.
Mhm. Demperiš.
Povećanje za mikrofon možda ja nešto nisam pritisnuo dobro, zato kad se tako slabo čujem na mikrofon nije loš po specifikacijama. Prije nego što sam ga kupio njega svi nahvalili sve.
Nije to. Nije ti uključeno ono možda u opcijama za auto povećavanje, onaj auto gain, ono kao da u zavisnosti od toga da li ti glasnije ili tiše pričaš, da on sam sebe pojačava.
Za Windows ili?
Ne, u Discordu to imaš konkretno, kako ja znam.
A to je opcija za Windows?
Ne, u Discordu pod audio tabom.
Da ide na push, talk ili voice activity?
Pa, nije čak ni to, nego imaš kao da reaguje na, imaš onaj threshold gdje on reaguje na, obično je, meni je recimo na voice activity, ali imaš threshold ili ti kao automatski kada se aktivira, ako ti glasnije pričaš ili tiše, da se on aktivira na tvoj glas na nižim frekvencijama ili na višim. Ako mnogo galamiš, na primjer, on se onda sam sebe smanjuje i kao teže se aktivira. Ako tiše pričaš, on bi trebalo bi da se aktivira kao ranije. Međutim, ne radi ujednačeno. To je problem.
Kako ti je namješteno na input sensitivity?
Na 10-11 decibela, u minusu ja mislim. Jako je osjetljiv. Sad? Slabije.
Kako mi to je sad?
Bolje. Probaj da recituješ nešto i da ga pojačavaš, pa ću ja reći da ili smanjuješ, pa ću ti reći onda kad te čujem izrazitije ili slabije.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Isto.
9.
Sve isto. Da nije pitanju audio boost ili tako nešto. Mislim, probao si, to stoji. Međutim... To već morat ćeš da pogledaš pod Windows tabom. Vrlo slabo. Vrlo slabo.
Slušalice. Ne volim da nosim slušalice nastavnice.
Pa zato koristim mikrofon. što kaže spawn mikrofon. Imam i ja mikrofon na mikrofon na slušalicama i to je solidno dobar, međutim smeta mi. Ja sam snob i tako to. A kao svi snobovi, volim komfort. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine. Možda i sam Windows zajebava s tim podešavanjem. To ako neka moja učena pretpostavka. Možda grešimo. It's not my time to go. Au! Čudi me. Pa je li izašao Company of Heroes 3 do sad već?
Pa izašao je, ali ga nisam nešto, nije mi se dopao.
Ne samo ti, nego nisam primetio da ga igra, pošto ja pomalo pratim šta se igra na tom Twitchu ili šta ljudi, znaš, nisam primetio da ga mnogo ljudi nešto igra.
Da.
No. Oh, hello, Mr. Ebola. Good day to you. How is your morning? No. Cancel. Okay.
Uštedite 20 do 50% na celokupnom namještaju za unutrašnji prostor. Jisk, Scandinavian Sleeping and Living.
everybody, welcome back to They Are Billions. We still have like 6 days dealing with. Well, I think we're gonna be okay. We're gonna try and wall off these 2 sections if we can get a second here. This guy, I hope he can defend on his own. We're about to find out. I'm gonna put these up actually. And the next thing we want to do is get a stone workshop down. I do need some more workers, but let's go into cottages here so I can try and handle this a little bit. I want these guys up further just so that they get first shots on the big guys that we see. Oh, whoops. This might be an issue.
Da, čunicu. Isto. Ako ti šta znači isto. Koliko ti je bio stari, prethodni, koliko je bio star? Ne bi trebalo pravi kakvu bitniju razliku po meni. Čak ni ovo sad nije toliko tiho kao što zna da bude. Najbolje ne dira ništa. Bolje od toga ne može, pretpostavljam. Ako ne možeš da popraviš, nemoj pokvariti. Da ima kakve razlike, rekao bi ti ja. Svi isto delo. L'alligator.
It takes 19 organ implants to transform a regular human into a Warhammer 40k Space Marine. From this
Company command, this is first platoon. We've lost the square. We can't hold it.
to this. In my first video on this topic, we talked about the overarching Space Marine creation process and if it is possible with modern medicine. The answer? Modern medicine can do some pretty incredible things, and I suggest you cue that video up for later to find out what they are. But we fall short in the area of custom lab-grown organs with genetically engineered, evolutionarily advanced functions. So today, we're going to take an in-depth look at the first group of the gene seed organs, and I will attempt to provide the closest possible modern solution for each of them. Meet Billy, a young Space Marine neophyte who over the course of this video will undergo many surgeries as we attempt to transform him into a full-fledged Astartes with all of the abilities presented in Warhammer 40k lore. We'll have to exercise some creative liberties and see what we can carte blanche, that Billy's body will not reject any organs, and see what we can do. Billy definitely has his work cut out for him. At age 11, he'll undergo phase 1, the implantation of a second heart called the maintainer. This organ resembles a smaller version of the human heart and is implanted in the chest cavity and connected to the rest of the neophyte's circulatory and pulmonary systems near the original heart. Its function is to enhance the performance of an Astartes by supplying more oxygen and nutrients to the muscles by increasing blood flow well beyond that capable even in the most fit normal human being. In our present-day world, a heterotopic heart transplant is a transplant procedure that allows a donor heart graft to be connected to the native heart in a parallel fashion. The main advantages of this procedure is to assist the patient's native heart and to maintain the circulation in the cases of severe acute rejection of the transplant. An article from the UC San Diego on the right side of the patient's own heart. The donor and recipient's left atria, filling chambers of the heart, are surgically attached to each other, allowing bright red oxygenated blood in the patient's original heart to flow to the new heart. It is then pumped by the new left ventricle into the patient's aorta, which brings new and increased flow to all parts of the body. This procedure is typically a last line of defense when a patient's heart is experiencing irreversible hypertension or there is a severe size mismatch between their heart and the donor heart. Because of this, there isn't really research on heterotopic heart transplants in patients with normal heart function. More is not always better, but it looks like Billy is okay, at least for the moment. Now, according to Warhammer lore, it is possible for a neophyte to undergo phases 1 through 3 simultaneously. Thus, he will also be recovering from the implantation of the os modula, colloquially known as the iron heart. This is a small tubular organ that secretes hormones to alter the ossification process of the skeleton and encourage the formation of bone, which grows while absorbing ceramic-based chemicals that supplement the marine's diet. And as a result, the subject's long bones will increase in size and strength along with most other bones.
What do you mean by that?
And the rib cage will fuse into a solid, bulletproof mass of interlocking plates. Built-in body armor, very convenient, but not so great for chest expansion and breathing. Big shout out to Beards BL over on Imgur for these images and theory crafting. You're definitely putting your Masters of Science in Biomedical Visualization degree to good use. Cha-ching. The iron heart implant is surgically placed alongside the neophyte's pituitary gland at the base of the brain, thus becoming a part of the Space Marine's endocrine system. You may be surprised to learn that we routinely perform endoscopic surgery on the pituitary gland, which is a small, bean-shaped gland situated at the base of your brain, somewhat behind your nose and between your ears. Surgeons approach the gland through the nose, creating incisions and bony openings in the nasal septum, sphenoid sinus, and sella. A tiny endoscopic camera and light provide visualization to allow the removal of tumors with long instruments. A similar procedure could be used to implant the os modula next to the pituitary gland, as suggested in Beard BL's incredible artwork. Modern science has designed hormone-secreting pellets which are typically implanted under a patient's hip.
And then I will pull that out, put my pellet here,
and then use this to insert the pellet.
These pellets measure approximately 3 millimeters by 9 millimeters and contain crystalline testosterone. These pellets are no larger than the tumors which sometimes develop on the pituitary gland. So there is enough room to implant one alongside the pituitary as instructed in the lore. Unfortunately, the Marine would have to undergo this surgery on a recurring basis every 3 to 6 months, as the pellets do not regenerate new testosterone once their stores have been depleted. A study conducted at the University of Southampton in England on extremely short but otherwise healthy children showed growth hormone injections applied in doses over the course of 6 months to increase height by up to 3 inches. Despite its potential to increase height, growth hormone therapy can cause early onset and completion of puberty, which paradoxically shortens the growth period and leads to premature closure of the ends of long bones, which may limit the final height. So we may need to adapt other means to achieve the Space Marine's imposing stature. Contemporary limb lengthening surgery deploys strategic bone breaks and requires the insertion of a device that lengthens the bone as it heals. This technique could be used to help increase the size of our Space Marine candidate, in much the same way Jack Hanma increased his own height in the anime Baki. An adaptation of this limb lengthening procedure could be used to increase the size. Of each individual rib and transform the rib cage into interlocking plates. Each rib would have to be broken and a device implanted inside of it so that it would stretch as the bone heals. However, the size increase required in each individual rib may be too large to achieve without a bone graft or metal insert. Companies like Atra X are on the cutting edge of developing new, more effective bone grafting material. And while their version of a ceramic bone graft has an optimized surface that has been shown to drive increased bone formation and faster fusion than traditional ceramic bone grafts, it is not yet possible to direct a healing bone to grow into an evolutionary shape. The interlocking rib plates aren't coded for in a normal human's DNA. So, in order to achieve the desired result, a metal or carbon fiber composite material with the desired shape would be inserted and attached to the broken rib bones with some combination of grafting and surgical hardware. In the near future, it may be possible to employ a ceramic scaffold in the right shape, constructed to mimic the mineral phase of bone. The porosity of the scaffold would allow for mesenchymal cell adhesion, proliferation, and differentiation into mature osteoblasts. We have a total of 24 ribs to break and adjust, so needless to say, this would be an extremely difficult and invasive surgery that would require a long, painful period of inactivity to heal properly. Good thing Billy is a trooper. Phase 3 is the biscopia, a small circular organ inserted into the chest cavity that releases hormones that vastly increase muscle growth throughout the Marine's body. It also serves to form the hormonal basis for many of the later implants and can be introduced alongside the two aforementioned organs. In the strictest sense, human growth hormone is responsible for both bone and muscle growth.
Growth hormone regulates bone and muscle growth and physical development.
So, a second organ administered
blindiran. Prison.
Spartans83 said, Od pondal jaka opet na robijanje ults.
Dragmetiče. Jedi ga. Čega si napravljen, mamu ti jebem. Zvuči kao jebeni prison. Scofield 2 komada. Moça, como era? Točno tamo. moji.
Šta radi?
Gdje je Dragana?
Vidio sam te malo prije sa Čalicom ispred kuće.
Mene? Ne, Deko. Haha, znam, šans.
Šta se radi, Deko? Ja?
Da vas je podsjetio da ga time-outujem opet.
Kako misliš time-outuješ?
A piše gluposti.
Stiže li gardinački, evo, ti malo
Nemam pojma, nisam ga zvao. Se mene tiče, ne
Kaj
moram da
danas
dolazi.
Da.
Ovaj mali je potpisao, hoće da trenira. Bacamo se na traženje kluba.
Ja sam spreman.
Hello everyone, this is your daily...
Oh, I guess that's why you wear safety glasses, eh?
Please do not attempt. This is a professional. The world record for the most flips ever set on a trampoline is now at 9.
Yeah, Wendy is an understatement. It shares a branch. Wow!
This is what a regular smartphone flashlight looks like in the dark. It's not very impressive. And this is what the most powerful handheld flashlight in the world looks like.
Não, não. Abre aqui debaixo da mesa. Não, explode, mas eu seguro.
This is why tennis balls on grass tennis courts bounce really well. If you throw a tennis ball at grass growing in regular dirt, it won't really bounce at all. But if you try it on grass growing in sand, it goes super high.
So my wife gets home from work and I think, oh, we should make out because I wanted to kiss her. Our nose rings got caught together. We're stuck, dude. Hold on, I can see it in the phone. Oh my gosh.
So I think I found my new favorite instrument. These people were out hiking when they found this square-shaped cloud that looks like it's from Minecraft. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Tu si. Reci be. A? A?
Ah, krv ti jebem. Iz puške.
Gdje ste?
Gdje si, rekao što ima?
A, raspisao se.
Šta je bilo?
Bilo je to da cigare i sve život da treba da obrate baklju. Od hitno, be. Od hitno.
Što, puća?
Ne, pa da. Nezdrava sam osoba. Da puća, jebate, potrčao malo, ko da sam išao na...
Maraton.
Sad moram svaki brate vikend da ono igram, da ono brate vratim se. Nek sam ja.
Hoćem dolazi, be.
Zamisli, umro mu brat.
Da.
A što se čini?
Ja sad idem. Sad za pol ure.
Što najjače i ja nešto za pola srca.
Nema se vremena.
Gdje ti gardic neki?
Što zvučiš tako srećno? Da ti je neko dao 100 evra.
Nije, ne, koji ti kurac, jeste, ja se sladim.
Šta se smiješ,
Volim,
Žika?
Ne znam zašto se
nego-
smeješ.
Ne,
Da
znaš
te
što?
Belade zasmijeva, šta?
Šta se smiješ?
Belade priča s
To
Brvice, šta?
srećno nije srećno, nego se smijem dok to izgovaram, pošto to
Ne, ja
nemam pitao,
očekujem
razumiješ?
Mickey Mouse lamp ili tako nešto.
Ne. Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse
A
Pockets.
ovaj urla, brat.
No. A njemu je to duhovito.
Kaže
Čovjek
da si-
umro,
da je
brat,
to karma.
samo malo. Čovjek umro, brat, a Milan tako. Stvarno,
da smo
Milan je
bolesni.
životinja.
Vidiš da smo nenormalni.
Stvarno nisi normalan. Čovjek umre, brate, ti tako.
Ali najsmješnija stvar, što umre, baš kad
Da,
treba
da,
nešto
da.
tebi da da, kao prošli put.
Ne.
Spartans 83.
A
Said.
hoćeš opet da te...
Karma je to tiva hanimoviz sa njim.
Strašno, zombi.
Ne znam, to reci Boris ako smiješ, da je to karma. Ako mu je stvarno moj brat. To reci Boris, karma. Da imaš šta ćeš dobiti od njega. Kako će te on čestiti. Aha.
Slušaj, evo,
Hmm?
slušaj šta mi je od brate grla ostalo. Čuješ ovo?
Ne znam, zvučiš nekako. Promuk.
Cigare, brate.
Šta će on beko, ćemo igrat?
Nekom piše nešto.
Mali signali, SOS za ljubav, nadim cigarete, što ti daljem ja.
Brod bi potonuo.
Brod.
Šta povezuje on sve? Ovo je genijalno.
Please consider subscribing or joining as a member.
To je.
I expect that one. Oh my god. Okay, wait. 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 That's not fair. Yeah. That's not fair, man. I suck at this game. I should keep my high ground. Oh shit, wait. Where is it? No one wants to go, man. No one wants to go. Oh shit, what the fuck? Dude, what? They were all hiding there.
GG.
Oh my
Good
god.
plan, boys. Good plan.
Nice push. I thought no one is on the roof and then there's... Nice, so Sienko is gonna be the survivor next match.
Pa može u jednu partiju, a?
I swear, we should all go together one
Šta si opisao? Tvoja karma jer si paranoik, nema veze nažalost s drugim ljudima, karma jer voliš pare.
Let's wait until he gets ready.
Da si naručio iz Amerike Maleru brod bi potonuo, sjeba si Tesić auto meni 3 puta. Kad smo išli po tvoje komponente, bježi dobro, no dosmo po kući šte poginuo bi. To je samo tvoja karma i nas nesretnika koji imamo veze s tvojim kompom.
Go inside.
Ja bi pazio šta piše Borisu. Može to terat u kurac.
You inside? Okay. Let's go second floor.
I want your brain.
A stvarno ko da je neko bacio neku brete
Kletva.
magiju.
Let's go left.
Majke mi. Svaki put kad treba nešto da uzmeš od brete
Da,
njega.
da.
This way.
Onda vi... Znači, to.
Climb up. Go on the ladder, go. I think we split. Good. Oh shit!
Ah.
Go.
Evo imam upalnu oku, brać. Tako.
He's outside. Oh shit, he won't tap me. Can he do it? Go. Oh, this bridge is actually powerful, man. This bridge is powerful. Nice shots. The zombies, man, it's like 3 or 2, I think. Yeah, 4 is good.
Zapravo nije loš. Pazi, kod drugih gluposti, ovo je zabavno.
Ajde, beka, radi, nemamo vremena.
Nema se vremena.
Beka, on je lud potpuno čovjek.
Pogledaj. On dok brate dođe ti ja smo otišli.
Šta ćeš?
Pa to je to, ja već gubim vreme jer bi ga ne znam
Nema
ću
se
nazad
vremena.
u partiju vremena.
Čekaj, pa ne znam ni ja isto. Ne mogu kići ja. Moram ja da...
Ma da, ne posjećam se.
Posjećam. Jer do njega nema. Pa tako ja.
Jo, nema vremena. Sad stvarno nema vremena.
Da, sad ozbiljno nema se vremena.
Sad se nema.
Pre ono bilo onako, ali sad sve.
Jedan headshot.
Ništa od igre, kasnije ću. Nema se, brate, vremena, ali sad stvarno. Pa i on je
Okay, Vlado, pozdrav. Okay.
Probaj najnežniju Milka čokoladu do sada.
Right off the bat, you can tell the longsword has a significant range advantage, allowing the longsword user to pressure me with thrusts while at a relatively safe range. If the longsword fighter is skilled enough, they could potentially stay out of kill range of the katana, all while still being able to strike at their opponent. Also, since the blade is double-edged, the longsword allows for rapid follow-up attacks with the back of the blade, making it more unpredictable than the katana's single edge. And when it comes to defense, the longsword's imposing crossguard provides much more reliable protection than the katana's tsuba. And in a pinch, the crossguard can also be used as a bludgeoning weapon if your opponent gets too close. The longsword's biggest advantage, in my opinion, is that practically every strike doubles as a block, which greatly increases your survivability in a duel. The longsword is extremely versatile. It really can do it all. But with that said, the length of the sword generally makes it slower and less viable in close-range combat than the katana. Sure, you can use the crossguard to bash your opponent, but with the shorter, more nimble katana, you can thrust and slash at full efficiency, even in close range. Keep in mind there are an ass load of different types of longswords. Here's a chart of how many different types of longswords there are. God damn, that's a lot of variety. It's like the fucking Baskin-Robbins of swords. For this comparison, I chose what I consider to be the quintessential hand-and-a-half longsword. And if you disagree with me, I respect that. You probably have some pretty valid reasons for it. But you know what? This is my video. Make your own damn video. Now, what the katana lacks in range, it more than makes up for in speed. The shorter, lighter blade allows for lightning-fast strikes, but means the katana user will need to close the distance, which can be extremely dangerous. Which brings me to my next point. In my opinion, the biggest difference between these two swords is not their blades, it's their fighting style. While the longsword relies on range and focuses on defensive cuts that double as blocks, the katana is a much more brutal weapon. A warrior who lives by the code of Bushido does not fear death. Live by the sword, die by the sword. I cannot stress enough how dangerous an armed combatant is when they do not fear death, and the katana is a perfect encapsulation of that philosophy. End the fight in a single devastating strike or die in battle with honor. To a samurai, nothing is more important. Similar to the Vikings, who are known as the most vicious, fearsome warriors in all of history. While the longsword is built for picking out weak points in your enemy's guard, the katana is balls to the wall victory or death. Now, we're not here to argue who's a better fighter, knights or samurai, because that's an impossible thing to test. I just thought it was important to mention because, again, no other comparison video I've seen has ever factored this in. All right, that's enough chit chat. Let's see what these swords can do. Alright guys, so we're going to test out these swords and see how well they cut. Looking at specs online is one thing, but actually wielding the sword and doing some real cutting, a whole different this one does. It's not super nice or anything, but generally any long sword that comes with a scabbard is going to have a pretty shitty sword belt. But you know, it's cool, it comes with one. Not bad for the price. It's got a bit of distal tapering, which is actually pretty impressive. It's got a genuine leather handle, which is stitched my hand really quickly across it. I could potentially cut myself. And same for the pommel. But you know, you're paying $350 for a battle-ready sword. You can't really expect too much. Here, which you really want the balance to be at the last, 4 inches of the blade for a long sword by any means. Balance is really important when it comes to swords. Strange and unwieldy in the hand. Even a heavy sword, if it's balanced properly, can be wielded really quickly. It's pretty good. Marred a little bit. It's not super clean cut, but cut through it. Let's see how little effort I can put into it while still cutting it. The blade is so thin, it really travels through the target very nicely. It's pretty good. What I'm noticing about this longsword is that because this pommel is one of these rounded pommels and it's kind of got sharp edges, holding onto it like this and slicing, you feel that vibration in your hands and it kicks back into this hand. Well, I wouldn't want to really do this for too long. It just feels a little weird. I guess this is why they wear gloves. Longswords generally don't tend to be razor sharp because they're more for thrusting and you kind of want to be able to half hand it and stuff like that, but it's actually surprising how well it cuts for how sharp it is. This is not that sharp. It's not terrible at cutting, not great. It's got some wobble to it since it is spring steel. With the blade moving like that, having your edge alignment perfect is going to be more difficult. That plus the fact that the handle's shorter, it doesn't allow enough leverage or as much leverage as a katana. It's not going to do great at slicing and slashing. But that's fine because long swords are meant for thrusting, but it can get the job done, which is cool. I like the sword. The reaches can't be understated. Having that is really nice. Rod in the center, so it's just 2 tatami mats. It's a big boy. Very good. Okay, here we go. Whew. Made it through. It's funny because with the longsword cuts, you can see some waviness in the cut going through because the blade is made of spring steel, so it's kind of moving and warping a bit as it moves to the target. Nice. It's pretty good. It's kind of the beauty of the longsword though, because it's made of spring steel. You can thrust the sword and it can bend and it'll just return back to shape. The reason why longswords are balanced toward the tip is because you want to be able to keep your sword tip constantly pointed at your target and be able to maneuver, but it really flies through the target. The only real downside I'll say to this longsword, specifically this design, is the handle is a little short for my taste. It's hard to, especially when you swing and fielding wise, extra, 4.
So fat. Brendan, you're not fat. It's the shirt. Look at Nate. His true classic is...
Okay, so we're going to test the Ronin katana.
Whoa.
That's a cool watch there, Rick. Can I check it out?
No thanks. Okay. Trying to figure out how to lower the blast shields, huh? Anybody here think it's suspicious that a lot of people in here can't wait to get out of here?
Ah, you're paranoid, Rick. You've been paranoid since Nam.
So what are you gonna do when you rotate back to the world, Frankenstein?
Shit. I'm a buster.
Oh, no! Oh, get out of my head, parasite! No! Give me the gun, Frankenstein! Give it back! Is anyone here even real? Am I the only real?
Wow.
Suva koža glave koja se peruta je oštećena i ne može zadržati vlažnost. Head and Shoulders Dermix Pro.
What's up? Looks like we finally got to 9 million subs. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. And for this huge milestone, I promised you a real personality reveal. What does it mean? I'm not sure. You know, I've been thinking a lot on how to do this because I have more than one personality and I think it's normal, right? I'm not crazy, right? You know, I think we all act differently whether we are with a stranger, with your family or by yourself. And because I want this video to be 100% truthful, I'm just gonna talk to you in the same way I would talk to myself. And I'm gonna reveal some of my deepest thoughts. Thoughts that I've never really shared because I never did a personal video like this one. So I hope you will find it interesting enough. First of all, I don't actually say OMG every 5 seconds, and I don't actually slap random people on the streets because they don't play bass. I know, huge plot twist, isn't it? Obviously, what I do in my video is an act. Just play a character, but I'm not really faking that personality. That's just an extreme version of myself. I really like bass and music, but no, I don't think playing bass
It's not woman I'm interested in. Ide, maybe. No. Aha. O. Yeah, good enough.
New action MMO. Oh, okay, okay, all right. This is 7 minutes. Yeah, we'll watch it. It's a 7-minute video.
So I was just linked to the newly released teaser trailer for TS Project. This was an MMO that I covered back in February 2022. At that juncture, there was no trailer footage. There was no in-game footage whatsoever.
Okay.
There was essentially no information pertaining to the game in any capacity. Before we go any further, I just want to take a moment here to thank all of the absolute chads and chadettes that support this channel via Patreon.
Sure.
You're all freaking legends. Seriously, each and every single one of you. I would offer to give
It's
each of you a
not
kiss,
MMO.
but
We'll see.
I suffer from severe intimacy issues. Additionally, if you want to stay up to date with all the latest MMO gacha and gaming news, take a second here to follow Mrs. Sticks and I over on Twitter. We tweet daily. Now, as of today, September 5th, there has been a teaser trailer for TS Project, which is described as a super large MMORPG.
I mean, you know, I wasn't sold on it, guys. I wasn't sold on it, but now that I hear it's gonna be super large, reminds me a lot of McDonald's. I think it could be pretty good.
Currently under development, utilizing Unreal Engine 5. They have, interestingly enough, disabled comments, which is never a good sign, but this is supposedly featuring full in-game graphics captured on PC, and we are going to go ahead and take a look at the trailer first, and then we're going to look at, at what information was revealed alongside the trailer.
This looks nice.
I've never heard.
As you can see, they have the Elden Ring tree there. Not a surprise. A lot of games are copying that now.
Heard of Game Tales. I do want to note, though, her walking animation.
Wow, it's a Tuskar. I love one of my favorite things to see. I look at this guy's ears. One of my favorite things to see are 30-something-year-old guys that used to have gauges in their ears, but their wife made them take them out whenever they had their second kid. And you can always fucking tell because their ears are fucked up. God, it's so funny to fucking see. I remember back whenever everybody got into that, they thought it was so dumb. I thought it was so dumb. And I was like, man, they're gonna look at this the same as we look at like people that have like all those rings in their neck in like Africa in like 2,000 fucking years. Like, this is crazy. What the fuck are you thinking? And now, look at this. It reminds me of it.
Is very stiff. She looks almost like she's gliding across the ground.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. But she has cat ears.
But the character model herself, man. Korea, dude, they come up with some absolutely incredible looking characters in their games.
I just feel like this is pretty generic, man. Like, yeah, this isn't, I'm not really sold on this. Yeah, it's like, okay. Great, so we got another hot girl with little ears. Okay. Great. Right. The world looks nice. Sure. This looks like the third re-release of Skyrim. No, it's the Elden Ring tree there. There it is.
So I'm guessing what this is trying to express is that it is going to have seasonal weather changes.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got a cat girl running around a city that was made for Skyrim. She is walking around, it's raining, and guess what? She's wearing a white t-shirt. How convenient. And then she goes to some boars that are on crack, and we have the pan over to Nosferatu Zod, the final battle of the trailer. Wow. Oh, wow. I'll play this. I always play these whenever they come out, right? I'll play it, sure. But man, I'm not expecting this to be super cool.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That is probably the dumbest trailer I've ever seen.
Thank you.
To advertise
Thank you.
an MMORPG.
Thank
now,
you.
back in February, we only had two different images released for the game. These images in specific were used as advertising material. We had Arisia, the healer slash sorceress, and then we had Silky Ra, the hunter slash assassin. Now there are two different websites that are currently covering TS Project. We're going to take a look at both of them, see if we can kind of compile information and get a rough gauge of what platforms this is launching onto, what kind of game it's going to be, what kind of combat it's going to use. So according to Technosteria, Studio Game Tales has finally published the first gameplay video in a long time dedicated to the MMORPG under the working title TS Project. It allows us to evaluate the graphics of the game, which, you know, the character model looked really good.
I thought it looked okay. Like it was, I don't know. I think it looks okay. Sure. Like I don't know. Like I mean, it looks fine.
Walking animation looks terrible on the Unreal Engine 5 engine, which has changed significantly when compared to the 2017 demo. This was announced back in 2017, so this had a functional demo 5 years ago. Wow. The picture became more detailed and beautiful, but at the same time lost its cartoonish anime style. The video itself is recorded on a PC and shows a fantasy city. No, that looked like a basic like medieval city.
It looked like if they remastered Black Desert Online. Like with the character models and like a lot of the houses around, it looked like a remastered Black Desert Online.
As well as seasonal changes in the open world. TS Project is an MMORPG based on 4 of Jung Sung Hwan's original novels, including Silent Tale and Hollow Knight. The game will tell the story of heroes from another dimension who went to the Myers-Sotis continent to restore peace to this place. Developers promise to reveal details later. TS Project is it is a cross-platform MMO. That makes a lot more sense.
That's good.
Because if this were releasing exclusively on a PC, I'm sure they would have shown the UI, because they purposefully omitted the UI in its entirety. And
that's probably a good thing. Like, I mean, I don't give a fuck about the UI for a game. As long as you can change it and move shit around, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, I think that if you make a game on I don't think that a game being on mobile means that it has to be bad. I really don't think so. But it also, I mean, the reality is that while it doesn't mean that it has to be bad, we do have a lot of precedent, don't we? A lot of precedent that says that, you know what, it's probably gonna be bad.
B, this kind of felt like a mobile game. The release date has not yet been determined. Now let's see what MMO culture has to say about it. I notice immediately that it says it is going to contain blockchain
I think that the reason why nobody wants blockchain stuff in an MMO isn't actually because it's blockchain, it's because it adds no value to the game. I think that if an MMO came out and it had NFTs and blockchain technology in it, and the game was good, then I think people would be fine with it. The problem is that the game adds blockchain as a intrinsic value, when it's not for most players. People don't give a shit about it. Nobody thinks, oh, it's a buzzword. Like, I don't give a fuck about this. It's just stupid.
Why though? Why? Why does every new Asian MMO need to contain a blockchain? You are literally immediately destroying any potential your game would have had. These developers are fucking idiots. As mentioned previously, TS Project...
Well, I mean, if it's any fucking, if it's any solace, this game's probably never gonna come out. Like, I mean, there's a trailer for it fucking how many years ago? And it still didn't come out? I mean, get the fuck out of it. It's never gonna come out. Who cares?
Stories written by Game
5
Tales
years.
CEO himself. I'm not sure why he wouldn't hire writers to write the game, but apparently he values his own talents and...
Oh, so the guy that's the CEO of the game wrote the story himself? Okay, yeah, I'm sure this will be good.
abilities above professionals. He published several novels and worked on scenarios and quests for games such as Eco Tactics Online, Cabal Online. Admittedly, Cabal Online was actually a kind of fun game, and Terra Hero, I believe Terra Hero was the Terra mobile game that shut down, what, months after launching? Unfortunately, while the development team boasts of many industry veterans, TS Project will be built with blockchain and NFT technology. So,
thank God.
Guys, we have this brand new MMO.
Thank God.
The MMO has great looking character models. It has really bad character animations. They hid the UI because they don't want people to know how shit it looks, and it is going to be built not only for mobile first and then ported to PC to take advantage of idiots like you and me, but it is going to have a sole and complete focus around blockchain and NFTs. Seriously, fuck Game Tales and fuck Game Tales' CEO. This trash is never going to take off, and I cannot wait for this blockchain NFT crypto fad to die off. Now, if this looked like something that you might have been interested in, and you're thinking to yourself, man, I wish I had a new MMO to play, then I have a video on screen right now with all of the remaining MMOs slated to come out
another one
this
you can
year
play
in
instead.
2022. Or alternatively, I have a video on screen detailing the most populated gacha games in 2022, the gacha games that everyone else is playing and that do not actually have NFTs, blockchain, or any type of crypto.
I feel like if you're gonna play a game that's a gacha game, why the fuck are you gonna be mad about NFTs? Like, I'm sorry, but like, it's like, well, yeah, I'm playing a gambling simulator for online waifus to get extra outfits for them, but NFTs, that's where I draw the line. Get the fuck out of here. No. No, no. Like, if it's if you're gonna be okay with the gacha games, but NFTs are too far for you, I'm sorry, but you're already lost. I don't give a fuck. Gacha games look good when they scam, at least. Yeah, well, that's the problem. So here's NFTs being in a game will not make me play or not play a game. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is something that is completely fucking independent from the value that I get out of a video game. Because the reason why is very simple. It's because I don't give a fuck. People buy and sell shit in video games all the time. But the problem with NFTs is this. If you have NFTs in the game, don't you effectively make your game pay to win? Because people can just buy and sell these for real money or something equivalent to real money? I don't know. I find it to be very, very weird. I think that NFTs and people making blockchain video games, the reason why somebody wants to make a blockchain video game, let me explain why, is that a lot of the different ways that these companies make money and with like the different blockchain stuff is with transaction fees. So if you have an MMO that's built all around, you know, having these items that can be traded between each other, and you have a bunch of people playing the MMO, well then you're gonna have a bunch of people making transaction fees. It's just that simple.
So, built into them.
Yeah, I don't think people want that. I think they're just, people are tired of that. I think that there are these companies that are looking, thank you, I'm very glad. Give this video a like. I like, this is a good video. Yeah, this was good. I'm glad that, you know, he came to the same conclusion that I did, basically. I'll link it to you guys so you're able to watch it and give it a like. Give it a sub. Those thumbnails, well, I think they're great. And listen, all I'm really trying to get at here is that I don't, like NFTs aren't gonna make me not play a game if the game's very good. But I'm certainly not, like, it will be something that if I hear NFTs are in the game, I will automatically, like, have a higher, like, standard for the game. I will see that and I'm like, this is probably gonna be some fucky ass bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I haven't seen any good ones. Used for is MMO is open source game development and decentralized hosting, so it's not controlled and dependent on a single company. I think that decentralization is fetishized by people that live in gated communities and safe suburbs. There is a reason why there is centralization for a lot of things. Like, yes, decentralization. Get the fuck out of here. A lot of them are trying to do that. Yeah, I see that. Have you seen Riders of Icarus? Is an MMO that went towards a virtual coin of some kind? No, I haven't seen that at all. Click on the top left video. Oh, yeah, sure. And overhyped bullshit. Buy my NFT. The call, you can't log on to your main character. Oh, congrats, man. Centralized money makes you a slave. And decentralized doesn't? Like, again, I understand, like, why a lot of people have, like, conclusions like that. You know, they feel that way, etc. But what you guys need to understand is that, like, there are many places in the world that have decentralization of different currencies and things like this. And almost all places in the world that are like that are absolute fucking hellscapes. So just keep that in mind. Is that whenever you say you don't want decentralization, what you really mean is you want survival of the fittest. That's what happens every time. And I can guarantee you that there is somebody who is a lot more fucking savage than you are out there that will do things that you won't do and that will basically take a decentralized market and then make it centralized. That's what happens every time. Yeah, the best thing about the worst thing about a free market is it's in people's best interest whenever they're in a free market to make it not free anymore. Like, the first thing that I did whenever any guild would kill Mythic Garrosh is I would send them a message and I would congratulate them and then let them know that the price that everybody has agreed on is a certain amount of gold and that we were hoping that they would be able to sell it for the same price.
Understood.
Nice shield, thanks, man. Yeah, like, we were always doing that. I mean, I think that's, like, yeah, price fixing, cheating. Like, I remember I used to be, like, really, like, hardcore libertarian. And, you know, I think free market is the solution to everything. And then I played World of Warcraft, and I did all of the things that are against the law in real life, and I realized why they're against the law. Why is price fixing against the law? Well, here's why. Why is collusion against the law? Here's why. Why is wire fraud against the law? Well, here's fucking why. You know, that's the thing. Is that, again, like, people just don't understand that because they just don't have the perspective that I do. I think that it's just, people just, they don't get it. Like, play an actual free game and see what happens. You want to see true capitalism? Yeah, play Eve. Yeah, and even that's not like, anything that has a governing body above it is not true capitalism or a true free market. What are you trying to say with this? What I'm trying to say with this is that decentralization should not be fetishized by people that live in gated communities and safe suburbs as much as it is. That's what I'm trying to say. Gentlemen, we need people for ZA. Let's go.
Orders, sir. Understood. Perfect.
Aren't there other units to bother?
Waiting on orders.
They are trying to break through.
Oh, more orders.
Tell me.
Attention. Building completed.
Nobody helped me figure it out. It's driving me insane. One would think the title is The Fall of the King, but no amount of searching for that or googling the lyrics has returned a valid result. The singer sounds very familiar, so if someone can identify it, I'll probably end up feeling really stupid, but I've been trying to figure this one out for quite a while, and I don't think I ever did know who this was by. Nothing else on the tape is newer than 1988, so that probably dates to sometime before then. It's definitely 80s metal and fairly heavy. I have transcribed the lyrics to the first verse and chorus and included a link to the MP3. And although the rapid share link he posted is dead now, his interpretation of the lyrics matches up with this song. There are some that theorize that Sled 1025 might have had a higher quality version of the song in his MP3 that would have helped with the search, but honestly I think it's very likely that this guy and the new guy looking for the song are the same person, and therefore the same recording. One potential lead here, aside from, just hoping that someone who made the song or knew the song happens to hear this, is people who worked at Z-Rock. Ian Christie reached out to Mike Payne, who worked at Z-Rock in those days, but unfortunately Mike Payne had no recollection of this song. He also brought up the possibility of Pat Dawsey, who might have played it at Z-Rock at the time. At the time of me making this video though, nobody has managed to get a response from Pat regarding this mystery. And actually, as I was working on this video, another even more promising lead popped up. This one posted on the Colosseum forums thread about it. The Ripper says, "It seems we are getting very close to solving the mystery thanks to Jonas Lunaboy Kozlowskis, who very cleverly searched for the protected copyright material. So, it seems that the song was written, words and music, in 1987 by a guy called Bernard E. Cavazos, and entitled, apparently, King's Fall. The guy hailed from Texas, indeed as I initially stated, so I should be receiving a half prize here when everyone else voted for Chicago, Canada, etc. Dan, I'm sending over my wand list, well, half of it. As of now, the only Bernard Cavazos from Texas that's popped up is a gynecologist. And yeah, I know doctors play music too, but unfortunately this Bernard Cavazos has a different middle initial. So unfortunately, Dr. Cavazos did not make our song. But if anybody knows of Bernard E. Cavazos, who played in a metal band in 1987, let us know. After the release of my most recent During Grey video, I had a lot of people hit me up just to kind of look back on weird stuff from the online J-Rock community back in the day. For example, that woman who claimed that she was possessed by the spirit of Hide, the guitarist of X Japan, after he died. Actually, if I remember properly, she said she was reincarnated as him, which makes no sense because when he died, she was already a fully grown adult. And it's a video I would love to cover, but it seems like there's not much of her left online. But something else that caught my attention was a message about another mislabeled song. I received an email from the Cthulhu Loser speaking about a song that floated around on Napster claiming to be from the Vampire Hunter D soundtrack entitled Medieval Song. But it wasn't actually from the Vampire Hunter D soundtrack. At some point he lost the track and started searching for it again, and this time it popped up as a Glaze song. Here it is. I don't know how familiar you are with the band Glay, but this definitely does not sound like them, and it can't be found on any of their albums to my knowledge. And if you look at Last.fm, this song is attributed to Malice Miser, who, as much as this song doesn't sound like Glay, it sounds even less like Malice Miser. I also found a post on the Scape forums in 2013 by a user named Jamar who was looking for the song. In his post, he mentions that it was also attributed to Gacht, who, if you're not aware, was also in Malice Miser for a time. He also mentions that this track found its way into people's collections in a similar way to how Sea of Retards did, just bundled it among full discographies and such. Jamar also points out that the composer for the first Vampire Hunter D is Tetsuya Komuro in his first solo project, so if it were from the original Vampire Hunter D, that's who made it. But it doesn't appear to be from that soundtrack, and frankly the production doesn't even sound similar. I also sat down and listened to the Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust soundtrack and found nothing, as well as the soundtrack from the PlayStation game, and I got a little excited because I found one song that's kinda similar, but it's not the song, and it's not in the soundtrack at all. Some leads also points to a song called Peace of Mind by a rapper named Moroni. However, it appears that he merely sampled this track, as his song came out after the song was already floating around on file sharing services. But what that could indicate is that maybe it's simply a track from a production library. So basically, I'm at a complete dead end with this one. To me, it seems like this song is much more likely to be from a soundtrack than from the band, but I'm just not sure which soundtrack. Several years ago, Filthy Frank made a video entitled How to Pick Up Girls in 30 Different Cultures. Unfortunately, like a lot of his videos, it's been purged from his channel. But thankfully, it's been reposted, and this video contains what's probably the biggest mystery of Frank's career. As the title indicates, Frank shows us how to pick up every flavor of woman from around the world. But what's of particular interest here is Kenya. People have been searching for the song he's dancing to for years with no avail. It's been reported that Joji himself has no idea where he got that, and he's kind of sick of hearing about it. So the first question you gotta ask is, what language is this and what are they saying? And personally, you might be surprised to find out that I know absolutely nothing about African languages, so I'm going off of trusting what other people have said here, but it appears to be a Bantu language. I've seen conflicting opinions about which one specifically it is, but every suggestion it's all Bantu. And I've seen two different versions of the translation. The first is, the child is born, the boy is taken care of. And the other is, the child has been born for us, the boy has been sent to us. The latter of which some people have interpreted to mean it could be a Christmas song. I've seen a few people claim that the song is Kiwami by Bobby Wine, but that seems wrong to me, because you can listen to the song on YouTube. I'm not going to play it on here because it's going to get claimed if I do it, but the song is on YouTube, and while it's similar to the one Frank used, it's not the same song, and in fact the vocalist doesn't even really sound like the same guy. Another point of interest in this case is a video posted on December 21st of 2015 by a channel named TM2. The video is called New African Cristiano Ronaldo, Amazing Long Shot HD. And it's a clip where a kid kicks a ball and sends it nowhere near the goal. And when he botches the kick, the song starts playing. Several people ask him where he got the song, and eventually he replies, "Me, I bought this song on Deep Web. It cost me £10. Obviously, he's probably just fucking with this guy. It's probably just a joke, and he grabbed the clip off of Filthy Frank's video, right? But there is that one guy that's like, oh, Deep Web, let's hear him out. UG Rection writes, I think that this guy actually found this song on the Deep Web. You see, this song is either from Uganda, Kenya, or Malawi, all not with great internet freedom or freedom in general. The lyrics are, Ono omwana atsuludua, omurenzi atsuludua, Nyanja, Swahili, or Bantu language, which is generally agreed to be, the child has been born for us, the boy has been sent to us, which is clearly suggesting his song is a Christian Christmas song. Now, I'm too lazy to look any of this up, but my theory is that one of the three countries this song was made in, Christianity is censored by the government, therefore forcing the artist to upload it to the deep web. Maybe I'm thinking too much of this. And while I'm open to the possibility of the African Christian deep web, I'm pretty sure this guy is just messing with you. And that's basically all we know about this song. Of all the songs I spoke about in this video, this is probably the one that's had the longest sustained search with the most eyes on it for the longest time, and yet we have nothing. I can't say that I have a massive amount of viewers that live in Africa, but maybe someone who sees this video will just happen to recognize it. But anyway, that's all for now. Let me know what you think about this type of video, because there's a lot of songs out there like this that I could make more videos like this on. Sometimes when I'm sitting around, a bit of Simlish, that vaguely Eastern European gibberish from the Sims games, pops into my head. Something like, this Grom is friendshake. And I'm like, yeah, this Grom is friendshake. That the Sims have their own language implies the fact of a greater spectrum of Sims culture. A whole world out there waiting to be explored, and in The Sims 2, they did explore that world a little bit more. Part of that being the existence of a pop artist named Kitty Shack, who sang this song in Simlish entitled Another World. It's a catchy song despite, the words not being words, which is really quite an accomplishment. No wonder so many people still go back and listen to it to this very day. But it also leaves us with the question, who was Kitty Shack and where is she now? Let's try and find out in this episode of Tales from the Internet. mystery of Kitty Shack is one that's bubbled up online from time to time, and it's a hot topic once again after a post in X, 4chan's paranormal board, went viral. After the Twitter account XTakes reposted it on Twitter, people started asking me to look into it. So let's see what we can find. The post on X goes as follows. I don't know if you remember The Sims 2 for the PS2, but in that game there was a song in Simlish called Another World by one Kitty Shack. I wanted to know what had become of her almost 20 years after that game came out, but looking her up online only brought more questions than answers. No activity online on her end for years now, all that remains being a dead Twitter account at Kitty Shacky and a blog, similarly dead. All throughout her online presence, she posted photos of actress Carrie Lynn Pratt or musician Britney Spears and claimed it was her, while also stealing her music videos. Her email is dead and her biography is just plain bizarre. What do we make of this? I'm pretty sure Kitty Shack could just be a fake artist made up by the studio, but why would they go so far as to push it to the internet to the point of stealing artist identity, images, and music videos, make an entire blog with a fake biography, and manage a Twitter account that ran up to 8 years after The Sims 2 was released? If it was a fan of someone with one song in Simlish, same questions apply. Also, before you ask, the only genuine photo we have of her is the one attached to this post. I could trace every other thing to KLP or Britney Spears, but this is the only genuine Kitty Shack there is. What's up with her? First impressions, I think it's basically a certainty that the name Kitty Shack was a pseudonym made up by the developers. As games around this time start to have more and more real music on their soundtracks, a few times you would have these fake artists mixed in. You produce a song in-house and put a fake artist name in there to kind of world build a little bit. One of my favorite examples of this is the song from GTA 2, God Bless All the Universe. If you look at the credits, this song was made by Reverend Rooney and the Rockstar Choir, you know, like Rockstar Games. Despite not being terribly into gospel music, this song would just get stuck in my head all the time. So I looked them up to see if they had anything else. And what I found was that this song was performed by Stuart Ross and Craig Connor, who performed a lot of songs on the GTA 2 soundtrack. There are also additional voices voiced by the creative director Gary Penn, who I assume is the preacher in the opening of the song, and a singer named Gerard Rooney, who, considering the lack of other credits he has, was probably a session guy they brought in to sing the song. Another suggestion I saw was that perhaps Kitty Shack was a small local or indie artist they brought in for the game. Something else that I had seen happen in GTA 2, with the band Bulla Matari, who made the song Taxi Drivers Must Die, probably the catchiest song on that soundtrack. After reading about Reverend Rooney, I had assumed that this too was a fake band that made stuff for the game, but actually these guys were a legitimate punk band with a few other songs unrelated to the game. But that being said, it would be kind of goofy if there was just some independent artist out there just making songs in Simlish. Like, maybe I could see someone doing that today in 2021 as a kind of like a, you know, you do this thing that's tied to a popular game and you go viral online, like that kind of approach. But I just don't see someone taking that route back then. In my opinion, whoever sang this song was almost certainly a hired session musician. And unfortunately, the credits for Sims 2 aren't as clear-cut as the credits for GTA 2. Sims 2's music was produced by Mark Mothersbaugh, who you might know as the singer and main songwriter of the band Devo. There's also several other musicians credited in the game, and I searched the female names that turned up looking for the singer. Most of the names I searched just didn't really turn up any results, or they weren't vocalists, but there were a few that came up. One was Jamie Myers, who sang for the metal bands like Flies on Flesh and the Hammers of Misfortune, and she has a song from Sims Bustin' Out credited to her. This is a very different type of song. I do not think this is Kitty Shack. Another person who turned up was Laurie Sue Shanaman of the band Ludicrowd. He's also credited on a song in Sims Bustin' Out called Blar. Also a metal vocalist, I don't think this is Kitty Shack. A third possibility that turned up from the credits was Sunshine Becker, a singer who at one time performed with Further, a band consisting of former Grateful Dead members.
Building complete.
Although to me her voice sounds like a bit deeper and more soulful than Kitty Shack, you might just have the range to do it. For that matter, I suppose it's also possible that the metal vocalists could have done the song, but it seems unlikely that they would hire them for both a metal song and a pop song. As of now, though, we do not know who sang as Kitty Shack, but I think it's likely someone in this list of names. Now, some people have attributed the song to someone not in this list, a singer named April Stark, and I believe this is due to a misconception caused by the really weird online presence of Kitty Shack. So let's take a look at this bizarre Kitty Shack blog. Some thought that this might have been a stunt done by EA to promote the game, and in this time period, we're looking at stuff like this being relatively new and popular. A lot of reality-bending online promotional stuff with movies and games. Someone in a movie mentions a website, you go and it's a real website, and you're like, wow! But this theory just doesn't pass the smell test to me, for several reasons. For starters, if they were doing this to promote Sims 2, it would have began in 2004 when the game came out, but it did not. By the time this started, and throughout the decade it persisted, EA had a lot of other games they could have been promoting. And also, a lot of the things that this online Kitty Shack persona did would have gotten EA in legal trouble if they were behind it. And I just don't see EA playing so loosey-goosey with their marketing like this. All that being said, whoever did do this is safe to say is kind of a weirdo. Let's begin by taking a look at the Kitty Shack blog itself, which was created on February of 2014, 10 years after the game came out. Here's the biography that's on the blog. Biography. Kate Seymour Pratt, also known as Kitty Shack, and if you Google Kate Seymour Pratt, you only get this blog itself as well as a Spanish article written about this mystery, is an American singer-songwriter actress born in Kentwood, LA. At 2004, she moved to LA to sign with The Sims 2 to record her song Another World to the game and won some money. And that right there is just not how this works at all. You don't sign to a video game like it was a record label. If anything, she wouldn't be performing quote-unquote her song. She would be hired as a musician to perform the songs that were written for the game. Also, won some money like she was on a game show? It's called getting paid. According to an interview, the singer was broke, but the song and her talent gave her $50,000. In 2006, she recorded All About You. The single didn't make so much money. Make, of course, being the past tense of make. After it, she just got a job of actress in a few movies, and sometimes she worked singing at a few coffee houses around LA. After all, this is why they call LA the land of broken dreams. And of course, all of these pictures ostensibly of Kitty Shack are of other people. The childhood picture is Jennifer Aniston. The last picture is of the actress Carrie Lynn Pratt. Now, if you reverse image search the second image, the one that's supposed to be the real Kitty Shack, only the Kitty Shack blog turns up. But then someone in the 4chan thread found that this is actually just from porn. So whoever made this blog just happened to have this random naked blonde chick on his computer and was like, hey, I'm gonna make this Kitty Shack. The blog also has song lyrics listed for these songs, including Another World in English and not in Simlish. Let's compare. Okay, that actually matches up, I can hear it. That one not so much. Sounds like something about a zebra umbrella.
What
Alright, I can hear it again. Alright, now that one is a huge stretch. You see, at first I thought it might have been a thing where they were translating the Simlish, but it's clearly supposed to be a sound-alike type thing. Like if you remember back in the day that Waking the Cadaver song and it was supposed to be shredded wheat. Or the Trivium one that was like, it's a curse that makes these wands out of Opeth. So if there is any doubt before, this person is definitely not connected to EA. They're just making up their own headcanon. Next point of interest is the Twitter account Kitty Shack, created in 2013, a year before the blog. A lot of what's posted on the blog is just more pictures of random blonde chicks, interactions with pop stars like Britney Spears, and amusingly, instances of her searching the Kitty Shack name in the song title and thanking her fans for their support. She also posts links to her YouTube channel, which was created on February 7th, 2014, same time as the blog, and the day the channel was created, Another World was uploaded. The next day, she posted her elusive song, the one that made her less money, All About You. Except, wait a minute, YouTube's automatic copyright algorithm says that this song is actually All About You by April Start. And now, this right here is why people think that April Start was the one who sang Another World in the Sims game. But that's not what that means. What that means is basically this person just took a random song and said it was Kitty Shack. And then later on the same day, she posts a music video for the song, which is just low quality footage, super low quality footage from some teeny bopper cheerleading movie that I don't know what it is. I'm sure someone watching does. And then the next day she posts Britney Spears Rockstar and says it's Kitty Shack Rockstar. And the day after that, the last track would be posted. This time, it's Sims 2 Chameleon, labeled as Kitty Shack featuring the Humble Brothers. It's an actual song from Sims 2, but Sims 2 just says it's by the Humble Brothers. And after that, this person basically vanishes from the internet. But this all actually does go back a lot further. On the Twitter account at some point, she links back to MySpace. You go to the MySpace, which was created on June 24th of 2006, 8 years before the blog, 2 years after the game was released, and it has a bio. Hello, my name is Catherine McDuff. And in case you're curious, that name does not turn up anything either. AKA Kitty. Welcome to my MySpace. I am a solo artist. I have a recorded and whole unreleased album. My two most popular songs are Another World and All About You. Well, send me a comment, message, or feedback. Mwah. Consistent broken English across a decade. The blog posts on the MySpace are unfortunately not archived, but there is a link to a Yahoo group. In the Yahoo group, there's not really anything about Kitty, but in the archive of the group, there's a single post on the same day it was created, June 24th, 2006, entitled Kitty in No Blonde article, and it links to an article on his site, winglitch.com. Articles, The End of Blondes. In the article, the author basically just talks about how blonde hair may be bred out of humans within 200 years due to how genetics works. It doesn't appear to have anything to actually do with Kitty Shack, and considering that the site is mostly just tutorials on tech stuff and graphics, it's kind of a weird article. And in every archived version of this article, the image inside of it is broken, but I assume that it is one of the images that were used to represent Kitty Shack at some point. It makes me wonder if the person behind these Kitty Shack blogs was someone connected to this website, but absolutely no information is given about the people who created it. And this is basically where the trail runs cold. But one thing that, as I go through all this, that's really strange, that sticks out to me, and I just can't really figure out what the deal with it is. Why was there such a big gap between the Kitty Shack pages? The MySpace and the Yahoo group get made in 2006, and then nothing happens for 7 years. Then all of a sudden we have a Twitter account and a blog that refers back to these old pages. It makes me wonder if there wasn't actually two people who for some reason felt inclined to LARP as Kitty Shack from The Sims 2. But considering the similarities between these two phases of the character, maybe it really was just a person who decided to take a 7-year break in the middle of their LARP. It's a very strange mystery, and I can't help but think that maybe one day we'll see a continuation of this. It seems like lately we're on a big winning streak with these internet mysteries here. Mysterious Song, still ongoing. Saki Sanabashi, the Evil Farm Game. But these new mysteries are just getting knocked down one by one. One such case being Kitty Shack, the mysterious Simlish singer from Sims 2. A poster on my subreddit, Homework Busy, homed in on a lead that I missed when I first made my video, and followed it all the way to solving a mystery that's been discussed for well over a decade. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, check out my first video on Kitty Shack. But if you missed it, here's a summary. In The Sims 2, there's a number of songs that can be heard using Simlish lyrics, Simlish being the fake language in the Sims universe. In particular, people have been interested in the singer of a song called Another World. It was credited as being by a singer named Kitty Shack, but any search for Kitty Shack just turns up this weird blog that's clearly owned by some sort of role player and has nothing to do with the actual game, and is just full of statements that are very easily debunked. Although I found some potential candidates to be Kitty Shack, none of them really fit the bill, and that pretty much gets us up to speed. So when I was trying to find the artist behind Kitty Shack, I was basing most of my search on the credits that were listed on Moby Games. This caused me to home in on Devo's Mark Mothersbaugh, as well as a list of session musicians who were credited for the game. However, as it turns out, the Sims Wiki would have a different piece of information. A piece of information that would eventually lead to Kitty Shack being found. See, on their list of credits, each song had individual writers with another world credited to Eric Presley. But you hear the vocals in that song. That don't sound like no Eric I ever heard. A Redditor named Homework Busy goes on the Sims Wiki and notices the Eric Presley listing. So he posts on my subreddit that there's a new lead. And he finds that if you search The Sims Eric Presley, you get a bunch of other songs. Like this one from Sims 3 called Da Lineup with a vocalist that sounds like Kitty Shack. He comes to the conclusion that Eric Presley was probably using the same vocalist for all of these songs. So we start searching for Eric Presley, and eventually he comes across a Facebook page with a profile picture that shows him with a blonde woman who, as More Busy points out, looks like the woman that was used to represent Kitty Shack. Although once again, note that the image of Kitty Shack that we have was just from the role player's blog and not from the actual Sims content. In any case, she did seem to fit the bill, and it turned out that she was a singer. Her name is Natalie Noon, and she does sound kind of like Kitty Shack. So Homework Busy sends Natalie Noon a message, but while everyone's waiting for her response, a user named Tricepta has a different theory. I think you were on the right path, but took a wrong turn. I'm pretty sure I know who it is. I'm still looking for confirmation. Homework Busy thinks he's gonna say April Start, which we ruled out in the first video. But Tricepta is thinking of someone else. Nope, it's someone with a connection to Eric Presley, and someone that listed that she did work for The Sims 3. Also, I'm certain that's a different Eric Presley that you have linked. It almost seems like he's speaking in riddles at this point, but after taking a closer look, Homework Busy does think he might actually have the wrong guy. Because the Eric Presley from The Sims turned out to be a bass player for Belinda Carlisle, and he had a MySpace for his music that was a different guy from this guy. And also, as it turned out, that Eric Presley passed away in 2011. So Natalie Noon's resemblance to Kitty Shack was most likely just not a coincidence. So what was the other theory that Tricepta had? At this point, Homework Busy suggests that Tricepta is thinking of another singer called Carrie Jo Crosby, and that was in fact who he was thinking of. Homework finds Carrie on Facebook and shoots her a message. Pardon me, but are you by any chance the singer for Sims 3 Da Lineup? And if so, were you the singer for The Sims 2 Kitty Shack Another World? I don't mean to bother you. I'm just trying to find the singer for these video games. And if by chance, did you do any other songs for EA/The Sims? Thank you for your time. And she responds, yes, I sang a couple songs on Sims 3, but not Sims 2. Did you also message me on Insta by chance? It turns out that at this point, Tricepta had already contacted her on Instagram, commenting on a video of The Sims she posted, which, interesting side note, in the caption of one of these Sims videos, she noted that it was the strangest gig she had ever done, and received lyric sheets in both Simlish and English for the same song. So it's quite possible that every Simlish song was written with an English version. So Homework Busy brings Carrie up to date on the mystery and asks if there's someone she can reach out to who might know who sang the song. She says she can message a producer friend of hers who might know. And she comes back with an answer pretty quickly. Keely Hawks. She was the singer. And another poster, Chris Klein Fangirl, noted that this wasn't the only time that Keely Hawks and Eric Presley would have collaborated. I've been investigating this too after watching Lang's video. Keely Hawks was in a band called Transistor, which, according to Wikipedia, also had a member called Eric Presley, who is credited to doing other Sims songs. Here is a clip of one of their songs. The voice has to be Kitty Shack. So weird hearing her voice in English. Tricepta managed to get a hold of Keelyhawks through email, and she confirmed this is her. And in a comment on her YouTube channel, she verifies it again. Are you the girl from Sims 2 song on Everworld? Yep, that was my vocal. The song was produced and written by Charlton Pettis. And you can listen to the songs on her channel and hear, yeah, this is definitely Kitty Shack. Although I have to say it is a bit odd to hear her sing in actual English. Thus concludes the Kitty Shack mystery. Thanks to everyone involved in the search. Today, I have another lost media case for you. This one caught my attention not just because it's a good song, but also because it takes us back to a website that was key in popularizing the most mysterious song on the internet, that being spiritofradio.ca. This one was posted by Peter in August of 2014, and we have this 30-second clip. This song's got a very freestyle kind of vibe, and I love freestyle. My playlists are full of it, and if you hand me the aux cord during a party, I'm very likely to put on Cover Girls or something like that. So you know I gotta find out who made this song so I can find the rest of their music. So for this episode of Tales from the Internet, let's take a look at what we know about this song so far. Today we're talking about an unidentified song that's been tentatively labeled Fond My Mind, based on what one of the lines in the song sounds like. Although the song's been floating around for quite some time, the search for it has gained some steam the past few months. The earliest post on Reddit that I saw about it was created by No Seacrest on r/Lostwave back in December of 2019. 80s/90s song, Nowhere to Run. Red Sector 1. This post links to the 2014 Spirit of Radio post, and this one calls it Nowhere to Run based on the first line that's said in this clip. The lead of this song potentially being by the band Red Sector 1 comes from a comment posted by Corey on the Spirit of Radio post. So, Red Sector 1 was a Canadian band that formed in 1991, and was active up until 1999. Let's compare their music to this clip of the song Fond My Mind. Assuming that this was recorded in the early 90s, I think their first album World Peace from 1992 is the way to go. So, this band, Red Sector 1, to me sounds awesome, but at the same time, I really don't hear the comparison at all. As I said at the beginning, the freestyle vibe to me is very apparent in the clip, and when I listen to Red Sector 1, I'm hearing almost kind of a more industrial vibe. Just overall completely incompatible with the clip that we're looking for. And if we go later in their catalog, it gets more upbeat, but still a different sort of vibe from what we're looking for. In his post, No Seacrest noted that he was attempting to contact the band through their Facebook page. And ultimately, in the Discord for the most mysterious song on the internet, he would comment that he did manage to contact them through their SoundCloud. He spoke to a member of the band, Mike Davis, and Mike Davis confirmed that this is in fact not their song. Mike would also indicate that his current projects are Nasty Little Green Man and Surrounded by Spiders, in case you want to check those out. A redditor named Game Monkey Dev made a few threads looking for the song, which would yield some suggestions like Annie Lennox, New Order, Depeche Mode, which once again don't really have the right vibe to me. And of course they're so popular that there's no way that this would just be unidentified if it was one of their songs. It's the same problem that comes up with the most mysterious song on the internet a lot. I think a lot of people aren't particularly familiar with all the different subgenres of old music, so they just kind of want to put it all under this old music umbrella, just the genre of old. But at this point, there really wasn't much to go off of other than people just shooting suggestions into the dark. However, a lot more clues were found when it was realized that Peter, who had posted the song Spirit of Radio, was not the first person to post this online. In fact, someone else had uploaded the song to What's That Song, a website dedicated to identifying music, a year earlier in 2013. This user's name was G.Sip.Coy. Other accounts with the same name would be found, including a Last.fm account that had scrabbled similar music, implying that it was likely the same guy. And as Jay, a user who had popularized the search for this particular song, noted in the Mysterious Song Discord, since What's a Song has a clip cutoff of 30 seconds, and the Spirit of Radio clip was also 30 seconds, at this point we only had 30 seconds of the song, and the clip cutoff for What's That Song is 30 seconds, meaning that G.Sip.Coy most likely had only cut it to 30 seconds to reach the time limit and had the entire song. A few attempts to contact G.Sip.Coy were made through the various accounts with no response, but eventually he would respond to Glux. Hi, I got a reply from Gabber, G.Sip.Coy. Thanks for your message. Yes, I'm the same person who posted that song on What's That Song many years ago. I'm happy to know that there are other people interested in it, but unfortunately, I still have no further information about this song, frowny face. I recorded the song somewhere around 1991 or 1992 on a cassette tape. About 10 years ago, I converted all my old cassette tapes to MP3, and that's when I decided to try to identify this song, but I had not succeeded yet. Frowny face. Best regards, Gabber. Gabber would eventually join the Discord and share some more information. Oh, and he would also share the entire 3-minute and 12-second recording. I'm not going to play the whole song for you, but here are some of the key moments that we hadn't heard previously. Now, I'm not the only person to have made this observation, but for some reason this intro to me it sounds strangely Indian. Like the vocals do not sound Indian to me at all, but there's just something about this that gives me like a Benny Lava kind of vibe. And this right here, I feel like I've heard a variation of this solo in so many different freestyle songs. Anyway, if you want to listen to the full track, it's uploaded to JK's YouTube channel, along with a lot of other unidentified tracks. Gabber noted that the recording was made from a radio station in Brazil named Transamerica, and like most mysterious song on the internet, this too was part of a mixtape that he had made. When he looked back at the tape, he had noticed that the earliest song on it was Duran Duran's Ordinary World, which was released in December of 1992. This means that contrary to what he had thought at first, this tape was most likely recorded in 1993. He also noted that this song was played on the radio a number of times. He even showed it to family members from Brazil who also remembered hearing this on the radio. And I had also noticed other Brazilians on Reddit saying that they had heard this song on the radio. But that being said, despite this band being played on the radio in Brazil, it's very likely that the band themselves are not from Brazil. He noted that this song was unlike a lot of the music he had heard from Brazil at the time, and this particular radio station was known for playing American and European hits. And several people also noted that the singer of this song doesn't sound like a native English speaker. A lot of people are convinced that the singer is either Italian or French. And to that point, Alan SM, a Brazilian user of the Discord server, gave some context for music in Brazil at the time. I'm Brazilian, so to give a bit of perspective from what I remember from the time I was a kid then, Eurodance was very popular at the time. In southern Brazil where I live, pretty much all the kids I knew listened to it. The artists being played on the radio were mostly Italian or German, but there were a few local artists as well. Freestyle was a big thing in Rio, they called it funk, but it wasn't popular here. If this song was made by a local artist, it would be natural to combine elements of freestyle and Eurodance. Another thing which might be helpful, At the time, it was very common for smaller record companies to release compilations of Eurodance songs, comprised of a few popular songs and many unknowns. They would partner with popular radio stations and name the compilations after them. For example, something like the hottest songs from Radio Whatever. It could be that this song was on a compilation like that. He had also noted that Italian music in particular was very popular with Brazilian DJs at the time, to which a user Silberizing added that Italians at the time were churning out such a sheer mass of dance music that the odds are good that this could be a lost Italo track. Meanwhile, Gabber did actually manage to contact Transamerica. None of the DJs who would have been around then were still working for them, but they did direct him to a list of popular songs from each year. This song, however, was not among any of the lists. And in the comments of JK's YouTube upload, another potential lead was raised. This one from a commenter named Randolph who had mentioned he had heard the song too, but on Danish radio. So I might be completely wrong and confusing this for another song, of course, but I'm pretty sure this song used to play on the Danish radio station The Voice in the mid-90s, and that a sample of it was used in like one of those radio advertising stingers way into the aughts. The Voice had some kind of connection to Bulgaria and later opened a radio station there. A user named Maximus Vergara found an uploaded broadcast from The Voice, and it definitely sounds like a station that would have played this sort of music. Unfortunately, this particular track was not in the uploaded broadcast. So right now we got a bunch of clues, but no real solid leads. Some artists and compilations have been looked into, but nothing's really turned up anything. My hope with this video is that, like a lot of the recent lost media cases that have been solved by viewers of the channel, that it just reaches a large enough audience that someone happens to just know it. And I've noticed that looking at the demographic information for my channel, one of the top countries that watches me is actually Brazil. So there actually is a pretty good chance that one of you watching has actually heard this song on the radio before too, and maybe you even know what it's called. If you do know what it's called, of course, leave a comment, send me a message somewhere, let me know what it is. But for now, that's all for the most mysterious song in Brazil. I think that's what I'm going to title this one. I'm sure someone's going to tell me there's other more mysterious songs in Brazil, but you know, we got to keep some kind of consistency here. When Harvest Moon came out, I never would have expected that it would become one of my favorite games of the 16-bit era. I think I picked it up because it bore a superficial resemblance to the 16-bit JRPGs that were my favorite thing at the time. But unlike those games, it was completely unconcerned with saving the world. You just live your life as a humble farmer, plant some turnips, meet a nice girl from the village, and marry her. It stood out from the pack by being a fun, engrossing, and downright addictive experience that you didn't fight or kill anything in. But what if you said, forget about all this wholesomeness, and you said, yeah, you know what, let's throw in a little bit of killing. But according to an old internet rumor that's resurfaced somewhat recently, such a game does exist. But we can't seem to find it, and a lot of you have been messaging me about this game. So for today's episode of Gaming Mysteries, let's take a look at the evil farming game. Never in the history of this channel have I received so many messages and emails to cover a single topic. Except, you know, maybe Chris-Chan, but I'm never gonna make a Chris-Chan video. These messages spoke of a farming game like Harvest Moon, but with a twist. You have to kill your wife and hide her body from the police. And now, this is a story that's evolved a lot in the time since I started working on the video about it. In that time, my friend Nexpo made a video including this story, and it greatly signal boosted the search. This led to a lot of new leads, and I imagine that by the time I'm done editing this video, there's going to be even more information about it, but I want to get out what we know so far. The earliest instance that I've seen of someone talking about this online is on r/tipofmyjoystick in April of 2013. Sparta 213. This game was kind of like Harvest Moon. I know almost nothing about this game. All I can remember is that it's kind of like Harvest Moon but with a dark twist. The game starts out with you and your wife. One night you get into a fight and you end up stabbing her to death. Now the game revolves around you farming to stay alive while trying to keep the town from finding out about the incident that happened. Every now and again the cops come to search your house and you have to hide her corpse. Now, reading this, my gut instinct is that this was a Flash game, you know, something that you would find on Newgrounds. and a few other people in the thread had this thought, but Sparta 213 added an edit. I have no recollection of what console this game was for or when it came out. I know that it was released after 2000. I know this is so vague, but it's really hard to remember something you forgot. Also, it had to be before mid to early 2015. Graphics were not 3D. I'm 100% sure it wasn't a browser game. Now, I've never played this game, but it sounds cool as fuck, and it sounds like something I would really want to play. And others felt the same, as it was a very highly upvoted post, and a mod stickied it to the top of the subreddit, and people began to get some more leads from Sparta 213. Oh my god, that's pretty intense. What was it for? PC? PlayStation? And was it modern or from a long time ago? After the year 2000, I believe, but definitely before 2016. Do you at least remember if you were ever in high school or college when you played this game? That might help round down the timeline. When you said it definitely wasn't a browser game and it was made after 2000, what made you jump to those conclusions? Well, I can remember that it wasn't as browser game, it was too high quality for that, and it was made after 2000 because I don't think that society would have been okay with something like that. I also just have this sort of gut feeling that it was after 2000. Are you sure farming was the focus of the game? Yeah, I am. Why did you have that in mind? Nothing in particular, just keeping the possibilities open. One of the games that people suggested this might have been was called Wild Season. Wild Season was a 2015 farming game that was presented a bit like a more mature Harvest Moon. However, it contained no such murder plot. There was also the suggestion of Scapeland. However, Scapeland is a bit too recent and it's also in 3D, looking nothing like Harvest Moon. Other users suggested that it might have been an RPG Maker game, which definitely seems like something that might be possible. Granted, no RPG Maker game could ever top Tamer's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Sonic-styled RPG.
This is the prophecy of rotten darkness. Let's get down to business.
Another user suggested that perhaps it was all just a dream. At this point, the most likely origin of this game is your dreams. It's the exact sort of thing the average dream will create. Something you enjoy/think about in real life. Harvest Moon, crossed with a terrible incident you have to suffer through in guilt while nobody around you actively notices and are just generally probably suspicious of you. Everyone has the guilt dream. This looks like yours. You probably mixed it up with real life, as everyone does sometimes. With how odd it is and how much actual gameplay and art they'd have to create to get it off the ground, I highly doubt anyone actually made this. And while I do agree that this is an awful lot of work for something that would presumably have been a free project by an indie dev, the dream explanation doesn't really pan out for me. I've definitely had dreams that put me in an unlikely situation in a video game world that I was familiar with, but nothing that was ever so believable or realistic, or even that much felt like a video game that I would bring it out with me into the real world and think it was real. I always feel like my dreams personally are a lot less coherent than people describe their dreams as being, though, so maybe that's just me. Either way, the dream explanation would seem a bit more unlikely, as a couple of years later, a user named David Spade AMA would come looking for a very similar game, PC, Evil Farming Game. There was this game I used to have downloaded in about 2006, before I upgraded my computer and lost it. It was a farming Stardew Valley style of game, where you murder your wife, and then you try and pretend you never killed her. And that was the whole game. Keep farming and make sure no one finds out you killed her. There was a fishing minigame, and I specifically remember fishing up evidence of your wife's murder, and then you pass out. Another user was quick to point out the thread from all those years back. This is one of the top posts of all time on the sub, and it remains unanswered there. So it probably wasn't a dream then. Maybe OP can provide us with more details than the old post. Oh wow, I thought I was the only one. Not mentioned in that post was the pixel art gameplay and weird cutscenes in a different art style. It was downloaded off some shoddy indie dev's website that also had a ton of graphic live leak style videos to download. The name was so out there that I can't think of what it was. It might have started with Ash and then kept going, but that might have been another site. And while it's possible that David Spade AMA simply went back through the tip of my joystick archives and decided to start a wild goose chase, it seems a little unlikely to me. It's just such an obscure thing to try and
Spartans83 said,
He also
Brate,
Ziva me
kako
Boris.
si ti nenormalan.
What graphical and era details can you add?
Also,
Jebite
do you
se
know if
ti
it was
on.
an RPG Maker game? Was it a standalone game? Did you download off the web? It was not an RPG Maker game, and I do think it was
Jebote
free
on koji
to
tebe
download
zove.
off the web and not a
Koliko se ja
physical disc.
sećam, ja sam
Its
taj
own
koji
game
kupuje.
downloaded off what I think was the developer's website, and there was a ton of messed up stuff on the website, like r/watchpeoplebuy type stuff. It had a weird art style.
Jebote
I remember
boys.
the game Y2K is what made me think of it. It was pixel art during gameplay, but had cutscenes too, which I don't remember if they were voiced. The question of the game Scapeland was brought up once again, and while David Spade said this wasn't the game, he did say that the cutscenes might have resembled the graphical style. A lot of people at this point wound up comparing this story to the Candle Cove creepypasta. To put it briefly, the Candle Cove creepypasta
Ne,
played
Milan
itself
Belat.
out over the course of a
Pote
forum.
Milan Belat.
In the thread, various users recalled details about a creepy TV show named Candle Cove. The fact that it was a creepy children's show and people couldn't seem to find it was central to this story. Personally, I can't help but think that if that were the case with this story, there would have been more specific details by now. But really all we had at this point was a vague overview of the plot, look, and game mechanics. David Spade AMA denied this claim and said it was definitely not something that was either for children or pretending to be for children. Another game was suggested in this thread as well, a game called Reap and Sow by Snow Owl. David Spade AMA didn't respond to this suggestion, but let's take a look at the game Reap and Sow. Reap and Sow is an RPG Maker game that does combine farming gameplay with other elements. However, these elements do not include the murder of your wife or hiding the body from the police. Instead, the game involves you going into a creepy dream world at night where the crops that you farmed can help your gameplay. It seems like a really cool game, but it's not this game. The search for this game would heat up once again later that month in December of 2018, when someone posted, and longtime viewers of my channel are gonna groan when I say this, so get ready. A Redditor claimed that he had this game on his old laptop, but the laptop wouldn't boot up. You see, the hard drive on the laptop was messed up and needed to be recovered. Avoiding the police after killing your wife, living a normal life. Hi all, first time posting here. Today I found my old laptop, but sadly it won't boot up. But it brought back some great memories, particularly a game I'm about to describe. So at the start of the game, you killed your wife, but after that, you just lived as a normal managing your farm. However, it had a twist. The police could come at any time and find the body, so you had to constantly be wary and move the body. The laptop was built in 2001, and I bought a new one in 2003, so it would have been between that time. It wasn't a browser game, and I think I may have gotten it from uTorrent, but cannot remember TBH. Hope this is enough info, and many thanks. Commenters gave suggestions on how to recover the data, how to fix the hard drive, blah 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 blah. You know how the story goes. But let's just see where it went. Edit. Many thanks to all those offering to recover my hard drive. I'm actually in the UK and a lot of the offers seem to be from the US. My local computer store opens Wednesday, 2nd January, so I'm going to take it in to see if they can get it to boot up. Many thanks again. It's very kind of you all. Edit. Laptop checked in earlier today. Quite busy, but should have an update Friday. Final edit. Sad news. The laptop is bugging. The dampness/moisture of the storage I placed it in is knackered and all. Any final suggestions? Edit. I'm retrieving quotes from professional data recovery firms. Update. The platter of the hard drive was damp and it's been deemed unrecoverable. I'm really sorry to have built hopes up. I'm sure you are. In this thread came a number of new suggestions. So at the time this was posted, if you googled for a game where you kill your wife, you'd get a game called Moirai. If you do that search now, you get Stardew Valley, which is really funny to me, but the game is definitely not Stardew Valley. So Moirai is a defunct mystery game which does take place in a farm village. You're searching for a missing person in a cave and you find them dying, and when you encounter them, you can choose to either let them live or to put them out of their misery. Although it is a farm game that potentially involves murder, you don't kill your wife, you don't hide the body, and the police don't look for you. Also, it was made in 2016, it was 3D, and looks nothing like Harvest Moon or Stardew Valley. So that's the end of that lead. And now, this right here is probably where I would have ended the video had Nexpo not put his out. Thanks to the video that Nexpo put out, there's a lot more eyes on this search now, and there's a lot of new leads. All of the evidence that's known so far has been collected on a new subreddit r/thatevilfarming game. One of these new leads involves a redditor named Westy3. It was back in April that Westy3 had made a post on r/tipwithmyjoystick looking for this same game. It also had a few more details about how your wife is killed. So I vaguely remember a game located in a farm, I think so. You had a wife, but in like the first 10 minutes of the game you had to either stab her, kill her, or drown her. Maybe there was also an electrocuting outcome, but I'm not sure. Stabbing was also straightforward. You stabbed your wife, hid the body. All the other, however, the police came to investigate, and you had to tell them lies to get them away. After that, you would go on with your normal life, do work, etc. However, at any given time, the police could investigate again for the body. I think there was a big story/action scene afterwards, but I can't remember after a certain amount of time. Since I probably stopped playing since I was a kid back in the day, I hope this is enough to go by. One interesting detail about this post now is that he mentioned a drowning scenario, and remember, one of the other posters mentioned a cutscene where you find evidence in the lake. But this still didn't get as much further in the search, and most of the comments were just kind of like, oh, this again? But after the release of Nexpo's video, some Redditors decided to try and contact some of the original OPs who made these posts. And a Redditor named Zoran Va managed to get in contact with Westy3. Hey, I wanted to ask a quick question about the mysterious farming game about killing your wife. Sure. Do you remember if it was a downloadable game or maybe a ROM hack for another game for an emulator? Many of us are still trying to find this game. Downloadable 100%. Okay, thank you very much. By the way, I'm going to my uncle next week to get the game. Holy shit, really? Yes. Was it on a disc, or perhaps a USB flash drive? Hard drive on his laptop, I believe. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got yet another hard drive in play. There's no talk yet of this one being buggered, but as of the recording of this video, he hasn't gotten back with the laptop. Another Redditor named IvyLeaf33 collected some of the more informative comments in Nexpo's video. There's a bunch that you can see on r/thatevilfarming game, but I want to focus on the ones that have what I think are the most promising leads. One of the leads pertains to the word Ash in the edgy website that was mentioned in the older Reddit posts. Okay, might be a stretch, but in 2008 to 2011, there was a shock site that was popular in my region, Balkans, that had a URL like Ashen Remains or Ashen Remains. It hosted metal songs, if I recall, and had shock videos of murders with metal music in the background. It was hosted with a Swedish or Russian domain, I think, and it wasn't a .com domain. It also had an abundance of ads. But lining up with the Reddit posts, it did have downloadable games which were indie developments. I remember playing a really cool monster truck game and a Mortal Kombat fan game. Hope this helps. Edit. A friend of mine told me that it's most likely Ashen Bones. The name Ashen Bones to me seems to trigger some kind of vague memory, but I don't really recall it clearly, and nobody on Reddit has been able to find either this website or an archive of it. A few other commenters pointed to it potentially being on a disc that was included with a gaming magazine. This was a really common practice at the time, and I used to love getting those discs in the mail. One commenter suggested that they played this game on a disc they got from PC Gamer. Another commenter suggested that they were from Austria and played this game from a German magazine. As a result, a number of Redditors are currently pouring through German game magazines and PC magazines of the time. There was even a user, Aaron2005X, who had a gigantic archive of German demo discs. Another Redditor named Zeri discovered a complete online archive of a German computer magazine, Computer Build. People are currently looking through these archives, but as of now, no one has found the game in them. Finally, literally as I was about to go record this video, there was another new post by a Redditor named S.Reject. He had a different account of this game that raises a few questions. Full disclosure, Nexpo's video brought me here. Make of it what you will. I have been searching for a game since at least 2010 that aligns near perfectly with the details given in previous posts. the consistent details. The game was created no later than 2004. I had it on a laptop prior to getting my first tower in Christmas of 2004. The game came from an Shady Free Game website. Sorry, I don't remember the site. Ash doesn't strike a nerve. The game is isometric 2D top-down.
Oh my lord.
Style player view.
Please
There's
die.
a cutscene upon starting a new game in which you murder a woman. There's a cutscene at the start of each day that progressively explains the backstory. I don't remember much about it other than a sour relationship. You spend the gameplay moving the corpse between field plots while avoiding police coming into contact with it. Details that have not been mentioned in relation to the game I'm searching for. The game had reap in the title. Reaped, the reaping, reap what you sow, something along those lines. Images are low quality pixel art, something you might see created in MS Paint. Cutscenes are single spread textless comic / storyboard style images. The layout is a farmhouse / barn on the left, 2x2 of square garden plots in the center, and a road on the right. The screen doesn't scroll. Farming is not the mechanic on display within the game. You use the corpse to fertilize crops in an attempt to decompose the body. If you under or over fertilize a plot, the plants will die and the plot becomes useless. Cops will come at random times to search the fields. You must shoo them away from the field with the corpse. Likewise, you must not be holding the body if a cop stops to talk to you. As days progress, more cops come. The win condition is to fully decompose the body. Details that conflict with other testimonies. There is no fishing minigame. Outside of a start screen and cutscenes, the only other screen was the layout explained above. The focus was not on managing crops. It was a story device towards decomposing the body. There was planting and harvesting, but you didn't gain directly from it. The game had little to no text outside of the start screen that I recall, so it would be hard to deduce bad translations. And there's few things we have to consider here. For starters, he said reap, which immediately makes you think back to that game Reap and Sow. But once again, that conflicts with the game he's describing, and when people showed him Reap and Sow, he said, no, that's not the game I remember. That being said, if this game does exist, I'd be willing to bet money that the title does in fact include the word reap. It's the perfect word to describe a game that combines farming and murder. A farmer reaps crops, but the personification of death is the Grim Reaper. It's incredible wordplay. You'd be stupid not to have the word in your title. And the contradicting elements of the story that he pointed out also make me think back to a theory that a few other posters have. Perhaps there's either two versions of the game, or people are conflating two different games. Although the original posts claimed that this was definitely not a browser game, a number of people said that they swear they played this on either Newgrounds or Hunger Games. It wouldn't be completely unheard of for a Flash game to be made and then a more fleshed out, fully developed version to come out. But as of now, this is all the information we have about this game, and as the story develops, I'll keep you updated.
The evil farming game has been found. Was the subject line of a lot of emails, direct messages, and comments that I received. Is it true? Short answer, I don't think so. Long answer, kind of, but not really. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I recommend that you check out my first video on the evil farming game. But in short, there was an old video game similar to Harvest Moon that people remember. But this one involved killing your wife and hiding her body from the police while you go about your day farming. So for today's episode of Tales from Game, let's take a look at the game that people thought was the evil farming game, as well as how it was found and the ramifications of this discovery. I think that I've noticed sometimes about these lost media searches that what happens a lot is they'll run out of steam and then all of a sudden someone will come to the community brand new and they'll just inject the community full momentum once again. In the case of the evil farming game, it was a Redditor named Simone Broom, username Plumpdev, who just knew that she played this game before and had to get involved in the search. It begins with a post she made on May 1st to r/thatevilfarming game. I downloaded and played this game sometime between 2014 and 2016. So, I've played this game, and it frustrates me to no avail that I can't find the site I downloaded it from. Around 2015, I only had a shitty little laptop that, at best, could play Binding of Isaac Rebirth. So I would download games from a few free PC game sites. This is where I downloaded this game. The site was not hidden or obscure in any way. It would be the top results for either freeware games, free PC games, or abandonware games. These were the 3 search terms I'd used to find games. One of the sites I'm 80% sure I used is freepcgamers.com. A site I might have used is this, freegamesdl.net. The site I actually downloaded the game from looked more similar to the latest site, but it was much more simple. Mostly white with no banners or the like. Every category would be listed on the left side, and the content would be listed as separate blog posts on the right. The site was not a piracy site. It was a site offering legally free games. It is not Moirai. Moirai was released after I had played that game by quite a lot of time. I was trying to become an indie game dev at the time and basically lived on Twitter. I remember when Moirai came out and all the buzz it created among game journalists who reported on indie games. The game itself, I remember very little. I remember that the game had barely any instructions and that I didn't really get it. It was not an advanced game. I know people compare it to Harvest Moon, but that is giving the game way too much credit. It was a very simple pixel game with weird graphics that would invert in color and make staticky sounds. The one thing I remember quite clearly is that the fishing portion was in 2D perspective, like side-scroller view or 1/3 view, as in very close to side view. I don't have anything to add to the gameplay that has not already been said. However, what I remember vividly is the site I downloaded it from, which is what I wanted to share. For 6 hours, I've been searching for the site I used, and even searching through sites that look similar enough, but to my frustration, I have not found it. She would go on to create mock-ups of what she remembered. She made one of the fishing side game, and she made one of the sites she found the game on, noting that it was a simple blog format with direct downloads to the games. And she also posted pixel art of a farmer that was similar to what she remembered. She also mentioned that at some point you pulled up a crappy pixelated foot that belonged to the dead wife. There was a top-down perspective when you went hiding her, and there was also a barn that you could hide her in. Simone would spend 14 hours the next day trying to figure out what site she got it from. This included not just regular Google searches and things like that, but also checking sites like sitelike.org, which would give you sites that aren't normally listed on Google. She would then take these sites and go to the Internet Archive and see how these sites would have looked around the time she found the game. But she couldn't find the site, so she decided to take on a more brute force approach, entailing simply going through tons and tons of different online games. One by one, she went through games on sites like darkhorrorgames.com, every single horror game that was on GameJolt up to 2017, as well as doing similar searches on itch.io and Newgrounds. She recalled that in my original video, someone in the comments section had mentioned a game called Ashes to Ashes. And although there was a game on Moby Games with that title, it was a shooter that would definitely not be it. There was a game that turned up called And You Will Be Fit for More Than Ashes that caught her attention, but that didn't seem to be it either. Since a lot of people claimed that they'd seen Markiplier play this game at some point, she went through his whole back catalog to no avail, as well as John Wolfe, who mainly plays horror games. She had already put in an absurd amount of hours into this search, noting that she had no day job and nothing but free time to look for this game. And on that note, a couple days later, she would make another similar post with more websites and more games, including Reap What You Sow, which did come up in the initial search. And she noted that this particular game is similar enough to some people's description of it that it's very likely that a lot of different people are remembering different games and kind of combining them into this one farming game blob. And the more the search goes on, the more I think that this is probably true. At this point, she had also gone back to Markiplier and John Wolfe's catalogs, looking from their very first videos up to videos 3 years ago, and then going to do the same with Jacksepticeye. The only game that even briefly gave her pause, though, was one game that Jacksepticeye played in 2013, a game entitled My Only. It's a pixel art game where you kill your wife at the beginning, but that's pretty much where the similarities end. She also took notice of the thumbnail of a game called Don't Escape. Although this is not the game, she said that the thumbnail reminded her of the thumbnail from this game. Although she noted that her memory of this might not be perfect, so don't think the Evil Farming Game's thumbnail looked exactly like this.
but rather it just kind of triggered a memory in her, so she put it there in case it does in someone else. At this point, I can only imagine the sheer massive indie games throughout the years that she was exposed to in this search, and she commented on that at the end of this second research post. As a final note, during my search, I found many games that are lost to time. Games that only have a mention and a screenshot to it, with the dev long moved on and no current social media. But personally, I find the journey fascinating. I get to see games I've not seen in 15 years, and get to look at games I've never seen before, and that might be gone in a few years. Even if I don't find the game I am looking for, I appreciate the experience. But it was her next post that would be the most consequential. A post that would bring a flood of messages to my inbox saying that the mystery has been solved. May 10th, 2021. I found it. It's called The Red Sun Sets Over the Fields of Grain. It's an app game. It was removed from the App Store at one point for violating their respective terms of service. That is why it was so hard to find and why so few played it. For over a week, I've spent 14 hours every day searching for it, but I finally found it. I am a very tired one, but it happened. So let's take a look at this game. Aesthetically, it does appear to be a lot like what people describe. A pixel art farm game that involves murder. And then after the murder happens, you try and maintain your little farm like everything's still kosher. As the developers described this game, it was intended to be a commentary on simple, mindless phone games. Life on the farm is not as simple as it once was. You return home one day and are provoked into committing murder. Life appears to carry on as normal after the killing, but is everything truly alright? Can you forget your deep-seated guilt by planting crops and buying power-ups? Can you ignore the glaring reminders of the past? This seemingly simple and fun iPhone game raises questions about complacency and mindlessness in smartphone video game culture. Rather than simply tap away and watch the gold coins increase, the Red Sun Sets pushes its users to carry the burden of the main character, establishing a strong link between the player and the character that the player controls. Made in 36 hours at Carl Hack's 2015 Carleton College. The game itself, as was mentioned in Simone's post, could not actually be downloaded and played. At least not from the App Store for violating a litany of Apple rules. Rules that were partially cataloged by the developer. Unfortunately, this app violates several of Apple's app approval guidelines, such as, and these are direct quotes, if your app is plain creepy, it may not be accepted. If your app was cobbled together in a few days, it likely will not be
Pa što ga ne slušam, znaš. Dođe pa mi piše bljuvotine u chat i onda ga ja banujem. I onda kad treba nešto, recimo član familije ti je bolestan, nogu sam slomio, osjećam se loše. Kad tako nešto što je dečak koji je vikao Vuk, da ti poznat ta priča. Upravo to je smilan. Svi gluposti koje priča ne možeš da razaznaš šta je bitno. Zapravo me ne zanima što ima da kaže. I ne želim da Boris više kontaktira njega, već mene. Stavio sam broj telefona, ako nekom trebaju moji podaci, ako ne trebaju nikom ništa.
It's more likely that this app was never on the App Store to begin with, meaning that the only people who would have ever played it are people close to the developer or somehow involved in this school. And if you want to play it, the developer uploaded the files and the instructions on how to recompile it and play it on your iPhone. Honestly though, it's a bit above my head and I couldn't do it. And a few people in the comments tried to as well, but couldn't seem to do it. And one user, Showtuni, noted that the code was so old that they would have had to download another program to transfer it over and then be able to play it, and that process just didn't seem to be working out. However, another user, Stardews, pulled the game's image assets and uploaded them to an imager gallery. And these images reveal the story of the game. Apparently, it begins when you walk in and find your wife cheating on you. The guy sits up on the bed and looks at you, and you kill him. Nothing crazy, but pretty graphic for this kind of pixel art game. Also in the art files, for some reason, a spaceship, and also a painting of a guy who kind of looks like him. That being said, there's also a few things that don't quite match up to me. Gameplay-wise, it doesn't seem to resemble Harvest Moon at all, outside of being a farming game. The menus and whatnot remind me a bit more of like a lemonade stand type thing. It appears to me that you allocate your resources a certain way and then you just let them do what they're gonna do. And once again, as I said before, it's very unlikely that this game was ever actually on the App Store or played by anybody outside of the developer circle. But that being said, it is kind of strange how strikingly similar this game is to what was described. Some people thought maybe even that the developer made this game as a response to the search for the game, but it was actually made before Sparta 213 ever made his first post. Sparta 213, of course, being the first person to post that he was looking for this game, and who would a day later come to this thread to respond. It breaks my heart to say that this isn't what I remember, and I've never owned an iPhone. That being said, this is the absolute closest thing that anyone has found, and there is a very real chance that this could be it, and that I have false or unintentionally fabricated memories. I am shocked at how similar the two really are. Very, very good investigative skills. You found something that, to my knowledge, nobody else has after years of searching, and that, in and of itself, is a feat that I was beginning to think was impossible. Many kudos to you. And after Sparta responded, Simone updated her post saying that she might have jumped the gun. Edit, I think there are multiple games that people confuse for the EFG. I'm not done searching. Edit. I got too excited yesterday, and declared this game as the game too soon. I had just taken my sleeping aid and was about to fall asleep while doing some last-minute research on my phone before bed when I found the game. Got a bit too excited, didn't think about the title too much, I apologize. I should have clarified that through my research, I've come to the conclusion that we're not looking for one singular game, but multiple. People's descriptions vary sometimes drastically and contradict one another. For example, in Sparta's later clarifications in AMA, he states that the game he played was focused primarily on farming and was very story heavy and had a village and villagers. Basically, it was a long play RPG farming game. But the game I remember, and many others remember, was a vaporware style arcade game where you try to hide the body and avoid the police in a more Looney Tunes style gameplay, with little to no text or additional characters. Basically a short play arcade game. These things cannot be true at once, or at least not within reasonable doubt. I don't think the search is over, but we have found a corner piece to the puzzle and can now start mapping out a frame of EFG games. And I think the multiple evil farming games theory is most likely true. There's probably one very specific game that Sparta is remembering and that some of the people who also remember it are remembering, but it's very possible that a lot of people who think they remember Sparta's game are remembering a different game or one of many other games. Because you have to think, when the original Harvest Moon came out for SNES, it was notable for the fact that it was an RPG with no violence. I mean, in any other game that resembled it at the time, basically the object was
Pola me pesma otvorilo,
until
moguće.
they die, and you do that to get stronger so you can make things die better. Surely there were a lot of indie devs that had that thought and made a project. So it's basically a certainty that there were many Evil Harvest Moon type games that existed. In any case, Simone would continue this search over the next few days, searching things like developer forums, school projects, abandonware sites, ROM hack sites, fan sites, obscure game reviews, and listing games of note she come across such as Dear Red, Wishbone, and a Harvest Moon parody called Darkest Moon. Ultimately, though, at this point, Simone had been putting several 14-hour days into this search. And although she kept on finding more and more interesting little things, she wasn't finding the thing. And at this point, she was gearing up for university to start, so the search had to come to a close. But there's still one more lead left for her to look into. And I wish I could see the look on her face when I say this. There's a hard drive. There's always a hard drive. The hard drive on her shitty old laptop that she had mentioned at the very beginning. She still has it, however, it needs one part to work once again. A replacement USB SATA bridge. As of me making this video, she has found the part that she needs and has ordered it from eBay. However, as she's noted, because she lives in Sweden and has ordered it from the US, it may take as long as 2 months for it to actually get to her. And when it does get to her, there's no guarantee that this was the only thing wrong with the drive. But if it does work, and that game is still on the hard drive, this mystery could very well be solved.
And if that game is on there, it'll be really interesting to see whether or not it matches up with the original game Sparta 213 remembered, or for that matter, any of the other people who came around in time since and thought they remembered this game. I think it's extremely likely that if she does have this game on her hard drive, some people are going to be like, yeah, that is the game, and some people are still going to be looking for a different game. And when this does happen, I will keep you updated. But that's all for now. Thank you to Simone for putting such a ridiculous amount of time and work into this search. The evil farming game has been found. No, for real this time, no fake out. But there is a catch. You see, as it turns out, the evil farming game wasn't actually a game after all. Rather, this was a very specific piece of content that Sparta 213, the original poster, was remembering. And after this piece of content was found, he did confirm that this is it. I can already hear the rattling of the torches and the pitchforks. As always though, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I recommend you watch my first videos on this topic. But to summarize, people remember there being a game like Harvest Moon, except instead of merely tending to your crops, you killed your wife and hide her body from the police, all the while still maintaining your farm. The search has been going on for several years, and that brings us to today. It's only been 2 days since the release of my last update video on the evil farming game. It's been about a year and a half since I made my first video on the topic, and since then the channel has grown significantly, bringing a lot more eyes to the search this time. And sure enough, this lost media winning streak we've been on this channel continues. This time, it was a viewer named Aqueous Snake. After having watched this last video, Aqueous Snake remembered something. On June 6, 2015, Vinesauce Joel, Bark Skeletor, streamed a game called Global Defense Force. At some point during the stream, Joel is talking about games his friends used to rent, one of which being the Nintendo 64 game Body Harvest. He remarked that the game was great, but the name was weird. He says it makes him think of Body Harvest Moon, like if there was a Harvest Moon game with corpses. So he starts to riff on this idea of Body Harvest Moon.
Harvest Moon, it's just regular Harvest Moon with your wife, and midway in the game you have an argument with your wife, and you accidentally kill her with I don't know, like a saw blade. No, fuck it. You kill her with like a barbecue kebab rack. You impale her accidentally, and you're like, oh shit, I didn't mean that. And at the same time as you gotta rescue, you gotta manage your farm, raise your chickens and milk the cows. You also gotta hide the body from the cops sometimes, from health security checks, and yeah.
This bit from the stream would then get clipped by a YouTuber named Tuskull, who would create an animation over Joel's narration, dramatizing what the game might look like. This stream occurred 1 year before the original post made by Sparta 213 looking for the farming game. Aqueous Snake would then post this animation to the farming game Discord. With Joel's clip being so similar to what was being looked for, it quickly made an impact. Simone Brun, who you'll remember from the last video, made a post to the subreddit about the animation, saying that she's sure she's heard this clip before. She realized that she had come across it around the time that Sparta made his first post in 2016. Someone else who was looking for the game had posted it to Twitter. And whatever game it was that Simone has on that broken hard drive, she believes she found around the time she was looking for the game back then. At the time, she had mostly stuck to small circles on Twitter and was kinda disconnected from the Reddit search. She believed that people were looking for a Vinesauce fan game based on this concept. Based on the Vinesauce fan game theory, user PM Me Your Ears made a post in the Vinesauce subreddit checking if there's any knowledge of such a thing in their community. The only response came from a user named Crush3000 who suggested that perhaps people had heard this clip and it implanted the memory of the game in people. After all, memory could be funny like that. And this was a theory
Spartans
that PM Me
83
Your Ears had already been
said,
considering. Having made a
Javio
post
J.E.
in the
Denise
Evil
Doc
Farming
Ostalo
Game subreddit
SE6
about
Doggo
it.
Varage.
And this was a theory that was further evidenced when user Kyle O'Reilly was looking through the AMA that Sparta had done last year. In the thread, he was talking to someone about sleep issues he'd been having. Sparta 213. I didn't really have dreams on the medication, so I don't know. It could have been a standout. The insomnia is gone now that I stopped taking the medication. Kinda nutty if you ask me. Flame the Hedgehog. Well, glad to hear that you're getting better now. This has all been such a strange event, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was one outlier half-dream while watching Vinesauce. Who knows? It could have been a Terminal 7 dream cancer. Sparta. Nothing could be ruled out. Additionally, PM Your Ears had dug up another old message in the farming game Discord, posted by user Zella, all the way back in March of 2020. Zella had sent Sparta a message and received the response, "Thanks for reaching out, man. Sorry for the late response. I honestly have no more information than that already presented. I've just chalked it up to being dreamed up by me in a half-awake, half-asleep state while watching a live stream." The stream in particular would have been a Vinesauce stream, if you really want to scour, but that's hours upon hours of footage. And Zella had posted that interaction with the caption, "Time to start searching for Vinesauce streams from early 2016, which I guess would have been just a little bit too late. Deprachan, the mod of the Discord, immediately sent a message to Sparta to see if any of this information jogs anything, but Sparta wasn't responding. So at this point, the members of the Discord server are searching through any Vinesauce they can possibly get their hands on, looking for anything that might possibly resemble the game, not ruling out the theory that maybe someone did make a Vinesauce fan game based on this riff. So they're looking through old streams, old fan art, talking to people on the Vinesauce Discord channel, but it doesn't seem to be turning up much of anything. And then finally, in the afternoon of June 14th, a few hours before I'm recording this video, Sparta responds. "So guys, I just got around to looking at the Vinesauce animated video that someone found, and as anticlimactic as it may be, I believe that this is likely the source of the game. It fits everything exactly. And I used to fall asleep all the time watching Vinesauce videos." I can't help but think back all the way to that original thread that Sparta made, and that one person in the comment section, Mikori, who had suggested that perhaps it was all just a dream. I mean, granted, they also thought that this dream might have been tied to some deep-seated guilt that Sparta had in his life, and, not just falling asleep watching Vinesauce. But still, that was one of the first people that was on the right track. So now, with the original farming game mystery solved, Sparta's original game that he was looking for turning out to not be a game at all, but a Vinesauce stream, where does that leave us? There still are some other games that this reminded people of. Simone has something on her hard drive. And something that really stands out to me, thinking about all the memories that this story triggered in other people, something that came up a lot was the fishing minigame. A lot of people seem to remember a fishing minigame in this, yet Joel's stream had no mention of fishing anything. So even though the fishing thing had nothing to do with what Sparta was thinking of, some people remembered a game like this that had fishing. As I said in the previous video, there probably are a lot of different things that people are remembering because of this. And additionally, there is a fan-made game in the works. The Evil Farming game Replanted, made by Jeremy of Whistleblower Studios. It's currently slated for an October 2021 release. Anyway, thanks to everyone who was involved in this search and helped bring it to an end. Although it's really anticlimactic for this to have turned out to not be an actual game and to have just been something that Joel Vinesauce said as an offhand joke, it feels good to have some kind of resolution to one of the channel's long-standing mysteries. We're really on a winning streak with these lost media stories, and I feel like a big part of that is just how big the channel has grown. Since the first time I covered the farming game, the channel has almost doubled in subscribers. And ultimately, the big break in the case wound up just being to bring it up one more time and have the one guy, Aqueous Steak, think, "Hey, wait a second, I remember this." At some point during or around the year 2008, a Redditor from Finland named Tansa H purchased some new fabric curtains from a local store, some pop art featuring a repeating pattern of 8 celebrities. Tansa picked it up thinking it was a cool design, but after a few years thought, "Hey, I don't actually know who most of these people are. Let's find out." So in January of 2020, Tansa took to Reddit's r/tip-of-my-tongue to find out once and for all who these people are. One by one, Reddit pieced it together, not just figuring out who these people are, but finding the exact photos that the images were taken from. Each celebrity, except for one. Celebrity number 6. Looking at this image, you probably have a lot of ideas of who you think this is, and so did I. So did a lot of people, as can be seen through this absolutely gigantic list of possible suggestions. So for this episode of Tales from the Internet, let's take a look at the mystery of celebrity number 6.
Attention. Building completed.
The thing about celebrities, you'd think that by definition they'd be pretty damn easy to recognize. But you put a few hundred eyes on this person, celebrity number 6, and nothing. I guess you just stencil away enough of the facial features on a piece of pop art and all of a sudden it becomes less and less distinct. The distinguishing features disappear and they could be any one of hundreds of different similarly beautiful people. So let's start with the identities of the celebrities we do know. Celebrity number 1. Adriana Lima, a model most known for her work with Victoria's Secret. This photo was used for the XOXO brand, possibly taken as far back as 1999. Celebrity number 2, Josh Holloway, most famous for playing Sawyer on Lost. This specific photo was identified as being from the 2004 GQ magazine Men of the Year event. Celebrity number 3. A lot of people thought that this was Emma Stone until the exact source photo was found. And it's Adriana Lima again. This time from the 2004 Victoria's Secret Angels Across America tour. Celebrity number 4, Jessica Alba. Famous for a lot of stuff. Personally, I associate her with Dark Angel. This pic is from the 2017's Choice Awards, which pushes our time frame up a few years. Celebrity number 5. This is Travis Fimmel, taken in 2003 for the WB Upfront. Honestly, I don't know who that is. At the time of the making of this piece of fabric, he was primarily known for his modeling work and his run on the short-lived Tarzan TV show. But as of now, his most popular works are the show Vikings and the Warcraft movie. Celebrity number 7. Ian Somerhalder, known for playing Boone on Lost. This photo is from a 2005 ABC press party. Celebrity number 8. Orlando Bloom, aka Legolas. Taken in 2003 for a Japanese magazine, Kinema Junpo. And those are our celebrities. Let me get a big round of applause. So here's what we know from these images. So each one of these images of a celebrity on this piece of fabric was based on a real photo. And each of these photos were taken between 1999 and 2007, with most of them no earlier than 2003. But they could have been taken as late as 2009, depending on when exactly this fabric was purchased. Although these images are taken from real photos, they could be modified somewhat. It is evidenced by the photo they used of Orlando Bloom. In the original photo, his hands are up and he's holding beads. His hands and the beads have been removed from the fabric and now his arms are at his sides. It's also worth noting that most of these source photos belong to Getty Images.
$400 for a glass of fucking water?
User PM Me Your Ears contacted Getty Images directly, but their representative was unable to identify the person and suggested a reverse image search, which of course is not terribly helpful in this case. And after I saw that, I attempted something different. I tried to use an AI-driven search engine. They tend to be a bit more helpful if you're searching for something slightly different from the image you're looking for, but in this case it mostly just gave me drawings of Asian women and some guy who either looks like Phil Anselmo or Matt Jackson of the Young Bucks. It's definitely not either of them, but it would be pretty funny if it was. Oh, wait a second, I gotta hang up my Phil Anselmo, Matt Jackson, Jessica Alba curtains. PM Me Your Ears also contacted another stock photo agency, Alami, but they too could not identify the person. Note that that doesn't necessarily mean that the photo doesn't belong to one of these companies, just that the representatives they spoke to weren't able to personally identify them. Considering the types of sources these come from, mostly media events, I think it's extremely likely that the original source photo for this unidentified person, Celebrity 6, does belong to Getty Images. Another user, Future So Bright, just kind of tried to brute force their way through it, just combing through a bunch of Getty Images event pictures all the way through 2010, but they couldn't find anything. They also suggested that the type of outfit this person seems to be wearing is probably from a more casual event. This isn't really an outfit that you'd see at a red carpet thing where you'd see a lot of A-list movie stars, but rather something more casual like a TV or radio event. so that narrows down our field of top priority people to look at a little bit. They also noted that Travis Fimmel, although he's well known now because of Vikings, he wasn't really at level of star back then. Perhaps this person too, celebrity number 6, was also at that kind of not super famous level, but then they never ascended to the level of notability that Travis Fimmel did, which of course would make them harder to identify. And on that note, we do know that whoever made this design was willing to reuse people in it. I mean, you got 2 Adriana Limas. In my opinion, you can never have too many Adriana Limas. And one popular theory for this person is that it's Travis Fimmel a second time. And people have pointed to a few other images that aren't an exact match, but they help make the case. Another user, Prissy, notes that in one photo, Travis is wearing a shirt with a stenciled gun design that can match up with markings on the shirt in the fabric. The photo itself isn't a match, but it's possible that maybe he was wearing the same shirt in another picture that is a match. Standard Deviation 2 attempted to overlay an image of Travis with celebrity number 6, and the earlobe doesn't quite match. Granted, this is something that could be caused by issues with focal length, or slightly different camera angles, slight modifications to the art maybe, but in my opinion, this to me just doesn't look like it. Some other popular suggestions are Evangeline Lilly, which would make sense considering there's 2 other actors from Lost in the mix. There's also Edward Furlong, who has really similar eyes and that length of hair, as well as River Phoenix. I have my doubts about them though, because it seems like they're not right for the time period that this designer was going for. Their features are definitely in the ballpark, but they're just really a little too early for this. The full list of people who've been suggested is absolutely massive and spans characters like Axl Rose to Val Kilmer, Sting, the musician, and I assume not the wrestler. In addition to these suggestions, a few people on Reddit claim that they've seen it as maybe a jeans ad or something in a magazine before. They just can't quite put their finger on it. And even the government is getting involved now, with Carrie Odell, who runs the Library of Congress Mystery Photo Contest. This contest has resulted in the identification of hundreds of previously unknown people from old photographs. And he was brought in on this mystery when a user of r/tip-of-my-tongue tagged him in it. He hasn't managed to identify it yet, but he did say that he would pass it around to some people who are good with this sort of thing. Another user, I'm the Man in the Bag, suggested that the best way to solve this would be to get a hold of the designer. There is a version of this fabric that can still be found. It's the same pattern, but in red and gray. Every instance of this fabric has the same product ID number, which leads back to a company named Letki Mraz. Letki Mraz is a fabric company from the Czech Republic. Man in the Bag was able to track down a 2013 newsletter in which Letki Mraz mentions their fabric vendors, which included Robert Kaufman, Michael Miller, and Clothworks. After being contacted by Man in the Bag, Michael Miller and Clothworks both said that this is not one of their designs. He noted that Robert Kaufman was the most likely source for this of these vendors. He noted they have a category for figures that this pattern would fall into. However, the exact pattern cannot be found on their site. Another user, DataCap0101, did manage to get a hold of Robert Kaufman. Hello again. I finally got an email back from Robert Kaufman. All they said was, unfortunately, we cannot disclose the names of our designers, which is odd considering they have an entire tab on their website dedicated to listing their designers. I feel it came from them, but they do not want to take responsibility for it. I think this is where you ought to look. And it would make sense for a fabric designer to not want to take responsibility for this design. Using people's images in this way could potentially open a company up to some kind of legal issue. But it's also quite possible this fabric was simply made by a company that wasn't mentioned in the 2013 newsletter. Realistically, I think tracking down the person who designed this pattern might actually be more difficult than simply getting the image in front of someone who recognizes it. Ultimately, I think that is the best hope of solving this case. And I don't mean simply thinking you know who the person is, I mean we've got over 200 suggestions. You kinda gotta have the exact picture to match it up with. And I know that's kind of a controversial stance on this topic. I've seen some arguments about it saying that's too high of a standard of evidence. But there's so many people who are sure that their person is the person who you're gonna go with. And then you have to remember, there were people who thought that Adriana Lima was Emma Stone until the exact picture was found. So having the exact photo to match up with celebrity number 6 really is the necessary smoking gun to bring this to an end. A few people have created renderings in a hope of jogging someone's memory. You got hand-drawn extrapolations, tracings, recolorings. I know that when I saw this particular recutting, my mind went to Bjork pretty quickly, but I don't know. Some people even attempted AI recreations of the image, both static ones and moving ones. Some real uncanny valley shit. Realistically though, I wouldn't put too much stock in the AI guesses. I mean, I've tried to use AI to recreate my face from a blurry old photo on an old TikTok, and it didn't turn out so accurate. Made me look like some kind of Albanian Dracula or something. But nonetheless, all of these artists' renderings could perhaps help jog someone's memory. But anyway, that's pretty much all we know for now. Of course, if you have any ideas about who this might be, let me know down below. I'll add a link to the list of names people have suggested so far. Thanks to Axie for the
Tu sam bre, alo. Tu sam dok nam sipao, brate, vino malo, ne. A. Ajmo. Brate, ja se brinem, bre, za samog sebe. Po PUBG slučaju, vidio si. Ajde, ne.
Što se radi?
Ništa, za malo da prebijem danas.
Či da prebije.
Majke mi, brate. Zamisli ti dođeš pešački prelaz i kao čovjek koji je velikih gledanja shvaćanja. Poštuješ ljude sve. Poštuješ da nije nekada prolazi riba, nego stari čovjek prolazi, brate, pešački. Dođe lik s opelom, se nabije gas za malo što me nije udario, od iza još mi svira. I ja, brate, sva sreća pamećale, brate, zadržao, brate, rekao sad ću ti jebati mater, izađem i nešto me obrate glavu, ajde matore čovjek. Neću, brate, vratim se. A on se čovjek, žao mi ga, zgrozio se, brate. Usro se. Čekaj, šta da radim kad, brate, debili postoje, brate, ljudi su prsli, brate.
Napaćeni ljudi, neki debili.
Zamisli to, on dođe, nabije se na sirenu, meni svira, a ja pošteno sve, brate, normalno, poštujem, propustim sve, brate, i takav imbecil, ne znam, znači, a meni fitilj, ja mogu gutam, ali kad puknem, pa mogao sam onog opela da ga prevrnem sa njim, nego neću, zato što je mator, brate. Kao mator je to. Kača, a?
Kaka reakcija, otiša neđe, ne može više.
Ne znam,
pa evo, pogledaj stream.
Patetici. Čekaj, ulazim. Znaš šta sam, kako se zove, poručio? Đaleto prijatelj, to jest i moj dobar prijatelj, slikar. On mi je, se sjećate što mi je slikao one konje, one huntere, sad će da mi slika, vrate, Lawson, vrate, station, bukvalno, Lawson station, brate, bukvalno stanicu, brate, ono sa vozom. Do jajaca, brate. Čeki. Ko me iznervirao čovjek, brate, a što najveće, ja se ne nerviram, nego džabe, džabe kad su ljudi stoke, brate. Stvarno trebaš nekom jebati, brate, mater, da bi shvatio gde je i šta je. Evo, uz. Ali invite me, ne? Malo. Evo, palio me 2 puta i kant kad sam prihvatio tvoj invite. Moguće da mi ovo igra, brate, radi. Aj, pošalji sad opet invite. Da, zato što sam ja pokrenuo igru i u toku pokretanja igre prihvatio tvoj invite i on mi, brate, launchuje 2 puta hunt. Zamisli to? Tako. Game LED radnik.
dobro, što jebeš čovjek?
Gdje si Nenade? Otkud ti? Ti samo slušaš i čutiš.
Ma, upatio sam.
Voli on tak. Voli on da kuva vatru. A ti na ime Kosovo Ćilija, hvala. Moguće ovo, ne?
I označio Gardinočku.
Hvala mu bre za brate broj. Sad ću ja da postavim na halo oglase za kurvu. Daj da ga zovu brate gevi. Ja account tamo kao gej i brate zovu ga masaža i tako. Da jebam. Radi se svašta voj mene. Ajde učitaj jebeti kantu. Dakle. I naravno, meni nije prihvatio vaš invite. Aj pošalje, viš da je ovaj zabo, ne mogu ni da idem invite friend. Ovo je show. Uđem u hunt i ovo se desi. Sam ja uzeo sve što treba. Jes. Jo.
Kad si pao u MMA-u salama ili ne se? Bio si na 5 zadnji put kad si sa mnom.
Si na Derekitu.
Ne, kad sam zadnji put stavio, svi smo četvrki bili.
Ne. Da. Te Snake, brat moj, skamovali ga, opet.
Stari se kune da nije na njega.
Smešno mi nije zbog brate njega, ja predam se, ja nikom u životu nisam poželeo zlo i svima u ovoj brate Bibliji, brate, piše kako drugima želeo, uvek brate veličaš brate druge, nikad brate sebe. Nebitno to, nego čovječe, smešno mi što mu se desi svaki put nešto brate. Prošli put čekao koliko dugo pa mu stigla na kraju lampa, brat.
15 dana. Pa dobro, ja sam čekao 15 dana zato što me treba kućiš.
Ti vidio šta se radi preko veze, ne? Kad ti pravi čovjek šta? Nećeš da kažeš kako ti je završio to.
A ja sam njemu završio.
Ti si njemu završio.
Najbolje mi idemo, brate, Arsenal, tu, Brickworks, pa na ovog manjeg bossa. Dobro, ali vidjet ćemo šta i gdje ćemo dalje.
Dovolim ako kad uđem i teksture mi nisu očistane. Jao, pogledaj šta je ovo sunce, ti jebem. Meni sjebana Shadows.
Shadows quality.
Senke mi sjebane, brate, sve što više idem, sve mi više kao kugla. A evo ga, ne, sređeno je. Kurac sređeno. Šta se desilo s igrom, bre? Pa nema to veze sa mnom. Evo, sređeno je to sad.
Zato idem lagano. Zatvori.
Ajmo gore. Mat bateriju.
O, gdje je Dragane? Šta ima?
Yes, Snake.
Bez Drakula. Čekaj da vidim.
Šta je?
Đano, Mickey
Liko
Mouse.
ovdje, uzima trak!
Šta trak?
Catshot! 200 i nešto metara! Vidi ovo, teo da uzme trak, pogledaj stream. Sviđa mi se početak igre. Kako sam ga osušio. Bacio čovjek, hoće da ga digne.
Da imaš tradi, pađi. S te distanci si gubio.
Ajde Beka, kreni, šta se šunja?
Ne, čudo kad ti je compound. Čičagliš.
Pa ja, ništa mi nije učitano.
Čičagliš.
I ubi kroz grade, bre.
Čita redno.
Ajde, idi tamo, lik ima manje kocu. Digo ga je već, bacio je šok.
Ne znam to da uradim.
A gledaj, thank you Snake. Nešto mi se sjebano, u stvari sad je okej, pre mi se pojavljivalo.
Glitch neki.
Je li tu mrtvo telo dole? U čovku. Ubio sam je. Je li tu mrtvo telo? Ne mogu ni ja da vidim. Gore na ovaj krovu jedan. Na krovu, na sred krova.
Vidim. Felis.
Digo ga je. Digli su. Dobro, nema veze. Dolazim. Lako sam.
I to? Lak s pištolja.
Lako jesi, nemoj da se...
Expose.
Nemoj da žoriš. Pa da. Expozeš. Da žorimo niti.
Mickey Mouse. Pojel kupus.
Idem ja okolo da gubijem.
Stari s kamera.
Mrtav je on, samo da ga ja okolo. Hito on. Hito. Bravo, to je to, nije se healovala, koji jebe, bravo. Aj sad, Milane.
Headshot te dobio. Još je crven trak.
Neka, još... Kerovi na mene.
Gdje su je njeni?
Ne znam gdje su, ali ja rašam, bre. Viđa mi se. Uzijem šotku. Uzijem šotku i... Okej.
infected are on their way.
West.
They are approaching from the west.
Ne vidim ga. Od njegove šot.
Au! Sve nas je headboyo, moguće ovo je! Ma daj, jebe mi mamu, ja u pičku, bre! I mene headboy i metkom, jebem ti mamu, ja u
Još,
pičku,
vrate, manje kocku ima. To je ono što sam prvo gubio.
Te ne mogu da
Solo-
vjerujem,
solo
brate,
lovac,
da
ja?
ono čovjeka usere, brate,
solo. Možda ga nisu, možda čovjek zna da igra. Možda ima dobru stolicu.
Stara smehoteka, jebeš mi
Možda je
mamu,
Rahvezi
No
na,
veze, bre, što je.
na
Igramo ovo.
prerušenom akauntu.
Ja, za meni je slatko što je on umro onako.
Ja na 89.
Šta peći?
Aj, kaže Milan, ti, a ubio bi nekog.
A ne, ubio bi njega, zato što je smrad. Zato što čitav dan piše gluposti i onda kao sad je znaš u Serious Mode. Znaš šta, a godinočki ti neće doći. A čitav dan jede govno. I nastavi da jedeš govno. Ne.
Ja mislim da te oni zezaju.
Ma ne interesuje.
Da, zezda ga da mu je brat umro.
Da. Skamujem.
It's a prank.
It's just a prank, bro!
I ono mu ime je zakucao sve zlo.
Otišao gardi bre za vrate more, bre. Ja sam rekao. Hoću da ga zovem i da ga pitam kako je u Grčkoj.
Kako je Grčkoj? Dobro muzika žene, a?
A brat mu umro. Stvarno sam nenormalno.
U 9 sati ću ga zovem i ga pitam kako je u Grčkoj.
No, što da ne? Treba toga napraviti za banci.
Pošto? Da, promjena plana. Znači šalje još jedno Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse pojel kupus.
Sad će Aladinovu lampu.
Al Jazeera.
Pandorinu kutiju.
To je to.
Da mi je, vrate, ta scena da sam ja, vrate, vidio, ja bih plakao, vrate, smeha kad bi meni tako stiglo, ne? Da, vrate, meni ste rekao, bilo se neko sprda sa mnom.
Skamer matori. Nema veze.
Da.
To mu ide na brzo. Amo li cep.
Čekaj, na prijemnici nije bilo tvoje ime.
Bilo je, kako neki kaže Boris, kaže, poslao bi ti, ali znaš kao, bolje da ti kao donese. To je teško.
Tekstura zombi, baš.
Ko to trči? A, Kesić.
A?
Kesić je detektiv.
Da.
Hexo Jack. Ja rekao, to Milan trči sa napetom sabljom. Preko mape, to je bilo vrhunac ludilo.
Toga konj.
Evo Milan, treći sreći. Evo prizu. Ako moguće još jedan emulator iza poluda.
Ma on saguro je, brate, na 300 metara svega.
Ludilo.
On your orders. All right. Understood. Perfect.
Mos. A ne znam ni kude da idemo.
Ne mogu, brate, ja
Ovo
svaki dan neko mora od mojih da skida nešto, da me ubija u pojam, ono. Svaki dan mora se kidam ko debil, jer nemam svoj internet, pa moram da torture svaki dan, mi mozak eksplodira od ovog. Svaki dan igram sa 100 pingom usranim.
Ja igram stalno sa 100 pingom, Dekić.
Znači, ajde je tebi ping, nego i mene nešto sad emulatora kad sam udarao laguje.
Ne znam šta je ovo više.
Znaš šta mi uradi? Udarim i tek posle pola sata mi karakter udari animacijom, to jest stvorije sam.
A koliko me kida ovo use, kad moram da se fokusiram na nešto da bi use uradio. Jebeno, ono...
No.
Kažem ti, ova igra pre 1.0 sasvim drugačije nego sad.
Znači, pakao ne ide.
Igrali smo i ja i ti, Milan.
Kad nije bilo skinova...
Svaka moguća igra na svet koja je izašla 1.0, vrate, ništa se ne menja, vrate. To je to, vrate. To sve što prolazi vreme, sve grđe i grđe.
Najbolja stvar, ova igra koliko je, ono, unaprednija od brate svih igara, ja više ne mogu zbog ove igre da igram ni Counter ni ništa, jer to sve izgleda meni staro i brate dosadno. Jedino je ova igra koja ima više stvari da se radi u brate njoj. Znaš, mogu da cheerleram, da ubijam ovaj PvE. Šta si uradio? Doglavio si glavuču. Može se ovdje ući. Ovdje ja da ubijem ovog gore. Ja sam digao. Magla je. Polako, ovdje ima više igrača. 2 tima. A neke je magla. A emulatori. Kinuli kerove, stavili emulator. U svakom ćošku emulatori. Ko je tu bi zombi? Ko stigao ući? Gađaj s nožima, nemoj da se čuje tvoje. Ljude. Ajde sad da im priđemo. Pošto svakako im je boss zapaljen sad.
Au, ko je mene zapalio? Šta bi ovo, breč? Daj me, sprdaj se, čoveče. Ode mi 50 health. Gotov si.
Jeć. Idi.
50 manje.
Prepali su sve. Kako to nije pogađa? Lako Milan.
All the way. Perfect.
Koliko mu net izgleda? Koliko net, šta se dešava sa zvukovima, brate?
Any orders? All right. That will be easy.
I čuj kako si umro.
Reporting for duty.
Šta je s vama, ili se čujemo?
Čujem te ja.
Šta vam je s internetima? Šta se dešava sa igrom vašom? Umirete i umrete posle pola sata.
Možda nije niko umro, možda...
Koji lag, šta je ovo, brate? Hitujem ga... Šta je s igrom, brate? Šta je sad s ovim serverima, brate?
Server lag.
Vas dvoje umrete, ja tek čujem posle pola sata sekiru i fenim kako puca u brate vas, a vi već, brate, mrtvi. Ne razumem.
Ja, nije pucao sasvim i da nije noć.
Šta pričaš ti, ne jesi ti vodaš, brate?
A ne vidim da nas nije bacio na isti server.
Jes, bacio nas.
Idem da jedem 2 minuta, eto, brzo ću.
Već, hoćeš da startamo ili da te čekam? Čekamo ga, Milane, a? Ja nosim. Je nešto da ga malo smanjimo. Ludilo.
Sve živo za
Reporting for duty.
Ido, ido! Ti jebe mater.
Reporting for duty. Technology research finished. Commander? All right. Just tell me what to do. Do you need me? Just tell me what to do. At your service. Understood. Attention. Building completed. Orders, sir. Any orders? Attention. Just building completed. All the way. Reporting for duty. Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. Come on. Any orders? Tell me. Ready and waiting. Any orders? Tell me. All the way. Commander?
Attention. Technology research.
Orders, sir. Understood. Let's go. Any orders?
Došao keš.
Ne, ja ga ne čujem.
Nije. Zapalio za Grčku.
Koliko si zapalio za Grčku?
Waiting on orders. All the way.
Building complete.
Commander?
I need to explode a skull. Sniper is ready. Tell me your
The train has arrived at the station.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Koji demoncovi.
And your tax.
Ovdje si brz.
It's gonna cost you double.
Do you need me? Understood. All the way. Any orders?
To break through.
Commander? Waiting on orders.
I need to kill something. Death, lovely death.
Do you need me? Let's go. Understood.
Attention. Building completed.
On your orders.
Tako.
Znači, 3, 6, 8.
Do you need me? Understood. Come on.
Building completed.
1.
Call the humans!
6. 8.
So many targets, gonna love it.
Da je ovaj Kesić ne jede jebate.
Malo decu.
Eto tu Makić.
Anyways.
Ali volite brzo vožnju, deco.
All right. All the way. Understood. All the way. Any orders? The train has arrived at the station. Commander, let's go. Understood. Reporting for duty. Come on. They are attacking the colony defenses. Tell me. Attention. Building completed. At your service.
Pa je.
Pa je.
Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon.
Pa dan.
At your service. Commander? Reporting for duty. Is everything okay?
Imamo trag ovdje levo, ali ne znam čekaj timo da li ima desno ljudi.
Ima, jedno. Hoćeš sve, evo vidiš gore.
Imamo iza leđa ljudi.
Aj joj, brat.
Ovo je... Evo ga rakte ti.
Fantoma.
Ubiga mi ono.
Pitovana.
Aj.
Ne znam kako nisam dao headshot, meni to ne jasno. Gađao sam u glavu. Dvoje prošlo u ovaj kuću, Milane.
Svo troje.
Svo troje, dobro, kod njega gore idemo onda. Molim? Pucao sam u glavu, bre, alo? Šta je sigurno?
Pinga bluze.
Prljavi Rusi sa VPN-om, a?
Ajo!
Jesu li to tvoje reči, Nenad? Jesu li nisu?
Neki su spolje, jedan je spolje. Bravo Milan, dobro tako.
Moja ni ne koristi VPN, ne znam ni kako igraju na VPN. Ide tu logika.
Waiting on orders. All the way. Come on. All right. Come on.
Viš da ima logike.
Bravo, sjedio si. Opa, pušao čovjek.
Pomozi mu, nisi trebao da ga zapališ, jebe mu mater. Nemoj to da radiš, Milane!
Pao je čovjek.
Vidiš da pomognemo Kesiću, to je od druge ekipe.
Da.
Jebote, sve radiš pogrešno. E, ovog pali.
Evo ga ovdje.
Ovdje sve. Mene će biti spolje. Moram da sačekam kocki da mi se napune.
Ne znam.
Gore. Ne gore. Ne gore. A ja moram da sačekam, kocka mi je sva zapaljena, ne smijem da pikujem.
Reporting for duty.
Kako nema lanterna, mamu je Ivo.
Imam ja da zapalim.
Pali ovo smeći.
Do you need me? Tell me. Ready and wait. Come on.
Jedan je mrtav ovdje.
Great idea, sir.
Pali jedan čovjek od te ekipe, znači.
Ali je pun kurac ljudi.
I dva iz ove ekipe.
Prilazi tamo s one strane.
Opa, Petro.
Ti jebem.
Sorry, sir.
Oživeo ga.
I was cleaning my weapon. Understood. That is
Nije fantom.
Mes, kurac moj rak.
Da.
To je svako ko nosi fantomov skin Raktazi, a? Wow. You don't say.
Ajmo pičko, ajde pikaj. Ti jebem kevu sad ja. Smrdo je. Nemam, vrate, muda s pištoljem. Neće s pištoljem duel. Hoće samo s puškom.
Hiton?
Ozbiljno. Lag me bacio vamo.
Iza bale.
Ne mogu da vidim kurac. Neki izgore ovi. Pa ću onda pik. Fale ljudi, bret. Gde su ljudi? Ko je?
Šta Milan radi na onom ćošku tamo?
Čeka. Amu ti jebem. Moram po kill da.
A šta radi? U zasidi, znaš? Šta bi radio? Milan zasad.
To čovjek unutra.
Šotko me promašio. Penje se gore, da me ne ubije. Penji se gore, ostavi ga da.
Milane, dolazi. Peđi, treba pomoći.
Penji se, nemoj da upadaš keću, beži u kurac, bre. Viš da imaš šotku, bre. Kako me promašio? Meni to nije jasno.
Slepac.
I ubija me ovaj drojki. Ubija me taj lik. Bježi me, imaš ugo, slobodno.
Jo, jebem ti mamu ja u piču.
Malo desno. Ne možeš. Jebik, ništa, nemoj. Polako, nemoj da žuriš ništa. Baci žicu tamo. Baci tamo žicu. Bravo, hitom. Raše ga sa šotkom. Milane, pomozi mu, Milane. Milane! Promaši si ga, jebik.
Eno nije uradila animaciju, to je problem.
Dobro ti je pomogao.
Šotkom, da.
Diži mene. Bravo.
To je to, diži.
Ubi njega. Druga ekipa došla, treća, ovo su sasvim drugi ljudi. Svi su došli ovdje.
Ne mogu da.
Nema vezu, jebi ga, svi su spavnovali ovdje. Pa evo, brate, ovi mečevi, brate. Ne možeš prdneš, startaš meč, njih 3, brate, ekipe pored, ono, fazi.
Kad sam bio solo, redano me sponovalo između dve ekipe, znaš? Ti vidiš šta je fair. Sranje.
Ja sam loš sa kintom. Morat će Romero da pada. Vidim je. Idem meč sa Romerom. O, a pištolj. Kako on vražan.
Zašto ima pare? Socijala.
Evo da uzemo bounty jebeni. Komplitisano jes. Reći mi sad ove misije, ne trebaju mi. Bacim ih. Arš. Evo sljedeće nedelje prva vest. Cijako!
Makni će u kanal, jer...
Da. Vidi ovo Snake, pogodi šta je ovo Snake.
Emulator, zapaljim.
Ne, sad ćeš da vidiš na facecam. Vidi, slabo se vidi.
Facecam. A, vina.
Bra! Kako si jeba?
Vidim ja ponešto. Ćeleva kokoška bodezana.
Te pročistim. Daj mi vino, ću još. Da imamo da ima ovaj spawn. A čudo nema ljudi, pa ne može to ovako. Ja sam mislio da će makar dve ekipe da se spawnuje pored nas. Nije fora sad ovako.
Dobra ti taktika ili je?
Aha. Pa ne može bolje, vidiš. Ide ti jedan shock tower, jedan balista, jedna kula sa snaperistima i marincima, kameni zidovi 2 reda i to može da odbije svaki srednji napad, znači bez onih nečih.
Ne, a i ova jedan što trčkara levo desno manči ove.
Navlači, a mora neko da bude... A vidi, oni su dosta jaki, znaš, imaju solidno healtha i samo ovo. Hop. Ništa da vidi. Para imam. Op. 2000 mi, ili 900 obrci je po krugu. Svakih 8 sati.
Najgora stvar.
Op.
Što se uvijek s njim dešavalo nešto. Ne mogu sad ovako, ne mogu onako. Znaš Milana?
Je li on došao Gardinovački ljudi?
Oj. Ta će biti seks.
Ajmo na Aeroworks. Ili periš? Periš možeš.
Viš ovako kad malo preteram.
Više skamovo je.
Stari skamer. Kad malo preteram onda se malo povuče.
Najgore stvari mi te ne sprdamo, mislim, sprdamo
da,
se s tobom,
znam.
ali
2, 4, 6,
isto i on
8.
oko nekih stvari, isto meni tako, brate, kasnije, brate, bio. Svaki put. Čovjek je baksus, brate.
Ko je to stiglo jebot?
Aj malo tišine sad. Aj ljudi malo tišine sad.
Da.
Ajde.
Daćemo ti reč.
Ako sam zamolio juče Milana da vam prenese da mi je umro brat od krizu.
Da, čuli su.
Tu je boss, bio ga.
Znači evo ti i Saška je pored mene, može da potvrdi da je smo. Ako sam zamolio da se potvrdi, znači ne
ništa nisam rekao.
S Kazmom jer nikog nisam zajedno.
Rekao sam ti.
Milana koji mi je pozajmio 50 evra na moru i vratio se. Znači, nemojte tim tonom
Borise,
jebe
zahvali se svom drugu Milanu.
Pravimo mimo od brate tebe, ti tako odmah te skapi.
Ekipo.
Bravo.
Što on sad...
Moje poštovanje, veliko.
Bravo, dobro.
Kako ste mi?
Dobro.
Ovo igramo Hunt.
Dobro vas naš.
A što ne napravite onaj kanal što vam uporno pričam da uzimate pare?
Podcast.
Što ne rekao kako u Grčkoj?
Podcast. Pa nije ti loša ideja.
A mogu da ti kažem nešto, jest da nije baš moment da pričam takve stvari, ali ipak su to babe i morao bi da piješ one, znaš, tablete muške, jer to grudi padnu do pupka i to je, znaš, to ribe.
Ne mogu.
A ti bi napravio onaj probirnu kategoriju. Pa dobro, onda ja ću te podržati u svemu, u svakom slučaju. A za ovo stvarno što govori, zaista, mislim, katastrofa, mlad momak od sida, ja sam s njim bila na infektivnom, ako vam trebaju dokazi, ja ću vam ih slikati, jer ja sam bila na infektivnom s njim lično, tako da zaista nemojte voditi tu politiku, jer je zaista, mislim, u ovom momentu, znam da nisi ti, nego ne znam ko je tačno.
Milan je, bre! Čuti tu gade, jedan lažavi. Ti si taj koji podjebava.
Ajmo jedan
odmah da se pereš. Nije on.
Nije, zaista, sa mnom je u Kragujevcu, ako ti treba lokacija, podaj mi broj tvoj, potakli ti lokaciju.
Nema potrebe.
Pa pošaljem mu tamo neku poruku, molim te, jer zaista smo u situaciji, Boris i ja, mislim, to je dečko koji je mlađi od mene 2 godine. Aj, ljubim te, zbog mene života ti mogao još jednu poruku. Hvala ti. Ja ću mu slikati dokaze koji postoje da je dečko, ja bila s njim na infektivnoj. Pa mislim, ko se s tim sprda, to je bolesno, to je stvarno bolesno. Možemo da se zajebamo na bilo koje načine, ali ne sa smrću, mislim, to je zaista bolesno. Šta je bilo? Dobro? Znam ja za tu kartu.
Ne seri Milane, ti si od toga pre na prezebanci.
Pa neka vam
Nije ni važno, nije ni važno. Nije ni važno, joj. Bolesan čovjek.
Belada. Pici daleko bilo, dobro da ti ništa nije bilo, čuti čovječe Bože. Jebeš škola, sedi.
Ajde, čuti ti
Anđele s tobom, ajde, ne pričaj takve priče. Ima, ali karma je kurva, veruju, izvini što psujem, ali to je istina. Karma je velika kurva. Valave, eto, ako je tako kako pričaš, evo, slažem se sa tobom. No molim vas, nemojte u ovom momentu, sutra ćemo, mi se sutra, znam da ne ti, znam da nisi ti, ti si...
On, pravi on.
Dobro, okej, šala, ali zaista smo, mislim, na bromazepamima, isto ti kažem, bez trunke laži, na bromazepamima smo, ipak je to momak koji ja 40 punim sutra, meni sutra rođendan. 40 godina punim sutra, on je 2 godine mlađi od mene. I umro je od side, nazdravlja ti i dugi ti vijek. Mislim, ja sam ga vodala po infektivnom, imam svi su papiri kod mene. Ako treba Tom, neću ga nazivati nikakvim nikakvim imenima ga neću nazivati.
Kome, meni?
Ja ću kako se zove,
Ništa Milan
Jao, pravi od mene seronja, jedi govno. Molim te izađi iz kanala, cura. Molim te izađi iz kanala. Milan jede govno.
Boris je sada pogledao, malo pre pogledao u telefon i video notifikacije i zajebanciju na kanalu, razumeš, i popizdeo. Ja kažem, Boris, smiri se, jer ako si na promašanje. Ba boga, ja ti iskreno pričam, boga mi. Mislim, nemam šta da te lažem. Halo, Belada?
Čujemo se.
Ma govno.
I onda kad je video te notifikacije, pogledao jer mu stižu za posao nešto isto i pogledao i video neke notifikacije gde je ta sprdnja i on je dobio nervni napad.
I ja bi, Milan.
Dobro mi onaj ti dosran si, evo te.
Ideš govna, burek džobe.
Dobro, mi se vraćamo večeras za Beograd, tako da recimo sutra ili najkasnije, evo, nemojte me za reč drti. Pa nećeš me sutra, pa ne mogu da dogovori, ovo ajde blokira, ne znam, nisam skapirala ni ja pristup.
Nema potrebe, sve u redu.
Napišite mu tu, molim vas,
kome?
Kod može neka mu napišite samo, pa kad me Boris bude...
Znači, čujete on?
Što meni priča? Što meni priča to?
Zašto on te čuje,
A ne želim da komuniciram s Milanom, u čemu je problem?
Ajmo Milan, vrate Lamar, gdje ćeš ti?
Čega stvarno nećeš da komuniciraš?
Zato što je seronje. Ne ti, nego Milan.
Ne s tobom.
Milan je blokiran. Ne želim da komuniciram s Milanom.
Ilija,
ne znam ko je Milan.
Ilija.
Pa sve vreme pričam s njom.
A ja nemam pojma.
Ne, sve je u redu, sve je u redu.
Ja sam Ilija.
Ilija, sutra ako me bude vozio mene za Kulu, ako budem u stanju, veruj mi, doneće ti je sutra. Ako ne, najkasnije će ti je preksutra.
Nije problem, bre, ništa.
Ali molim vas, nemojte na ove dane, stvarno je onako, mislim, neprikladne su šale. Ja znam da vi volite se zezde. I ja volim baš taj humor. Ja se smijem kad sedim kod Borisa u stanu, a vi igrate te igrice. Ja se smijem ko luda vašim zezanjima i to je sve super. Ali ovo je stvarno baš tragedija. Tako da ljubim te i molim te kao brata, nemoj. Znači, molim te, nemoj. Imaćeš koliko je sutra ili prekosutra. To je sigurno.
Ma znam to, sprdamo se mi, čovječ.
Ma ja se ne sprdam s time, nego Milan se sprda s time.
Ne, nego pa neka notifikacija je iskočila, on je ušao da vidi nešto za posao.
Govnar ja. Mislim na Milana.
Malo više sam.
Dobro, jesmo se dogovorili, momci, molim vas. Hvala vam najlepše i puno i šta god vam zatreba od mene, tu sam. Javite Boću. Naravno, to naravno i on samo dođe sebi dan, dva i on će se trebavati potpuno normalno. Ali ovo je stvarno užas. Aha. Pa dobro, ja ti kažem da samo dan, dva i Boris sebi da se povrati od svega ovoga i Boris će se zabavati normalno. Ali neumesno je malo, izvinite, ali neumesno je iskreno. Ne daj Bože nikom, daleko od svih vas i mene, da se tako nešto bilo kome u familiji desi, mislim zaista je baš onako, znaš. Ili je izvini još jednom i molim te shvatim, evo kao...
Ti se meni izvinjaš zbog Milana, zbog čega? Taj govnar je zakuvao sve to i sad se izmakao. On je napravio od svega zebanciju. Govno jedno, još viče, nisam ja. Nisam ja to rekao. Govno jedno, to liči na tebe.
Dobro, ajde, ja moram da vas pozivim, moramo da se vratimo tamo, javit ćemo se večeras kad stignemo u Beograd. Budite... me neko čuje?
Čujemo te svi.
Čujemo te sve u redu.
Puno vas pozdravljam, moram da se vratim tamo, javljamo se večeras kad dođemo u Beograd. Ćao ljudi, ljubim vas.
Pozdrav.
Ne mogu, ne pratim igru, braće. Ubio me bačer, bre, puši kurac.
fokusiran si na Sašku, jeli?
Da. Ovo nije igranje, Kanta, ovo je kurčina, be.
Pa što je najgore i mene ubi, znaš? Crven je, znaš?
Crven je, ubi bossa, otvori mu vrate, ulazi unutra, ubi bossa, diži me! Odmah! Sada!
Odmah sada.
Pusti heal, diži me samo. Čekaj. Prišao čovjek desno, jebote. Pali. Da.
Još jedan. Gdje još jedan?
Ne znam, brate. Nabio sam je. Da.
Daj lantern.
Dakle, šta je ona rekla, ima i ona ih problem sa tim, šta?
Ne, vodila je toga, dečka.
Naučit ćete. Otvorite.
Ti se ponašaš neozbiljno, Milane.
Ma jede govno. Se ja izvinjavam zbog toga što je on kseronj.
Gugaga.
Očisti uši.
Moga bi. Nisi?
To je on poslao, šta ti? Pa gledaj malo ko šalje ili ne.
Vidiš, sad ovdje ima žica, sad kad bi on bacio čovjek da mu ja izađem, ne mogu da izađem. Jebale vas žice. Preminavate mi to. Vidiš, kad uzem Romero, ponesem odmah... Ne ginem, nego ubijem...
Another song.
Ljude, već. Ovog sam ubio što nas je leverovi. Nek ima, neću da gasim, jebote Nitro Express, ne treba mi, šta će mi? Boli me kurac. Ima Nitro Express, kuda je bitno oružje. Vjerujem.
Ovo su dosi bili, bre.
Reporting for new great ideas, sir. All the way. Come on. That will be easy.
Skini reći.
Nema nikog.
Utjeci joj. Aj jebote, aj jebote. Ajde da izvučemo jedan bounty danas, majko.
Tu je. Što gdje? Pa bio. I dalje je tu.
Na streamu gledam.
Komu trebam ja?
Ne, neki.
Na trovači.
Na trovo. Streamao bi na Twitch, ali na Twitch, brate, niko me ne zna, brate. Tamo stranci sve, a ja ne znam engleski.
Znam te ja.
Ovdje uđu, brate, naši, već. Skenirajte ovdje. Opalite pišta. Dođi Milana. Aha. A? Bravo, bravo, bravo. Krenulo nas je svakako, mi smo i prošle partije ubijali, ali su nam se vodili, su nam se mečevi na samo PvP, na deathmatch, ništa drugo. Nema šta razbre da vrate krene, meni su zanimljivi oni brate mečevi što smo ginuli. Kad smo se pucali. Bilo je akcija. Ne praštam ja to, praštam ja to je kad onako trčimo čitavu brate mapu da bi umrli na 15. brate minut meče, to je meni haos. To je, nema se vremena. Nema se vremena. Koji trade dose? Whisper Smith. Dobro. Uzeo sam već. Tako. Ready. Eto me odmah.
I ti si uzeo šankere. Ode peći.
Tu sam ja već. Nego radim nešto dok učitava već. Da sklonim čašu, da... Tako to. Da upalim lampu. No. Obožavam.
Znači ti radiš multitasking, da?
A?
I ti radiš multitasking.
Što ja radim?
Multitasking.
Da.
Uvijek.
Evo crkva. Daj mi ljude da ih posolim s nitrom. Da bude Nek se rokaju oni kojih je. Da nađem. Trag, gdje je drugi trag? Au. Lajustok, ajmo lajustok.
Što da im ja radim, već? Neka ispadne iza nas da se rokaju. Yes.
House bomba.
Zvuči kao automat, bek. Taj zvuk iza tebe, nije ispred.
Otkud on to zna?
Gaskera. Kako ih ti nisi digao, ne razumijem.
Ima onaj kurac.
Imaš onaj... Imaš onu kuršinu.
A.
O, gore, već fight, nenormalno. Ujebat. Ovdje se pucaju, u šumi ovo. Ima ovamo da ih pobijemo, tamo da ih počistimo.
Ajde. Mada bolje da smo na bossa išli.
Evo ga lik ovdje. Ja sad ovaj headshot.
Hitao sam.
Ma ja ga promašio oba puta.
2 puta hitao.
Džabe imaš to smeće. To ti... Pa šta, Dolč ti više ne dila na daljinu ništa. To ti je kuršina. To ti je samo za close range sad Dolč posto.
To ne može da pogodi babu.
Ne može, ti da ga u glavu gađaš ne možeš da mu daš headshot, tako je to sve. Jedino to ti se vodi na 30 metara maksimum.
A to ti ako imaš šotku da kao da ti pomogne malo.
Jebik.
Ne znam je li pao Plague Doctor onaj što smo ga 10 puta hitovali.
Jes, a niko nije pao ili da ste roki.
Ajmo mi na bossa, jebo ti ovo. Jebo ti ovo, Beka.
A vidite puno levo.
Ti na Beka ništa ne možeš, Beka.
Godina. 2 mjeseca, znači 2 mjeseca igraš sa šotkom i sa sabljom.
Ej. Evo ti obuj se, Beka, obuj se.
Da.
Peđa, video sam da si ga ti nitrom okrojio i ja sam ga 2 puta dolčo, mora da je pao, bret.
Pa je. Nije dovoljno, bret. Da smo imali Sparks i tako nešto ubili bi s ovim kurcem, ne je to. Znaš. Keki.
Još ako se ga u noge zvekno nisam u jedan health skinu.
Ja šta sam mu ja skinuo ni pola HP-a.
Beka oni ga biju, a?
Džabe, Nitro Express je loš ako nije headshot.
Ostavi to Beka Peđi da završi. Nemamo kad, bad.
No. A Peđa mora da uzme drugo oružje ako istiši. Može ima da ih gađam. Ubij ga momentalno. Ima neka special ammo. To mi vidite. Da. Molim?
Zamisli kurvu sam zveknuo čekićem i nije pala jebote.
Pala je dole.
Nek te ubije kad ne znaš da se boriš.
Da.
To
A vidiš i da je dolje kurva.
Samo strogo s Milanom. Nek te ubije.
Šta kaješ Ilija?
Eko, samo strogo s Milanom.
Pa to jes.
Kad ne nosi Derringer, neka mu ga ne.
Imamo dosta healova, već.
Evo ih.
Ovdje ima i heal, ima pun kurac municije, dole isto ima i 2 heala i municije. Nema meni spršava.
Što sam zabao na zeleni ekran? Totalno, uopšte mi se ne vrće redovno, kao da sam otrovan svo vreme.
A, bug. Stari bug, I bug.
Kako stari bug, brate?
Stari.
Ne vrće mi se ni health, što je najgore.
Stari, zabagovano. Šta ono beš, moraš da ga udariš. Probaj da ga blidvet.
Udari me, nešto tako.
Kako stepen se merdevine? Šta, ne može.
Što je najgore, sad si mi kocku skinuo, ne mogu ni da se healam, znaš.
Vidimo, da li tebi fali HP, tebi ne fali HP.
Probaj.
Ljudi, silo. Aj jebote, kako se nisam se popeo animacijom? Pusti HP kećiću, to da... Ali nije umrla, jebote. Jebote, igra. Šta je, pa ja sam pored tebe, veteš. Čuš ti? Umrla.
Bravo.
Pitala sam je s nitrom. Kako moguće da je preživjela nitro, bre?
Doće nam drugi tim, znaš.
Kako dođe? I tebi što stvarno zabala skripta, brate. Ja tebe specam, a tebi zelen ekran.
Zamisli to, zelen, brate, zamisli.
Da.
Bježi u kurac, brate, treba da pogine sad.
Zvrtuo si. Nitro Express.
Pa jesi me spectator, zelen mi je ekran i dalje.
Da, jesam.
Ne znam šta treba sad da uradim, jebote, ja se povratim.
Ništa, igraš tako. Ne znam. Nemoj da gubiš. Imam full HP, ja mislim.
Nemam, što je najgore nemam, znaš.
Jebem, a gledaj, ja hoću da te heala. You can heal poison partner. Ti se vodiš kao poison, da, to ti je prava jebate. Moramo da te ubijemo onda.
Da?
Ništa, idemo napolje, Peđe, moramo napolje.
Hoće da te ubijemo?
Pa dječu, imat ću manje health ti jebote.
Jedino...
Ajmo napolje, nema niko.
A znaš da ni smrt mu nije garancija da će mu to nestati.
Imamo izlaz odmah, evo.
Šta su imali ja?
Ovo je naš antidot. A zašto ova igra ovako radi? Kao da sam otovan sat i po vremena.
Bug. Stari bug.
Opa! 2-3 čovjeka vamo. Sad će mi jebat kevu, znaš.
Hoće.
Slušaj, Kjeciću, nađi pčelu i naiđi na nju ili na crva i skinut će ti sve te efekate.
Oho.
Jedan lik ovdje.
Moramo ga gužva, beka.
Dva lika ispred mene. Unitro, ovaj bre, Sparks, ja sam mrtav, bre. Ne smijem ja da pikujem, mene će one shotuju, brat.
Evo, jebo mi je Keu s jednim metkom jer nemam...
A, jebi ga, unlucky bit.
Diže me već.
On.
Orders, sir. On your orders. Perfect.
So many targets.
Ovaj zombi.
Waiting on orders. That will be easy. Is everything okay?
Diži me, Beka, diži me.
Ja ću, ne ti. Levo je, ovo preko puta. Diže ga. Skenirajte, ko ima...
225 daleko.
Pali ovo, gde? Pinu mi ga, Milan.
Daj, uzmem sekundu, Beka, čekaj.
Piton.
Pazi.
Dobro, ajde. Polako, Milan.
Levo, 255.
Tradeli si. Kao imbecili.
Što se dereš? Si
Si
lud
vidio?
jeba.
Kao ne znam
Kao
šta.
Švamoron.
Pa Ilija kako se dere jeba.
A znam kako se dere, dere se ko da mu jaja vade.
Milane? Ma to je to način.
Hoće li ga dinamit ugasit, hoće.
Pa ću ja čovjek, brete. Ali fali još jedan lik, brete.
Ma ja, to su duosi Peđa bili.
Dobro.
Nema niko.
Šta ima ono? Šta od pištolja?
Just tell me what to do. Waiting on orders. Of course, my commander.
Št.
Great idea, sir.
Majok.
All the building completed.
Gdje ću dat? Kakav kraj, be. Da, ovo je bilo... Pa nije sreća, brate, šta? I... Nespeco, nego sam bio tu prisutan. Gledam, nego sam teo da pucam, ali džabe kad ste sišli na niži nivo, ne vidim. Ali sam vidio tačno kad sam pričao kako ste se sudarili, ono je smešno, brate. Jedan od drugog izginuo. Bravo, Milane, bravo. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Nije ovo sreća, ovo smo odigrali svi do jaja, brate. Nema tu sreći.
Šta je rekao? Sreća?
Sreća. Čuš, čuš, čuš.
Čuš, sreća.
Čuš, čuš, čuš.
What?
What? Šta je what? World of Tanks?
World of Tanks. Logično.
Sebe is empty.
Well, no shit.
Tvoj guzice je prazan, treba da je napunimo.
Pennywise. Ti si dobar.
Ti si bombonica.
Dobro.
Kako ima obraze da tvrdi? Valja blato na mene. Ja, bože, sačuvam.
Aha. Kako može
A što
samo
misliš da je maler? A odakle ti to da je kao maler, šta?
I udaljio se čovjek u ključnu toku.
Pa ne može ti on biti kriv za tvoj prekršaj, kako? Kako to?
Đure će ti oprostiti što si ga tukao.
Vozio da
karme, verujete u neke gluposti, šta je to karma?
To je kao da si dužan nešto u prošlom životu, da si zgrešio, pa kao to ti se sad vraća. To ti je kao ne gluposti što pravoslavna religija tvrdi kao, znaš ono, kad novorođenč umre, kao krivi su baba, deda i ujaci i poturčeni deda, kao oni su krivi za to što je to dijete umro. Kao oni su krivi, nije krivo dijete.
Zašto bi oni bili krivi?
Pa zato što ne može novorođenče biti krivo kad se rodi ako ono umre od neke bolesti.
Da, ali zašto baba i djede jebote?
Pa zato što neko mora biti kriv. Neko mora biti kriv, to ti je to, to ti je kao karma.
To si upravo, Snake, to se...
Ali ne tvrdim ja to tvrdi pravoslavna religija.
Uče se od znači sva sranja koja ti se vrati dešavaju.
To su... Beka, što napravi ti ovdje, brat?
Masakar, bret.
Di ga si heroj, bret?
Babske priče, ali...
Nisu babske priče, to jest. Svako vuče neki kurac.
Kak kurac ja navučem, oca moj jebim.
Pa imaš ti, nisi ti čist, bret. Kao što ni mi nismo čist.
To vučeš od svojih predaka što pare voliš, nevjerojatno.
A da, moji su bili
Neko je bio siromašan od Milanovih predaka i onda... I onda Milan sad mora da bude pohlepan do kraja života, znaš.
Ma kako?
Vas da mu pare treba.
Od jutre do sutra. Gdje bi bili kuraci. I onda došla peljava komunistička gafla, to nije vaše. Sve komunističke kuće...
Ali ja ću uzeti pošto on već dole.
Koliko si potega?
50, klasik.
Ma da, to smeća nikad ne daje više.
Kako bi ja kad bi bilo preko 50, ovako 50, ko da ništa nisam ni uzeo.
Ma da, pa čuš.
Viš koliko smo mi nezahvalni posto.
Sve nam je malo u životu. Pa i $50 u hantu.
Da.
Oh fucking.
Peđa de sale, brat.
Da.
Ovog bossa ćemo...
Ljudi, Leo, ajde doći.
Ljudi,
dođi tamo. U porku ili plantaži. U Django. Kako si tog emulatora agrao, a ja prošao toga. I to. Uopšte mi nije jasno. Nisam ja malo, ja nisam ni prošao, nisam ni vidio nikog emulatora.
Nije ni zarežao na njegu.
Ja ne znam ni ko je emulator, nisam ni prošao pored njega. Pratite mene samo. Ljudi su levo. Da ih uplašimo. A jest, sigurno. Ti se. Ima da ih pobije sam sve.
A oni su garant već išli dolje, znaš.
A nema veze. Verovatno i nisu ići. Spori su nešto, si vidio? Oni i dalje uvrate plantaži gore.
A to je kamperaj, klasik.
vrane ovdje iza ovoga. Jebem ti poreklo. I kerovi ovdje. Ah, ova igra šta mi radi. Ljudi, tu su. Evo ga ovdje, sad će preći čovjek. A kako se agrovo ker na mene? A ova igra, brate, ne možeš ni da stealth. Niko sjebaš, uvijek ti stavi neke vrane, neke kerove. Neke kurce. Sorry. Nema ih na moj njemu. Javno ih ispit. Dobre, to mi reći. To da znamo da se opustimo. Da idemo prema njima. Ne seri.
Jes, ladno.
To ta ekipa ili druga?
Druga.
Ne seri.
Beka, je to ta ekipa?
Idem ja trag da ovaj uzem pa da znamo kuda da idemo. A verovatno oni kuda su krenuli.
Sve da idemo dolje.
Za headshot je neko crk.
O button blood type B button blood type said hunting underscore.
Svi što negdje.
Vrana ovdje.
Vrana bek. Nisi trebao tu pčelu dizati.
A on ide kroz sred compound. Brat moj najjači. Ne možemo ništa.
Najjači od sudbine.
Čovjek, spustio se vamo dole.
Eto, što, jesi ti to lano sad upucao? Kako si lud, Kesić? Moguće da si slučajno upucao. Ali si lud, jebate. Znaš da si nas odao sad?
Ti si odan, jeli bek? Čemu li si odan?
Ispred mene.
Puca me neko je.
A ja sam. Baš jebe ti kevu, pičku ja. A još neko. Trejdali se isto! Ispred, daj Kešić, puci ga. Mrtvi.
2 puta hitova. Tu. Bravo.
Vrš mamu ti jebem, imam ja metaka koliko hoćeš, ne brini se ti da me kolješ.
Bravo, Peđa. Kako tebi bravo? Ti si se tradeo, čovječ.
Idiot.
Na to ide kocka, više nije da on ubije, nego da se trade.
Gdje si ovog prvog ubio, Peđa? Tu je ređi stoja smrna.
Gore na ovaj... Tu.
An.
Ne mora ništa ti nikom da uleti. Tako, opet istu scenu gledam kao od prošlog meča, izlazi mu čovjek, on se okreće, ovaj bam njega, ovaj bam ovog i zajedno umire u isto vreme padaju. Znači, Milanov gameplay najjače, ovo treba da klipujem. I onaj meč i ovaj. Milanova igra. Da onako
on se daje. Ti to ne znaš.
A ima li spolja neko? Ti što sviraš tamo, sad ćeš ti da vidiš.
Čekaj, beka zajednički. Beka, prvo flash upada. Beži.
Počne dole lik.
Beka upad.
Čekaj da im razvalim vrata. Polako. Bacio sam bombu na ova vrata. Prejde. Dobra.
Commander? Orders, sir. Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. For the colony! Let's go. On your orders. Of course, my commander. For the colony!
Da ja, šotku. Opet šotkaš. Hile tu kocku. Tu uzmi hile. Tako, bežati. Ili se nabiju njega. Oj, imaš ih, lagano. Beži go, jo, izađi da ubićete molator. To. Pusti njih emulator, neka je, jebe. Mrtav je emulator. Pored taj prozor, ubi ga. Bravo, to se ceni. I još jednog te pikuje. Tu. Tu. Ako ne, a ima da.
Ubit će me ovo, Beka. Ovo je čist rizik.
Svaka pikaj, ubi ga, diže ga. Digu ga je.
Hvala.
Ispod tebe Milane.
To je to, rešeno.
Kakva akcija ovo bila? Ovo je... Što ste im uradili, alo? Ovu partiju nikad u životu nisam imao. Ovo je genijalno. Ovakve gameplay niko nije imao, brate. Bravo. Diže ga, on se pored njih diže, ubije ih sve i brate Kesić je genijalno.
Evo mi to 5, evo te, možeš?
Ovo do sad...
A gdje, evo te, rasprdaj se.
Ovo do sad nikad nisam igrao ovako. Ovo, brate, bre, do sad nikad nisam za ovih 2000 sati koliko imam, nikad nisam...
Nema nikog, ajmo.
Ovo ima. Gdje auto opet? Šta pričati? Da, okej.
Jes.
To, ajmo, palj. To su dve ekipe. Bravo. Genijalno. Ti ustaješ, a oni dižu svog. Kad si opalio po njima i Kesić i ti. Da ja. A niste vi koliko ste vi njih...
jednom se ja zvršio.
Ne, nisi ih sutoreć Kesić ubijen, nego ste zajedno ubili u isto vreme, ono je...
Digo je, sva trojica su bila živa u momentu kad sam te dizao.
Meni je dojaja bilo jer ste... Kako ste ih kam, brate, bekovali u sekundu, ono... Bam. A da, ne bi mogu, ne bi to bilo to. Dao bi im sekundu da te ubiju. Ovako im nisi dao sekundu, usali ste kao pičke, brate, kad si počeo da rafališeš i ti i Kesić Romero što ubio. Skeniraj, fali još jedna ekipa.
Majo.
Evo, ovo nisam imao nikad, da ovako dižeš preko nekog lansera, a da oni ne obraćaju pažnju. A mislim njihove face, brate, kad je čovjek ustao pored njih i kad je počeo da ih... I ti otvoriš prozor, da ih razvaljujete.
Oni nisu znali u momentu što ih je snašao.
Šta ih, pa da, čas ti pucaš, čas oni gledaju tebe, a Milan pored njih ustaje. Genijalno, brate, ovaj kad ih počeo da ih leveruje, puca, ubio je ne samo njih, nego i brate bube po brate prostorijama.
A imulator ušao u sreću. Jebate, show je. Kako si nekad nauka imulatora u posler, jebate.
Lako. Staviš vrata otvorena i to je to.
Da.
Emulator glup. Zajaši.
Daraj, kej to. Bravo, 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 vidi ga Mila što šalje srculenca.
Pa
Jaj.
samo su srca, ni znaš što drugo se ne čuje.
Samo spamuje to.
Zaljubio se čovjek opasno ili?
Aha. Prestiš. Kakve crne nubare. Sti lud? Nije. A nije nam se desilo tako da neko ustane i da pobije sve, bukvalno. Kesić puca, ubio jednog i ti dvoje u sekundu.
Beka, ovo je jedina šansa bila, evi. Ali ne, znaš šta je rizik velik, koja čuje da ga dižem i da mi izleti, da mi izjebe, razumiješ?
Good morning, sir. Hello. Let's go. At your service. Oh, hello.
Understood. Let's go. Reporting for duty. All right. At your service. That will be easy.
Ono je bilo, znaš ono kad imaju osjećaj oni da su dobili, a vi ste na relativno Kesić sam na naš ono kraj, bukvalno teško da se nešto desi i on preko nekromancer spasio partiju, vidite. On ubio jednog, ti ubije dvoje, genijalno. A dobro, desilo se tako. Rizik je sve, nema se vremena, to je Milan moto. Nije počeo da me desi. Pokušao, ali nije htjelo da da, ne znam šta je ono bilo.
Čekaj, Beka, nisi bolje gledaj.
Dobro, dešavalo se, ali nije ovako sinhronizovano da on ubije odmah i ti ubiješ dvoje. A oni, zamisli kako su oni bili sigurni da si ti pored njih usto, oni nisu bili svesni, mislili su da im je partner to. To je ono, brate, najgore. Ga trak gore, ima neko... Uzimam kul, gledaj mi levo, ne moraš, idil gledaj levo da me ne ubije neko. Gledaj, ludek. Ovo je prso, Milan.
Totalno.
On je prso, totalno, to. Popni se gore, aj blej malo gore.
Ćemo li na manjeg bossa? Kako dva konja, sve vam jebem u pičku.
Jebi ga. Imam dva konja.
3 konja. Ja samo konje danas ubijam.
Dobro.
Krv ti jebem i zio sa jednom pol kile slepove sad.
Ja čajuz. Da. Bog?
Ma i loši su igrači, be.
A jesu, brate, ne sprdaju. Pa
Bilo
gdje,
loše
kad bi
90
ti mogao ove ubiti da su bolji igrači, stilu.
A nije desila se taka sekunda, nisu obraćali pažnju, ima i toga i kod ovih narkomana. Čuš pravoga, čuš.
Pa ne, znaš šta se radi u ovom momentu? Dvojica ostala, gužva se agresivno, pa makar po cenu da pogineš, a ne, brate, oni stali i razmišljaju šta će, hoće li Liza, neće li, gdje će, kuda će. A ja ih vozam kroz boss leriju. Logbe, ja?
Da bih invator church malo.
A gdje ćemo to u bossa, sad nismo nijedan trag uzeli.
Pa dobro, u crkvi 2 traga uzeli. Ili umremo. O, trag je levo od mene. Danas se nisu čulo vaš. Mogu stragu.
Ali neće on ništa saznat, samo će nam crkvu zatvoriti.
Neće, možda nam i zatvori. Ajmo sidlat. Pa onda u Alisinu. Šta fali? Taman znamo da ćemo naići. Ajmo u logve. Jebi, oni trebaju ovaj bounty da iz... Dole,
nemaju izlaz, brate, nemaju izlaz.
Aj, ne volim to dole. Ajmo malo gore da se bijem. Dva tima u Alisine fare. Se pucaju u onoj šum.
Tu je i boss najvrod.
Da li da idemo na ove dole sad jer ne. Gde je tamo? To tvoje od... Dobro. Smiri se.
The mighty Titan is here.
Just tell me what to do. All right, reporting for duty. That will be easy. Ready and waiting.
Levo, lik.
Of course, my commander.
Hello. Excuse me. Oh, hello.
Lik ovdje iza ovog balvana.
Headshot jedan dobio.
I ja sam ga isto headshot. Ti si i drugu ubio? Bravo, jebati, ja ubio isto vreme čovjek. Au. Još jedan lik osta, ajmo.
Ne, dizuje svog jednog. Dizuje svog, vamo su dvoje mrtvi.
Jedan je u boss arenu.
To je drugi tim. 5 ljudi mrtvi, 4 mrtvo za sve.
Ovdje je mrtvo tijelo. Fali jedan lik. Evo ga kod vrate mene, šta ću ti, penirao me. Pomozi mu, uđi unutra, pomozi mu. To mi je. Pomozi. Bravo, to je to. Skeniraj. Diži me. Ako je si. To je taj, ubio me taj.
Peđa, ovaj krenuo će da diže ovoga, pogledaj. I ja ga završim.
Bravo, ima pun kurac ljudi, ovdje imaš 6 ljudi. Ista priča je ovaj krenuo ovog, pogledaj ovo, animacija ista kao tvoja. Što je dobro što si to. Kad si ti ubio ovog, ja ubio ovog. Milane, hoćeš zapaliti to? Vidi, on nije ni zapalio, brate. Kakav si ti, brate.
Nije bossa ni zapalio, da.
Hoće da loot. Tu ima 6 ljudi. Kako kod njih 6%? Nije. 1, 2, 4, 5 i onaj 6. Ne, vidiš ga ti ubije ga je Kešić već.
Ne znam koga je ubio od nas
Ne
dvojice. To
pričam.
ne znam. Sasipali smo sačmu sa obe strane istovremeno, tako da
Su
nemam
prešli
pojma.
s obje strane. Nije znao odakle. On ima dual. Ove puca s jednim. Hiljadu,
Da, imao
brate,
je
dolara.
dual i Penning imao, bre.
Imam $1000 sam dobio. Sad mi daje kada treba prestiž da uredim.
Koji će ti kurac?
A ko će ti ući? Ko? Ću da čekam ko debil njih, idem napolje, čovječ.
A možda i oni dođu Kešiću dok nam... Da, mi dok Bounty...
Kreću na Cypress Hut polako. Pa, što da se zatvaram onda?
Ovi hoće napolje da iznesu Bounty.
Pa da. Isto ko i mi.
Da, samo što smo mi pobili skoro 2 ekipe.
Ja hedo dovčam onog što je dizdao.
Ja,
Što je najgore, brate, diže ga stojeći. Zašto ga diže stojeći? To mi je.
Ovaj moj čučno pa ga diže.
Stoji i uopšte se ne okreće, mirno onako stoji, kao da nema nikog jebote. Opa.
Opa, koji stop?
Čepel, Peđa, tamo će.
Aži.
Peđa mislim da je mrtav.
Eura, prazan su.
Mislim da je taj lik mrtav. Taj neće nići.
Nice, guys, nice. Sebe za sebe nam se vajpuje.
Kako se Nenad odvratno smije, znaš?
Može on bolje.
Evo ti XP, Peđa, da prestižuješ odmah.
Tako nekako.
O, mačka.
Ja mislim da posle ove prestižuješ.
Ne, ali blizu sam. Sad prodam, to jest oteram ovog u penziju, 50 i onako. Ali neću još.
Što je sad? Neko je prsatina. Da. Tebe da želo, da. Tebe da želo.
Miris. Čuvaj ga. Uzmi drugog. Da. Bravo. Šta si to rekao? Kako nađem?
Pola vino, pola voda.
Vlada se onoga peđe unutra ubije.
Ja znam, zato što nisam vidio kod Milana Hitmark.
Vlada, evo, kjećiš počeo igre Destiny, možeš da ga upoznaš malo sa igrom.
Pa čekaj, on igra.
Nemam ništa protiv, ima neki strajkovi...
Bravo, Kesiću, za malo.
Ako igra, to je dobro pucanje i ovo. Može. Da pozovemo Vextera, da nas nauči neku foru jer on to igra godinama.
Peđa. Ajde, 3-4 sata.
Možeš saći.
Samo moraš, evo, ready sam stavio.
Gentleman.
Nije dugo bio Vexter ovdje na forumu.
Šta da igram, koju šotku?
Onaj...
Pali ti jedan level, zamisli to jeba.
Winchesterka, kako zove ona?
Terminus, muzo sam.
Ne Terminus, nego Levering, onda Terminus.
Da. Ništa, kaži Snake.
Ajde.
3, 4, sad. 4, 3, 2,
1.
Našo inst.
Ne bi još tražio.
Ne. Srećno, momci.
Srećno. Prijeci.
Dexter, onaj momak iz Hrvatske, jel' tako? On je baš fan toga Destiny. Ako iko igra on Destiny.
To jeste, Vexter je, koliko ja igram ja mislim da je on u Destiny od samog starta. Jedno vrijeme smo igrali zajedno, ali meni se bre nije dopalo tek što počeo mnogo da se grinda, ali mnogo.
Zato što su izbacili one Battle Passove i ona čuda. Mora si da...
Da ovo, kupuješ stvari,
da. To je malo pederski s njihove strane, ali dobro. Malo mnogo pederski. Tebe danče volim ja. Da. Tebe danče volim ja.
Ja, i još jedan.
Beka, što dižeš sve?
Stvarno, Bek.
Pa da im da neku...
Izgubi smo od Italijana, ladno, ne mogu da vjerujem jebote.
Da neku prednost vašim protivnicima, znaš?
Ljudi! Što nije?
Gdje?
Ništa. Milan, pokoj jebati, ide kurac. Koji trip, mislim da je napred.
A nekad zebe zvuk.
Brate, audio ponekad zabaguje, mislim da je napred, a u stvari nije izave.
To svakome radi, to je do igre same usrane. Prizan.
Sad će vama to. Idi u prizan, odmah kreni, bit. Ja oduzem.
Prizan uzimamo i znamo gdje smo.
Dobri su igrači bili.
Dobri na nade.
5000 kilo je.
Ja imam 3600 pa ne znači sam dobar. Samo sam uporan.
Pa i šta je ovo? Perić, tamo bi bio.
Pričeš?
Koji ti kurac je ono?
Nije ništa.
Moguće ovo! Sve ti jebem i brate metalu po sve šipke kad pogodim s nožem.
Dobro.
Meće.
Dobro, odlično. Zatvaraj se prvo, ne možeš tog bossa ubiti brzo. Prvo se zatvaraj.
Pasa ovdje. Ovo tvoli kurac ako. Ima li ga negdje doktor neki?
Pusti trepovanje, zatrepuj to, doće nam ljudi, batali sa komentara. Nikako trepovanje napolje.
Ja da uđem.
Evo ovamo ću mu vratiti otvoriti.
No, doktore, doktor.
Ali stat majku ti jebem u pičku.
Če se tepam, ti ja tuci. Joj.
Bravo, bravo, bravo. Stavljamo ovdje kljus.
Kao da igram EU server. Niko ne puca. Da se na američkom serveru već bi digli u vazduh pola mapu.
Dobro. Stavljam se tu.
Dobro,
Stavio
to
sam
ima
ovdje
special
ključ.
ammo. Da, vidim, i vamo si ga stavio.
Sad će i ovdje jedno. Evo, ispod teksture.
To ispod
Znaš da
teksture je najbolje grid.
Sad ću da ga saknem. A ne mogu naknji. Dobro, leži ga.
Nenad je
Ništa
najviše
ima gledaj.
voleo tu pesmu, znaš.
Bacam kesiću.
Šta, Nenad?
Ti si najviše voleo tu pesmu.
I ovo. I ovo. Moment.
Ba.
Stavljam ovdje lanterne. Još jednu lanternu.
Umre više, ne.
Od čega da umre? Čime ga gađaš ili?
Jebim ti ovako ja.
Zato ja uzimam lanterne. Počijam, svi se sve.
Nema Makića skoro cijel dan ili?
Porodičan boys.
I pustim ovako glazbu.
Od Maja čovjek osvadujući.
Jedan otišao na svadbu, drugi na sahranu.
Koje hoćeš?
Imamo sve Boris. Imamo Borise za svaku priliku.
Jedan je skamer, drugi nije.
Drugi radi za banku.
Kako je skočio?
Jesu kad ga Milana pušava. Poslije se izvinjava, nisi mi ništa rekao. Već se usr ko patka.
Ne čuje to.
Si rekao Milane, da će mu donesi za... Sutra ne znam kad će mu donesi.
Opa!
Ustra se ko patka.
Ja ću evo ti ova. Čekaj. Jeste.
Jedna žena pomisli da nismo normalni.
Ispala?
A i nismo normalni. Čim se družimo s Milanom.
Pukla ova...
Ne veš. Op, 3 čovjeka, north, east.
Milana, sorry, ja ću. Ti ćeš da izađeš napolje.
Samo sam tu video ljude, nisam okolo gledao više. Nema ni potrebe. Pa to je ta ekipa, jel čuješ ti kad ti kažem?
Ne?
Pa razvučeni su ljudi.
Da li se ko ovo...
Šta Drakula, izvoli?
Kaže mi, je li ovo nova mapa, ova slika?
Jebana ih šotka, da ih jebe šotka.
Ne znam.
Ovo je Vekna. Vi ti ovaj štek jebati? Pa vidi novi šteki, brate. Vidi ovo, majke ti. Ove ovu taktiku, znaš kad će me provaliti da sam ovdje? Nikad, brate. I kroz The Dark Side neće im biti jasno. Tri čovjeka samo na North East. Ništa, evo ti hovi preko puta na istu onu kuću i to je to. Treba još neki info. Dešava se da nema igrača, samo su oni tu, meni to nije jasno.
Jebalo ga pumpa.
Nenade, opet je pumparicu ubio.
A koji đavo očekuješ kad ulaziš u compound? Ako nemaš pumparicu. A ne znaš šta očekuje? Da ljudi ne nose shotgun, šta? Da to očekuješ?
Čekaj, Ilija, ako čuje da ga čovjek puca pištoljem, treba da mu jasno bude. Ne znam šta.
Ne, ima...
Prvo te puca pištoljem, pa onda što...
Nego te odmah puca pumparicom, no?
Uletja u compound i pobio nas.
I sad si iznenađen što je uletao sa shotkom. Ne, ući će sa uppercutom da vas pobije. Kao Boris.
Snake, ti ne pričaš sa Mironom preko interneta?
Ne, može samo da dođe kod mene kući i da pričamo. Preko interneta je jako toksično. Da ne kažem seron.
Da čuješ ti ovo.
Dođe on kod mene, napravimo ja kafu, sok, popijemo, sedi popričamo i ja kad dođe kući... Nema potrebe.
A taj kod šaja mlin duže radi. Mlin radi dok zadnji dobavljač dođe.
Nije dobavljač, nego to neka je lič.
Dobro, nebitno, isti kurac.
Pa nije isti. Dobavljač dobavlja robu. Ti predaješ.
Pa dobavlja njemu to. Dobavlja mlinu robu. Ovo su dvije ekipe izgledaju. Htio si. Čuješ što be? A koliko daleko? Čujem.
Došla braća, a?
A,
Nisu. Izgubili su živce, jesu to jedni te isti ljudi ili?
ne. Ide gore, ide gore. Opa.
Gdje su ostali ljudi? Što ih ne pucaju na krovu su?
Au! Uzeo bounty od mene.
Tačno sam znao da igram Evropu. Gdje puća nije bilo dok ljudi nisu došli do bossa range, onda se čuo automat.
Preko ulaza jer je ušao unutra. Pustio si ga da uđe unutra, tako.
Mrtav čovjek, ubi ga.
No ne.
Ovo mu pomoć beka. Diže svog.
Šer. No, polako. Jedan umro. Mene ubio! Idi ubi ga!
Šta radi Milan?
To je to. Diži me.
Se ti trampio s njim?
Pucao on Milana, a ubio brate mene. Zamisli to iza brate le...
Što nevjerojatno bilo.
Čus.
Bio si u liniji paljbe.
Znam, pucao sam ga u brate bure bio, stao pored burete budala. To je to, ne?
Wow. I have no words.
Idemo naprijed. Pa valjda. Šta ćemo? Ovaj se smorio, nije vidio Bure. A ja leveringo pucao, brate, Bure nije imao vremena ni da se pomeri odatle.
Što je staje tamo? Bagarac.
Gdje su ostali ljudi, jedan je bosio. Evo ih vamo ovdje. Još se čudim gdje su. Ne mora.
Ne mora se ništa.
Aktiviraj Peđa.
Ste vi još jedni igrati?
Požuri i
Ne,
probaj box
kasniš.
3 meseca
Ma,
bez
igrat ćemo
naknade.
normalno.
Dobro.
MTS, tvoj
Ja
svet.
probam da pokrenem kad i vi taj Q.
Čela te napala čovječ. Ovi preteć, hoćeš.
Thunderbolt can be anything. Thunderbolt is just electricity. You can have it anytime you call. Power is everywhere. You just have to harness it. Know your point? Power comes from the heart. Like the Romans say, apri il cuore. Open your heart. Open your heart. Yes. Eternity is at the edge of space. You go, and you go, until you can't go no further. There you will find the altar of eternity.
Thunderbolt will take you there.
You sure you won't come with us? We could really use the king of the gods.
No. To go there, you must be pure. Zeus is manichaean.
Čekaj. Uzeli ti taj prestiž, ne?
Ne, sad ću sljedeći meč.
Dobro, ajde onda reci mi kada kliknem na... Ovo je bogato baš, što ćeš da uzmeš, nema veze.
šta će mi? Ajde, 3, 4, sad. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Našo insta.
Naš, tamo dalje odmah. Ti ću mi reći. Baš je već ljudi fleksiju s automatama, ja se ono... Wow.
Igrao bi ga i ja, samo nemam otličnu mozgu. Nemam kartu zbog prestiža.
Trebalo bi par mečeva da pobediš.
Pre bi prestižavao nego iskoristio makar jedan autom.
Treba ti Sparks, pištolj, Quartermaster i automat da bi imalo efekt.
Ne, nego meni se ne isplati da buđim automat da bi ga kupovao zato što neću
Češ uzeti prestiž, možda će ja meč odigrati s njim.
Pa nijedan, dok ja s Mosinkom onom dobijem, na koji rang beše?
Daleko nešto.
Pa moram 3 Mosinke da pređem da bi to uzeo koliko.
Ma kako ne.
Nema teorije.
Kurčina. Prije su otključat Nitro Express.
Te Sale i Lija.
Da.
2 bossa, Pauki i Skrelbik.
Sve u redu.
Zajedno su. I Dan je u pitanju.
Da, Skrebik i... U redu je, Skrebik i Pauk.
Pa u isti smo meč izveli.
Nema se Snake.
A, nije ovo ista mapa.
Jes.
Ne, pogrešio si. Vi ste na Desalu, vidim
Pa
iz
rekao
aviona.
si da je Desalu.
Ja sam na originalnoj mapi, ono, prvo. Jebi ga, blizu. Ali ne 100%. I jebi mi sunce, ekstrakti su isto kao prošli meč.
Ljudi negdje iz tovi emulatora.
Ma to je beka ljudi.
Recimo APSA. Ili crkva. APSA.
Gdje? Ja. Ja se konja ubiju, što ti? Jebote, ti ne znaš ko, šta ubija.
Čudno, znam
Zvuk
tako ja
te
prošao.
zajebava.
Beše li ti Peđa ima ti sve slušalice?
Ne.
Kako to Peđa nije glup?
Zato se ja Peđa hteo ima u črnu.
Uši ga jeba.
Nego neki sound bug ima. Kad ideš,
Soundtrack misliš?
Sound tab, kad ideš...
Ko ide alt tab, on ide alt tab.
Rubiti nekakve zvukove.
Milan ide alt tab. Šta on to u tasku? Ne zna Word da
Da ti
otvorim.
nije ko šta drugo produbio pa ti se čini.
Ne znam šta nam je prvo. A njega to da produbljavaju pa pita.
A ne no, veli produbio. Šta produbljuješ evo?
Zvuk produbljen! Vidiš si glup! Čuje ti se onako ko jači zvuk.
Da.
Nemam ugao da ih ugasim, ne?
Ja ću.
Ajajaj. Aj digni još nešto. Aj molim te digni još nešto.
Sad ću ići. Što ne uze taj trag?
Ja ću.
Tamo bet. Odlično, taj boss je free.
Dobro.
Tjeraj beka. Nemoj to ići. Da, ali ja neću da me raskubaju ka tebe što si raskubali. Ne, no su mene sigurno.
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan.
Znaš i sam da tu vas da veliku bacam.
Znam to. Mi se zajeba. Postalo opasno ići ovaj dero vlajstok. Uvijek natrapam na jednog čovjeka ili dva.
Jednom sekund.
Let's kill that motherfucker. Ja.
Double barrel.
Pelada do belada.
Onda imaš svoj shotgun.
Uzmi double barrel, Peđa.
Evo, hoćeš ti keći ova dva? Onako radi prestiž. Izvini, ova 4, ispalo mi 4. Što stalo ima dva? Što noćiš nešto tako?
Da, poster master.
Dobro, hoću nositi jedan, dva,
Vi to izlazite već, ja?
No nije, nego te tradamo ovdje, what are you buying, what are you selling? What are you buying? What are you selling?
Stranger.
Kaka je to dobra igra, vet. Jebote, zamisli, eto ti čist primjer, sjetiš se takve igre, to ti čist primjer koliko smo mi stariji, brate. Ja kad sjetiš šta sam sve igrao...
Ima dosta ljudi koji smatraju da ne treba to igri remake nikakav, znaš.
Radi. Pića svuda oko nas.
Što ćemo, ajmo napod.
Ajmo na njih. Imam sam sa svojih 100 i nešto metkova. Da ih razvalim, da ih opalim, rapačinu, sve.
Joj.
Gdje mi je druga sekira?
A?
Sekira nestala, zabila se onaj hive, znaš?
Ma to ti je kao dobar dan u kandu.
Pogodiš hive sa sekirom. Disponus.
Eto što je gore, šta se dešava? Oni su gore. Idemo mi prema njima.
Otišli su gore, su skontali da
Jedan je krenuo prema rate nama. Agresivno. U sred vode. Pucao sa snajperom, ne jebe mu se. Jer ja nemam... Stali su, čekaju nas iza reke. Čekaju, prešli su reku da bi mi kao prešli reku. I da bi...
Sve je to taktički urađeno, pa šta ti?
Dobre. Jebem se ja njima svega, bre. Plati lika ispred mene. Lik.
Četiri, pet likova.
Pomoć? No ne, druga ekipa te puca. Potpio nema.
Dobro.
3 čovjeka ostalo tamo.
Bio je statičan. Naišao si na metak, jesi to upravo izgovorio?
Ne da lagaju EU serveri, nego ova latencija od 40 milisekundi je laž.
S leđama neko puci.
Koliko? Ok, još. Koliko? S leđa 3 čovjeka.
Da, 3.
Nismo mrtve meč. Koji mi je dobar?
Dvojica su na 330, drugi, treći je na 240. Sekunde će mi
leđa neko, čuti! Imamo još neki.
Jedan na leđa.
Evo čuti nekad, brate.
Cijela ekipa na nogu.
Evi fokuse. A vi mi ne dajete. Kurno ovo izbountim. Evo mi uzeli smo im bounty.
Uzeo sam mu ja. Ajmo napolje.
Ajmo jurimo ovog što ima bounty.
Rekta, ajde ovim, nećemo ove pucat koji
beži napolje, beži prema iz...
Beži pička napolje.
Pička ostavio drugove, ti ideš napolje.
Ostavio prijatelje, znaš.
Normalna stvar.
Tematko.
Cijelu ekipu sam bio video tamo gore.
Ajmo da nam izvučemo bounty.
Bounty po imamo.
Veliki ga napoje.
Moj mani za 4, evo. Bićemo za žeš.
Neka, neki ono za pola.
Baci skember.
Odi.
A imaš li sekundu?
Imamo ti i ja sam. Ali obojica smo... Kurac.
Ta ekipa je vrlo blizu broda, znaš.
Baci s čokva. Kurac. Uzeli mi bounty povec. Već jači. Znaš, igraju kao pičke svi, onaj s silencerom gore u žbunje na steni. Kao govno jedno. Tako nek ostane, neka nas isprati, nek nam prospe tepih.
Tebe je Beko ubio čovjek iz druge ekipe.
Retajramo i radim presi.
Nije valjda.
A da, imam pare, ali nema poente da kupimo skupo oružje i da se iživljamo. Volje mi da se mučim.
Kad dođeš na 100 prestiž, onda ćeš nešto para skupiti.
Ja sam $2 miliona uništio, $2 miliona $100 uništio prestižan, znaš. Imaš statistiku koliko para si zaradio, koliko para si potrošio. Razlika ono što mi igramo za...
Gdje da gledam te statistike?
A piše ti bounty earned, koliko si zaradio bounty-a.
Tamo da ti
šta s tim znam kad ne znam koliko bounty nosi?
Toliko koliko piše. Naprimjer, ja imam 2,5 miliona bounty-a. Ili 3 miliona, tako nešto. Toliko si zaradio. To ti je sve što si lutovo od lovaca, sve što si zaradio u igri, sa eventom, znaš.
Ja imam 1.338.000 bounty.
Toliko si zaradio pari, kreći. Jednostavno.
Dobro, nije bounty $1.
Jes.
Da, ti si igrao na prošli account.
Jes.
Šta jes?
Jedan bounty ti $1. Tačno kao što si rekao.
A ja više zaradim bre u partiju.
Ne. Toliko si zaradio koliko ti piše. Šta pričaš, ja imam, pogledaj moj bounty, ja imam vjerovatno između 2,5 i 3 miliona, tako nešto. Oko 2 miliona mi je izgoralo samo kad kliknem na dugme bounty. Znači nisam potrošio, znam da nisam potrošio toliko. Od kad su dodali još jedan prozor na logbayu?
Kažu za, brate, Call of Zero da je najjača stvar ikada.
A gdje je Zero? To bez šećera, to je smeće živo.
Neki ljudi kažu od toga dijabetes, kurac, ona, u stvari, ovi drugi, brate, kažu da je to bolje nego Coca-Cola obična. Znači, možeš izgubiti na ono, brate, težini, zato što nema kalorije.
Ma to je smeće, veruj mi, ja što piju smeće.
Zero, Spartan.
Sve Zero je smeće, veruj mi. Mora imat šećera. To čim nema šećera,
Nema
to je
ukus.
kurac.
A ima veštački za slađivač, razumeš?
Ma smeće.
Kako ide momcović.
Evo ga makica, a Beka kaže nema makice.
Makiću, hoćeš ti da upaneš sljedeću?
Sad sam ja s random. Neko ide na spava.
Igramo jeboti, šta?
Ide na spavanje čovjek. Ideš na palačinke. Da nam daš. Daš ti briga.
Makiću, opet nas nema za igru.
A ništa, kako nema?
Čekaj, ali vas fali jedan. Igrać ja sam.
Evo ga, evo, brate, tu je snake.
Ljudi ispred mene.
Sad sam imao s randomima 2-3 pata.
Ispred mene. Hoćeš tu peđe malo nazad.
Idemo desno.
Ne. Povući se nazad. Saut, nazad su se povući. Pa nazad, gdje se mogu povući.
Dobre, čmiri.
Ajmo dole.
Čeka. Upravo što promaši čovjeka, pucu sam mu vratio glavu bio. Prvo to jebeni metak. Aj jeba.
Sjedao me čovjek ispred mene. Diži me, iz ugla možeš. Daleko je to,
Ujebote. Moguće ovo, pucao sam u sred njega, pucao sam u bol, ne razumem. Šta se desilo, tebi me
Beka, di će svog, Beka.
A bre, ovo smeće od igre, bre, neću bre da igramo, kucam samo u brate strelu njegovu dok je pucao, me sprda nekoga.
Bombuz je pogodio strelom dinamit.
Brate, ova igrica je smeće.
2 puta je hito, ali vamo, iza, odmah rač. Iza brda, to, odmah.
Nekromancer, ne. Ajde! O, dobro je. A dojete mi! Si gubio mi, ili me?
Nije.
Ne daš. Nemoj da lažeš, nije to on. Druga ekipa daš.
Ko mi ovo raspleo jebote?
Molim?
Što vi ovo?
Trepali su buret.
Pa sve živo su trepalo, šta je?
Šta imaju, jel imaju neki pištolj, nešto za mene?
Imaš Veterli Silence.
Ništa mi treba. Mami.
Tek sad.
Mame mi.
Ko te mami?
To me mami.
Ljudi! West, north, west.
Da. Miris.
Jel?
Da. To. Još dvoje. Ti ima koji oruš?
Možda. Samo je pala nešto, ne znam gdje. Pali ga, Peđa.
Nemam čim. Znaš? Imam flash sam dobio.
To je solar vije, znaš.
Nisam.
Otkud znaš, be?
Nije čuo sam rekao.
Onda su kod tebe, moraš reći to jebote. To moraš reći.
A ne može, trebamo tišinu. On kao hunt profesionalac ima treba tišina, kao Boris.
Ja Peđa moram ovog pokrivati.
Pokrivaj, idem ja. Da pokušam da ubijemo.